right now is to hide behind the chest of drawers in my room, she says. Wait a moment. Chapter 95. Elin is on her knees at the end of the bed, looking at a trunk. She can tell it's an America chest from the name and address written on the lid in elegant lettering. Fritz Gustafsson, 1861, Harmonger. At the beginning of the 20th century, more than a quarter of the Swedish population emigrated to America, their belongings packed into these trunks. But perhaps Fritz never got away. Elin tries to lift the lid. She can't get it open and breaks a nail. The trunk is definitely locked. She hears the sound of glass shattering. Someone screams. Elin shudders and walks to the window. There are 7 small containers on the sill, some tin and others porcelain. She opens the first 2. One is empty and the other has a coil of old string. Through the small window she can see the dark abyss of the lawn. Beyond it, light from another window falls on the outhouse and the stinging nettles beside it. She opens another porcelain jar and sees a few old copper coins. A tin with a painted harlequin on the side contains a few nails and a dead bumblebee. She glances outside again as she feels her pulse rise in her temples. Everything is quiet. All she can hear is her own breathing. The shadow of a figure passes over the nettles and Elin drops the jar. Someone could be standing outside and looking right at her. She moves away from the window and is heading for the door when she spots a small sticker on the wardrobe door. It's Tigger from Winnie the Pooh. Tula had said that a tiger keeps watch over the flower badge. Inside the wardrobe, oilskins are hanging from a hook, and behind them is an ancient vacuum cleaner. Elin's hands shake as she pulls the vacuum cleaner out. Beneath it, there are flattened tennis shoes and a dirty pillowcase. She grabs a corner of the pillowcase and can feel the weight of what's inside. She pours out the glittering contents onto the floor: coins, buttons, hair clips, glass marbles, a SIM card for a cell phone, a shiny ballpoint pen, capsules, earrings, and a key ring attached to a little metal fob with a light blue flower. Elin looks at the fob closely. She turns it over and sees the name Dennis engraved on it. This must be what Vicky's mother gave her. Elin pockets the key ring and stuffs everything else back in the pillowcase. She puts it back in the wardrobe, lifts the vacuum cleaner back on top, and pulls the oilskins to the front. She hurries over to the bedroom door. She listens for a moment, then opens it and walks out. Tula is standing there. She is waiting in the dark a few steps away, and she stares at Elin without saying a word. Chapter 96. Tula takes a step towards Elin and holds out a bloody hand. Her face is pale, and her eyebrows are invisible. Her hair is hanging in red wisps around her cheeks. "Go back inside the room," Tula says. "I have to talk to Daniel. We can go inside together and hide." "What's happened?" "Go inside the room," Tula says, licking her lips. "Is there something you'd like to show me?" "Yes." "What is it?" "It's a game. Vicky and Miranda played it last week," Tula says. She raises her hands in front of her face. "I have to go," Elin says. "I'll show you how it's done," Tula whispers. Elin hears other footsteps in the hallway and catches sight of Daniel carrying a first aid kit. Luchu and Almira are coming from the direction of the kitchen. Tula runs her fingers through her hair, and they come away coated with fresh blood. "Tula, you were supposed to stay in the dining room," Daniel says. He takes her other hand and leads her away. "We have to wash your wound and see if it needs stitches." Elin stays still and waits until her heart calms down. Reaching into her pocket, she fingers the key ring Vicky got from her mother. A few minutes later, the door to the kitchen opens again. Tula walks out, trailing her hand along the wooden paneling. Daniel is beside her, saying something in a serious but calm tone. Tula nods and then goes inside her room and shuts the door. Elin waits until Daniel turns to her before she asks what happened. "She's all right. She banged her head on the window a few times until she broke the glass." "Has Vicky ever mentioned someone named Dennis?" asks Elin. She keeps her voice low as she gives Daniel the keyring. He looks at it and turns it over in his hand. He whispers the name Dennis to himself. "Well," he says at last, "I think I've heard the name, but Elin, I'm embarrassed. I feel totally worthless because—" "You're trying." "Yes, but I'm not at all sure that Vicky has told me anything that could help the police. She didn't really tell me all that much, and—" He stops talking as they hear the sound of footsteps coming up the steps outside and the front door opening. A massive woman in her 50s enters, and she's about to lock the door from the inside when she catches sight of them. "You're not supposed to be here," she says as she heads towards them. "My name is Daniel Grimm, and I'm—" "The girls cannot receive visitors at this time of night," the woman interrupts him. "We're just about to leave," Daniel says. "We just need to ask Caroline about—" "You're not going to ask anyone about anything." Chapter 97. Joona is in the police station, riding up in the lift. He's holding a small plastic bag containing the keyring. The fob looks like a large coin, a silver dollar. Dennis is engraved on one side, and a light blue flower with 7 petals is embossed on the other. The coin is linked to a large, empty keyring. Late last night, Elin called Joona. She was in her car driving Daniel back to the hospital and was planning to stay in a hotel in Sundsvall for the night. She told Joona that Tula had stolen this keyring from Vicky's purse early on Friday. "It was important to Vicky. Her mother gave it to her," Elin said. She promised to courier it to him as soon as she checked in. Now Joona is turning the plastic bag over and over in the fluorescent light of the lift. Then he stuffs it in his pocket and gets off at the 5th floor. He wonders why Vicky's mother would give her a keyring with the name Dennis on it. Vicky Bennett's father is unknown. Her mother gave birth outside the healthcare system. The child did not enter state registers until she was 6. Perhaps the mother knew the name of the father the entire time. Was this a way to let Vicky know? Anya is at her desk, and before he can ask her if she's learned anything about who Dennis is, she says, "There is no person by the name of Dennis in Vicky Bennett's life. Not at Birgittagården, not at Ljungbacken, and not with any of the foster families." "Strange," says Joona. "I even called Saga Bauer from Seppo," Anya tells him and smiles. "They have their own records, of course." "Someone must know who Dennis is," he says, as he sits on the edge of her desk. "Nope," she sighs and drums her fingers on her desk. Her nails are long and red. Joona looks out of the window. Clouds are chasing each other in the strong wind. "I'm stuck," he says. "I can't look at the reports from the National Forensic Laboratory. I can't ask questions, and I have nothing more to go on." "Perhaps you should recognize that this is not your case," Anya says quietly. "I can't let it go," he whispers. Anya smiles, pleased, and her plump cheeks turn red. "Since you've nothing better to do at the moment, I'd like you to listen to something," she says. "And it's not Finnish tango, for a change." "I didn't think it was," he says, as he pulls up a chair. "Of course you did," she mutters, typing on her computer. "This is a telephone call I answered earlier today." "Do you record your calls?" "As a rule, yes," she replies in a neutral voice. A woman's thin voice starts speaking. "I'm sorry that I keep calling," the woman says. Her voice is almost breathless. "I talked to a policewoman in Sundsvall, and she said that a detective by the name of Joona Linna might be interested." "Talk to me," Anya's voice says. "If you listen to me, only listen, there's something important I have to tell you about the murders at Birgittagården." "The police have a tip line," Anya's voice explains. "I know," the woman says quickly. There's a waving Japanese cat on top of Anya's computer. Each time it waves, It clicks. "I saw the girl. She didn't want to show her face," she says. "There was a large rock, a bloody rock. You have to look for it." "Are you saying you witnessed the murders?" They can hear the woman breathing before she answers. I don't know why I've seen this," she says. "I'm frightened, and I'm very tired, but I am not crazy." "Are you telling me you saw the murder?" "Oh, maybe I'm going crazy," the woman says, as if she didn't hear Anya's question. The telephone call ends abruptly. This woman's name is Flora Hansien. She has a report made against her. Why? Britis at the tip line got tired of her calls. Flora has called in a number of false tips and wanted to be paid for further information. Does she call the tip line often? No, she's never called before. It's just the murders at Birgitta Gordon. I thought you should hear this before she calls back. She'll certainly phone you. She keeps calling, even though the police have reported her. And now she has my telephone number. What do you know about her? Britis says that Flora has an alibi for the evening of the murder. She held a séance for 9 people at Upplandsgatan number 40, here in Stockholm, Anya says, amused. She calls herself a medium. She says she can get answers from the dead, if she gets paid for it. I'm going to see her, Joona says, getting up from the chair. Joona, people know about this case, Anya says. Her smile is uncertain. And before too long, someone else will have a tip. If Vicky Bennett is alive, someone will see her sometime. Right, he says as he buttons his jacket. Anya is about to start laughing, but catches Joona's gaze and suddenly realizes what he knows. It's the rock, she says. So it's true. There was a rock. Right, he says. But only the needle, Frippe, and I know that the killer used a rock. Chapter 98. Joona knows that in rare, difficult cases the police turn to mediums and psychics for help. He remembers the murder of Yngla Höglund. The police consulted a medium who described 2 killers. Both descriptions turned out to be completely wrong. The true killer was caught because someone trying out a new camera just happened to take a photograph of the girl and the killer's car. Joona had read an independent study done in the United States about a medium the police turned to more often than any other. Although the woman had been used in 115 investigations, the study concluded that she'd never contributed any valuable information in any case. Joona shivers in the chilly afternoon air as he gets out of his car and walks towards a grey apartment building with satellite dishes on every balcony. The door to the entrance has a broken lock, and someone has sprayed graffiti in pink all over the entrance hallway. Joona takes the stairs to the 2nd floor and rings the bell at a door with the name Hansien on the letterbox. A pale woman in grey clothes opens the door. She looks at Joona shyly. "My name is Joona Linna," he says. He shows his police ID. "You've called the police a number of times." "I'm sorry," she says, and looks at the ground. "People are not supposed to call the police unless they have something to say. But I called because I saw the dead girl," she says. She looks up into his eyes. "May I come inside for a minute?" Joona asks. She nods and leads him through a dark hall with worn-out vinyl flooring to a small, clean kitchen. Flora sits in one of the 4 chairs and wraps her arms around her body. Joona walks to the window and looks out. The facade of the building across the street is covered in plastic sheeting. The thermometer fastened to the outside window frame rocks slightly in the wind. "I believe that Miranda is coming to me because I let her in, accidentally, when I was doing a séance," Flora starts. "But I don't know what she wants." "When do you hold your séances?" "Every week. I earn my living by speaking with the dead," she says, and a muscle twitches near her left eye. "In a manner of speaking, so do I," says Joona quietly. He sits down across the table from her. I've run out of coffee, she says apologetically. It doesn't matter, he says. You said something about a rock when you called. I didn't know what to do. Miranda keeps appearing and showing me a bloody stone. She indicates how large it is with her hands. So you held a séance? Joona prompts her. A girl comes and tells you, No, it was later, she interrupts. It was after the séance, when I got back home. And what did this girl say to you? Flora looks at him directly, her eyes dark with the memory. She shows me the rock and tells me to close my eyes. Joona looks back steadily with his grey, fathomless gaze. He has only one thing to say. If Miranda comes back, I would like you to ask her where the killer is hiding. Chapter 99. Joona takes the plastic bag out of his pocket and dumps the keyring on the table in front of Flora. This belongs to the murder suspect, he says. Flora looks at it without picking it up. Dennis? She asks. We don't know who Dennis is, but perhaps you can feel something from it, Joona says. Maybe, but this is my job. She smiles, embarrassed, and hides her smile with her hand. Of course, he says. How much? She looks down at the table and she tells him the price for a half-hour sitting. Joona opens his wallet and pays for 1 hour. Flora thanks him and gets her bag. Then she turns off the ceiling lamp. There's still some light outside, but inside the kitchen it's fairly dark. Flora takes out a tea light and a silk cloth with golden edges. She lights the candle and places it in front of Joona. Then she places the cloth over the keyring. Joona watches her without presuppositions. Flora places her left hand beneath the cloth. She sits still, and then her body begins to shake. She takes a deep breath. Dennis, Dennis, she mutters. She touches the metal tag beneath the black cloth. They can hear voices from the neighbor's television through the walls. Suddenly a car alarm goes off on the street below. I'm getting strange pictures. Nothing I can make out yet. Keep going, Joona says. Flora's light curly hair touches her cheeks. Her skin turns bright red and her eyes dart under her eyelids. There's power in this object. There's loneliness and rage. I feel like I'm burning when I touch it, she whispers. She pulls the keyring from beneath the cloth and holds it in her palm. She opens her eyes to stare at it. Miranda tells me there's a thread of death. They were both in love with Dennis. I can feel jealousy burning in the medallion. Flora falls silent. Then she mumbles that the contact has been broken and pushes the keyring at Joona. Joona gets up. He was wasting his time coming here. He thought that she might know something real for reasons that she did not want to mention. It's obvious that Flora Hansian is only telling him what she thinks he wants to hear. I'm sorry that you feel you have to lie, Joona says. He takes the keyring from the table. May I keep the money? She asks. I can't manage. I collect bottles and newspapers from the underground and from all the dustbins. Joona stuffs the keyring back into his pocket. Flora picks up a piece of paper and follows him into the hallway. I really did see a ghost, she says. I've drawn a picture of her. She shows Joona a childish drawing of a girl and a heart. She practically holds it in front of his face. Joona pushes her hand away. She drops the paper and it sails to the floor. Joona steps over it, opens the door, and leaves. Chapter 100. Joona is still feeling irritated when he parks his car outside Disa's apartment building on around the Hergum women's house. The women's house? In Seerlonger, on the outskirts of Sundsvall. She looks up from her computer and smiles. If you have a chance between murders, you should go there, she says. Joona smiles as he runs his hand over her hip. He follows her thigh to her knee. He doesn't want Disa to stop talking, so he asks, "Why do they call it the women's house?" "It's an Iron Age grave mound, but it was built over a burned-down house. We don't know what happened there." "Were there human bones inside?" "Yes, the remains of 2 women," she says, as she puts away the computer. "I brushed the dirt away from their combs and jewelry." Joona rests his head on her knee and asks, "Where did the fire start?" "We don't know, but there was an arrowhead in the wall." "So they were attacked from outside." "Perhaps the villagers set fire to the house and let it burn," she says. She runs her fingers through his thick, damp hair. "Tell me more about the graves," Joona says. "We don't know much," she says, wrapping a strand of his hair around her finger. "The women were inside, weaving. Bits of their looms were scattered throughout the site. Isn't it strange that it's the small things, like nails and combs, that survive the ages?" Joona resolves to visit the Sami bridal crown of braided birch root and then go to Kronoberry Park and its old Jewish cemetery, where his colleague Samuel Mendel lies, all alone, in his family grave. Chapter 101. A soft kiss on his mouth awakens Joona. Disa is already dressed. She's brought him a cup of coffee on a breakfast tray. "I fell asleep," he said. "You slept like a rock." She smiles as she heads towards the hall. Joona hears her close the door after her. Then he gets up and puts on his trousers. While he's standing next to the bed, he realizes that he'd visited Flora Hansen because she happened to guess right about the rock. It's called confirmation bias. Unconsciously, all people tend to heed results that confirm their theories, rather than those that don't. Flora called the police many times, mentioning different murder weapons, but it was only when she mentioned a bloody rock that he paid any attention to her. Now that Flora is off his list, there are no other clues for him to follow. Joona walks to the window and opens the thin white curtains. The grey light of dawn still holds some of the previous evening's gloom. Even the splashing he can hear from the fountain at Karlaplan Circle seems melancholy. Pigeons strut around the closed entrance to the shopping centre. A few people are already on their way to work. There was something desperate in Flora Hansen's voice and eyes as she told him how she collected bottles and newspapers in the underground. Absent-mindedly, he puts on his shirt and stares at nothing as he buttons it. He had just made a logical connection, but he lost it immediately. He tries to go back in his thoughts and remember what it was, but it glides away again. It was about Vicky, her mother, and the keyring. Was it something he saw? He puts on his jacket and looks out of the window at Karlaplan Circle again. A bus is driving around it. It stops and lets on passengers. Further down the street, an elderly man with a Zimmer frame is smiling at a dog sniffing around a dustbin. A woman in a leather jacket is running towards the underground. She scares a flock of pigeons on the square. They take off and fly in a semicircle before they land again. The underground. There's something about the underground. Joona picks up his mobile. He thinks he's right about his intuition, but he wants to check some facts first. While he waits to be connected, he walks into the hallway and puts on his shoes. "Holger here." "Joona Linna here," Joona says. He opens the front door. "And a very good morning to you. There's something I have to ask first," Joona interrupts as he locks the door behind him. "You went through the bag we found at the dam, right?" Joona is starting to run down the stairs. "I had already taken pictures and listed the contents when the prosecutor told me they were shutting down the investigation." "I am not allowed to read your report," Joona says. There wasn't much to it, Holger says. Joona can hear him shuffle papers. I mentioned the knife. You mentioned some sort of bicycle tool. Did you find out what it was? Joona is rushing down Lützengatan to his car. Yes, I did, Holger says. It took a little time, since I'm from Westernorrland. It wasn't a bike tool at all. It was a key to the driver's cab in an underground carriage. Has this key been on a key ring recently? How the hell should I know? Holger is quiet for a moment, and Joona assumes he's looking at the photograph in his report. You're right. It's shiny around the eye. Joona thanks him for his time and runs the last few meters to his car. Elin told him that Tula steals pretty things from everyone around her, earrings, shiny pens, coins, and lipsticks. Tula had taken the beautiful keyring with its light blue flower and left the ugly key in Vicky's purse. He taps in Anya's number as he opens the car door. "Hello, Ghostbusters," Anya says. "Anya, can you help me? I need to talk to whoever is responsible for Stockholm's underground system." By now, Joona is in his car and has started to drive. "Let me connect with the spirits instead." "Anya, I'm in a hurry." "Well, who got out of the wrong side of the bed this morning?" Anya mutters. Joona is driving towards the stadium. "Did you know that all the underground coaches in Stockholm have their own names as well as numbers?" he asks. "Of course. I rode in Rebecca this morning, and what a fine coach she is, too. I just figured out that Dennis isn't a person. It's the name of an underground carriage, and I need to find out where it is right now." Chapter 102. All the carriages in the underground system have numbers, of course, but for many years the coaches have also been given personal names. Joona is fairly certain that the key from Vicky's mother, Susie, fits a mechanical lock that's on all the underground carriages, but the name on the fob points at a specific one. Perhaps Susie kept her personal belongings in the driver's cab. Perhaps she slept there sometimes. He knows that she sometimes stayed in the underground tunnels or slept on benches in an underground station after it closed. Perhaps she even lived in an abandoned tunnel deep below ground. Somehow she had got hold of a key, Joona thinks as he drives. It couldn't have been easy. It must have been one of her more valuable possessions. Still, she gave it to her daughter. She'd also got a key ring with the name Dennis, so that the girl would not forget which carriage was the important one. Maybe she knew Vicky was planning to run away. Vicky had already run away many times and managed to stay hidden for a long time, at least twice. The first time she was only 8 years old, and she'd been missing for 7 months when she was found in the middle of December, severely hypothermic, in a garage with her mother. The second time she was 13. Vicky had been gone for 11 months when she was arrested for shoplifting near Gluben. It's easy enough to get into a driver's cab. Any ring spanner the right size would work. Even if Vicky is not in the coach named Dennis, she might have left clues there from her time as a runaway, clues that could lead to her present hiding place. Joona has almost reached the police station when Anya calls and says she's talked with someone at Stockholm Local Transport. There was an underground carriage named Dennis that was taken out of service some time ago due to serious maintenance issues. "Where is this carriage now?" "He didn't know," she said. "It could be at the depot in Rissne, but more likely it's parked at the service depot in Johanneshof." "Connect me," Joona says. He turns his car around and the tires thud over the speed bumps. He runs a red light as he turns onto Flemminggatan. Chapter 103. Joona drives toward Johanneshof, south of Stockholm. A man answers his phone call. It sounds as if he's in the middle of eating. "Underground Traffic Technical Division, Schelle here." "Joona Linna from the National Police. Can you confirm that an underground carriage named Dennis is parked with you at Johanneshof?" "Dennis," the man says, smacking his lips. "Do you have the carriage number?"
No, sorry, I don't.
Hold on, let me check. Joona can hear the man talking to himself, and then the man picks up the phone again. "There's a Dennis with a Z at the end." "That could be the one." "Okay." Joona hears the man swallow his food before he speaks again. "It's not in the current register. It's a really old coach. As far as I can tell from this database, it hasn't been used in traffic for the past few years." "Where is it now?" "Probably here, but let me connect you to Dick. He knows everything the computer doesn't." Shelley's voice disappears and is replaced by the sound of electric buzzing. Then an older man picks up the phone. His voice echoes as if he's in a cathedral or a room made entirely of metal. "Swinging Dick here," he says. "I just talked to Shelley," Joona says. "He thinks that a car named Dennis is parked out by you." "If Shelley says it's here, it probably is. But I can go and take a look, especially if it's a vital matter of life and death and the honor of my country." "It is, actually," Joona replies. "Are you in a car?" "Yes." "Heading here?" Joona hears Dick climbing down a metal staircase. A large, heavy door creaks. He sounds slightly out of breath when he next speaks. "I'm down in the tunnel now. Are you still there?" "Still here." "It looks like we have Michaela and Maria. Dennis should be in one of these corners." Joona can hear Dick's echoing footsteps, even as he's driving as fast as he can over the central bridge. He thinks about the times Vicky was on the run. She must have slept somewhere. She must have felt safe and secure somewhere. "Do you see the coach yet?" asks Joona. "Not yet. We have Eleanor. There's Sylvia. Even the lighting down here doesn't work like it should." Joona can hear footsteps as Dick keeps going down a tunnel beneath the industrial centre of Johanneshof. "Let's see. I haven't been back this far in a long time. Let me turn on my torch. It's the deepest inn, of course. Here it is. Dennis. Totally rusty and looks like—" "You're sure it's the right carriage?" "I can take a picture if you want." "What the hell? There's people inside. I can see people." "Shh," Joona says. Dick whispers, "There are some people inside the coach." "Keep away from them," Joona says. "They've put a damned gas cylinder in front of the door." There's a rustling sound as Dick moves away swiftly. He's breathing hard. I saw people in there," he whispers into the phone. Joona thinks it can't be Vicky because she doesn't have the key and the keyring. Joona hears sudden high-pitched screaming. It's distant but clear. "There's a woman screaming in there. She seems out of her mind." "Get away from there as best you can," Joona says. He hears more steps and hard breathing. He can still hear the screaming, but it sounds fainter. "What did you see?" Joona asks. "A large cylinder for welding was blocking the door." "What about the people?" "There was graffiti on the door, but I could tell there was a tall person and a shorter person, and maybe more than that, but I'm not sure." "How did they get in?" "We keep the tunnels locked, but if you're determined, you could break in pretty easily." "Listen to me carefully," Joona says. "I'm a detective inspector, and I want you to leave the tunnel now and wait outside for the police to arrive." Chapter 104. A black van is being driven at top speed through the gates of the transit depot in Johanneshof. Dry gravel is churned up in a cloud of dust as the van swings around and stops in front of a green metal building. After he talked to Dick, Joona called the provincial chief of police and told him that this could be a possible hostage situation. A SWAT team was immediately dispatched. 5 police officers climb out of the van, all of them heavily clothed in boots, dark blue overalls, bulletproof vests, helmets, protective glasses, and gloves. They're all armed and keyed up. Joona walks over to meet the group. 3 of them are carrying jade-green automatic rifles with non-magnifying reflector sights from Heckler & Koch. These weapons aren't anything special, but they are lightweight and can empty a magazine in less than 3 seconds. The other 2 men in the group are carrying sniper rifles. Joona shakes hands with the SWAT team leader, the doctor in the group, and the other 3 men. and then explains that the situation could be urgent. "I'd like us to go in at once," he says, "but since I don't know what your run-through has been, let me emphasize that we don't have a positive ID of either Vicky Bennett or Dante Abrahamson." While waiting for the SWAT team to arrive, Joona talked with Dick Jansson, who gave him a map of the tunnel on which he drew the locations of the various underground carriages. A young officer holding a sniper rifle raises his hand. "Are we assuming that she's armed?" he asks. "Probably not with any kind of gun," Joona replies. "So we can expect to meet 2 unarmed children," the man says, and shakes his head with a grin. "We don't know what we'll meet. You never know what you'll run into during a situation like this," Joona says. He shows them a picture of an underground coach similar to Dennis. "Where are we going in?" asks the SWAT team leader. "The front door is open, but blocked with 1 or 2 gas cylinders," Joona explains. "Are you getting all this?" The SWAT team leader turns towards the others. Joona puts the map over the drawing. He points out the various sidings and the location of the underground carriages. "I think we can get this far without being discovered," Joona says, pointing to a curve in the tunnel. "It's hard to say for sure." The SWAT team leader nods. "It's not all that far, but I would like a sniper on the roof of the closest carriage." "I'll do that," one of the men says. "And I can go here," says the younger sniper. They follow Joona to the steel door. One of the men checks his reserve magazine while Joona puts on his bulletproof vest. "Our primary goal is to get the boy out of the car, and our secondary goal is to get the suspect," Joona says as he opens the door. "If you must fire, aim for the girl's legs first and foremost. Otherwise, aim for the shoulders or arms." A long metal staircase leads down to the tunnel where the underground carriages wait for repairs. The only sound is the dull tramp of heavy boots. Chapter 105. As soon as the team reaches the tunnel, they start to move more slowly and carefully, the sound of their footsteps mere whispers against the metal-clad tunnel walls. They approach a buckled train that gives off a strange smell, its carriages looking like dark ruins from an abandoned civilization. The beams from their torches flicker over the rough walls. They're moving in single file, quickly and almost soundlessly. The tracks branch out near a manual switch. A red light with a broken shade gives off a weak light, and a work glove lies forgotten in the black gravel. Dim light from induction lamps set at intervals down the tunnel allows them to see the way forward. Joona signals to the men to turn off their torches, and they pass through the narrow gap between 2 coaches with broken windows. A box of oil-covered nuts and bolts leans against the wall. Loose cables, outlets, and dusty wires surround it. They're almost there now, so they move cautiously. Joona points out a carriage for the first sniper, who climbs onto its roof, unfolds a tripod, and begins to adjust his Hensoldt sight. The others mount their weapon lights, then approach the next carriage in the tunnel. Their quick, short breaths are the only indication of the stress they're under, though one of the men keeps compulsively checking the clasp on his helmet. The SWAT team leader exchanges glances with the younger sniper and indicates a line of fire. Someone slips in the gravel and a loose stone clatters off the rail. A shiny rat jumps towards the wall and disappears. Joona keeps walking forwards at the side of the tunnel, ahead of the others. He sees the car named Dennis on the track closest to the wall. Cables or ropes are hanging from the ceiling of the tunnel. He moves slightly sideways and notices a weak light coming through one of the carriage's dirty windows. The beam of light moves like a butterfly, making the surrounding shadows grow and shrink. The SWAT team leader loosens a shock grenade from his belt. Joona stands still and listens before he resumes walking. He knows he's now in the line of fire and that the sniper's rifle is aimed at his back. He can see the large green gas cylinder lodged in the open door. When he finally reaches the coach, he squats and places his ear against its metal wall. Immediately he can hear someone walking around inside. The SWAT team leader signals to two men. Like shadows, they run through the darkness. They are big men, but they move soundlessly. All that can be heard is the quiet scrunch of holsters, bulletproof vests, and heavy overalls in motion. Then they're right next to Joona. Joona has not even drawn his pistol, but sees that the men from the SWAT team already have their fingers on the triggers of their automatic rifles. It's hard to make out anything through the carriage's filthy windows, but a small torch lying on the floor reveals boxes, empty bottles, and plastic bags. Between two seats there's a large bundle tied with a rope. The torch beam begins to shake as the whole coach vibrates. Somewhere an underground train is moving on another set of rails. Thunder rolls along the tunnel. They can hear weak moaning. Joona draws his pistol. A shadow moves deep inside the underground carriage. It appears to be a large man in jeans and trainers crawling away. Joona stuffs the first bullet into the cartridge position and turns towards the SWAT team leader. He points at the man inside the coach and gestures for the team to move on in. Chapter 106. The central door bursts open with a bang, and the SWAT team storms the underground carriage. Windows are broken and shards shower down on the ripped-up seats and the floor. The gas cylinder falls with a thud and rolls through the car, the argon hissing as it escapes. All the inside doors are forced open. Joona steps over mouldy blankets, egg cartons, and old newspapers. "Lie still!" someone bellows. They search the carriage section by section, using the light from their weapons. They go between the seats and look through the dirty plexiglass dividers between sections. "Don't hit me!" screams a man inside the second section. "Quiet!" The SWAT team leader tapes the gas cylinder's vent shut. Joona rushes towards the driver's cab. There's no sign of Vicky Bennett or Dante. The car stinks of sweat and old food. The walls and windows are scratched and covered with scrawls. Someone has recently eaten grilled chicken. The greasy paper is lying on the floor among beer cans and sweet wrappers. Newspaper rustles beneath Joona's feet. The light from outside is dappled by the broken windows. Joona reaches the driver's cab. He's certain the name Dennis on the keyring points to this place where Vicky's mother used to hide. The SWAT team has already broken the door open, and Joona steps inside. The cramped space is empty. The walls are covered with graffiti. A syringe without its needle is lying on the instrument panel beside pieces of sooty aluminium foil and empty plastic capsules. On the small shelf beside the pedals there's a package of painkillers and a tube of toothpaste. Joona keeps searching and finds a rusty food knife stuck to the foam under the ripped driver's seat. There are more sweet wrappers and an empty baby food jar which once held plum puree. Through the side window, Joona can see the SWAT team has captured the man in jeans. His face is heavily wrinkled and his eyes are wide with fear. He's coughing blood into his beard. He's yelling. His arms are bound behind his back with plastic handcuffs. He's forced onto his stomach, and the muzzle of an automatic rifle is pointed at the back of his head. Joona keeps searching the cramped cab. His eyes fly over buttons and knobs, the microphone and the stick with its polished handle, and he doesn't know where else to look. Why did Vicky and her mother have keys to this place? There's nothing here. He's examining the screws fastening the grill over the ventilation outlet when his glance falls on a word scratched on the wall. Mama. He takes a step backwards and sees right away that everything scrawled on the walls are messages between Vicky and her mother. This must have been a place where they could meet in peace, and whenever they missed each other, they left messages. Mama, they abused me. I couldn't stay. I'm freezing and I need food. Have to go back, but we'll be here again on Monday. Don't be sad, Vicky. They put me in detox, so I missed you. Thanks for the sweets. Sweetie, I'm sleeping here for a while. Ife's a pig. If you can leave some money, that'll be great. Merry Christmas, Mama. You got to know, I can't call you back for a while. Mama, are you angry with me for something? Chapter 107. Joona leaves the cab and joins the SWAT team. They surround the shaggy man who's sitting with his back to the wall. He's crying and seems bewildered. Joona takes off his bulletproof vest, squats down in front of the man and says, "I'm looking for a girl and a little boy." "Don't hit me," mumbles the man. "Nobody's going to hit you. I need to know if you've seen a girl here in this carriage." "I didn't touch her. I just followed her." "Was she alone?" "I don't know. She locked herself in the cab." "Did she have a little boy with her?" "A boy? Yes. Maybe. Maybe." "Answer the question," barks the SWAT team leader. "You followed her here," Joona says. "What did she do after she got here?" "She left again," the homeless man answers. His eyes still show his fright. "Where did she go? Do you know where she went?" "That way," the man says, using his head to make a helpless gesture towards the opening to the tunnel. "So she headed towards the opening. Is that what you're trying to say?" "Maybe not. Maybe." "Answer the question," snaps the SWAT team leader. "But I don't really know," the man snivels. "When she was here," Joona asks carefully, "was it today?" "She left just a minute ago," he says. "She started screaming and then she took off." Joona begins to run down the siding. Behind him he can hear the SWAT team leader take over the questioning. His voice brusque and hoarse, he demands to know if the man has done anything to the girl or molested her in any way. Joona runs along the rusted track to its end, up a set of metal stairs and into a long hall ribbed with pipes running along the ceiling. At one end there's a large door, and the damp concrete floor before it shines with the light from outside creeping in. When Joona reaches it, he finds it is broken, and he's able to push his way through the gap. He's outside, in the middle of a rough stone crossway that spans more than 15 or so pairs of train tracks. The tracks gather like a ponytail further up and then curve smoothly to the side. He can spot the thin figure of a woman further down the embankment. She has a dog with her. An underground train starts to thunder and passes him, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Joona sees glimpses of her figure as the windows of the train flash by. He keeps running along the embankment, through tall weeds and over broken glass, crushed tins and used condoms. There's electric buzzing, and a new train approaches from Hermarbrink. Joona has almost caught up with the thin figure. He jumps over the tracks in front of the train and grabs her thin arm. He pulls her around to face him. She's surprised and tries to hit him, but he dodges her blow. He loses his grip on her arm, but still has her jacket. She tries to hit him again while she wriggles out of her jacket. She drops her shoulder bag and falls backwards onto the gravel. Chapter 108. Joona pins the woman down among the thistles and browning cow parsley alongside the tracks. He grabs her hand as she reaches for a stone and tries to calm her. The dog cringes beyond arm's reach. "I only want to talk to you." "Fuck you!" she yells as she tries to wriggle out of his grasp. She kicks, but he blocks it and keeps her down. Her small breasts are heaving. She's extremely thin, and her face is wrinkled and her lips badly cracked. She's perhaps 40 years old, maybe only in her 30s. When she can't get free, she starts to whisper soothing phrases to placate him. "Calm down now," Joona says again, and lets her go. She looks at him shyly as she stands up. She picks her shoulder bag up from the ground. Her filthy black T-shirt declares Kafka didn't have much fun either, and her thin arms are mottled with injection scars. On the inside of her forearm there's a tattoo which has been cut to pieces. She runs her hand over her mouth and glances down the tracks. She shuffles sideways, testing him. "Don't be afraid. I really have to talk to you." "I'm busy," she replies quickly. "Did you see anyone inside the carriage when you were there?" "I don't know what you're talking about." you were staying in an underground carriage. She doesn't reply. She shuts her mouth tightly and scratches her throat. Joona picks up her jacket and turns it right side out. He hands it to her, and she takes it without thanking him. I'm looking for a girl who— Fuck you! I haven't done anything. I'm not saying you have, Joona says. Well, what the fuck you want from me, then? I'm looking for a girl named Vicky. So how does that make it my business? Joona pulls out the photo of Vicky that was used for the bulletin. No one I know, she says automatically. Take another look. You want to give me some money? No. Come on, can't you help me out here? An underground train passes by them, small sparks flying from its wheels. I know that you've been hanging out in the driver's cab, Joona says. Susie started it, she says, not wanting to be blamed. Joona shows her the photograph of Vicky again. It's Susie's daughter, Joona explains. I didn't know she had kids, the homeless woman says, and rubs her nose. The buzz of electricity in the lines overhead gets louder. How did you know Susie? We kept to ourselves in the garden plots as long as we could. I felt really bad when I ran into her. I had hepatitis, and this guy, Vadim, was after me. He used to beat me up, and Susie helped me out. She was a tough bitch, all right, but I wouldn't have made it through the winter without her. I wouldn't have had a chance. But when Susie died, I took her stuff because— The woman mutters something to herself and starts rummaging through her shoulder bag. She takes out a key identical to the one Vicky had in her bag. Why did you take it? Anyone would. Anyone. That's the way it is. I took it from her before she died even, the woman confesses. What else was in the carriage? She scratches the cracked corner of her mouth and mutters, Fuck this, to herself. She takes a step to the side, further away from Joona. 2 underground trains are heading closer in the same direction on separate tracks. One is coming from Blossut and the other from Schermerbrink station. I need to know, Joona says. All right, what the fuck, the woman says, rolling her eyes. There was some stuff to eat and a mobile phone. Do you still have the mobile phone? The sound of metal scraping and the thunder of the trains keep getting louder. You can't prove it's not mine. The first underground train passes them, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Loose stones jump from the embankment, and the weeds twist in the draught. An empty McDonald's cup rolls between the other set of rails. Just let me look at it, Joona yells. Yeah, right, she laughs. The second train speeds by, and their clothes flap in its wake. The dog next to the woman begins to bark. The woman moves backwards along the embankment and says something Joona can't hear. Then she turns and starts running across the tracks. Joona has no time to react. The woman doesn't see the third train coming in the opposite direction at top speed. Its thunder is drowned out by the 2 other trains, but now it is deafening. Yet when its front hits the homeless woman, the impact is silent. She disappears beneath the first carriage. The train screams as the brakes are slammed on, and its coaches smack into one another as they slow to a stop. Now the only sound is the buzz of insects and the far-off hum of traffic. The driver is sitting in his seat as if he's turned to stone. A long trail of blood runs over the rails. There's a dark clump of cloth and flesh under one of the carriages. The stench of the brakes starts to spread. The dog begins to trot back and forth along the tracks with its tail between its legs. It doesn't seem to know where to go or where to stop. Joona picks up the woman's bag, which has landed in the ditch. The dog comes up to him and sticks its nose in the bag as Joona empties out its contents. Sweet wrappers flutter away in the wind, followed by a few banknotes. Joona takes the black mobile phone and leaves the rest. He walks over to a concrete piling next to the embankment and sits down. The westerly wind smells of rubbish and city. He clicks until he reaches the mobile's voicemail. He calls it and finds out there are 2 messages. Hi, Mama, says a girl's voice. It can only be Vicky. Why aren't you picking up your phone? If you're in detox, let me know. I like this new place. Maybe I told you already the last time I called. The automatic voice says, Message, 1st of August, 11:10 p.m. Hi, Mama, Vicky says. Her voice is tense and breathless. Stuff has happened here, and I need to find you. I can't talk long. I've just borrowed this phone. Mama, I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. Maybe I need to ask Tobias for help. The automatic voice says, Message, yesterday, 2 p.m. The sun breaks through the clouds all of a sudden. The tops of the train tracks shine in the light. Chapter 109. Erlin Frank wakes up. She's in a large, strange bed. The green shine of the television clock dimly lights the bedroom of the presidential suite. She can see the decorative curtains hanging in front of the heavy curtains that block the sunlight. She's been asleep for a long time. There's a sweet aroma from an arrangement of cut flowers in the living room of the suite. The smell nauseates her. The air conditioner has been spreading an uneven chill, but she is still too weary to get up and turn it off or call the reception desk. Erlin thinks about the girls in the house by the coast. One of them must know something more. There must be one witness to what happened at Birgitta Gordon. That little girl Tula was speaking and moving as if she were near boiling point. Perhaps she saw something that she doesn't dare tell anyone. Erlin has a vivid mental image of the girl grabbing her hair and trying to stab her face with a fork. The memory should make her more frightened than it does. It's almost impossible for her to understand yesterday's events. She slides her hand beneath the pillow. The wounds on her wrists ache. She remembers how the girls went on provoking Daniel when they found his weak spot. Erlin twists inside the sheets as she pictures Daniel's face. He has a pleasant mouth and sympathetic eyes. It's ridiculous how she's been faithful to Jack, except for that misadventure with the French photographer. She hadn't intended to be faithful. She knows that they're divorced and that he will never come back to her. After she takes a shower, Erlin rubs body lotion into her skin, using the no-name brand provided by the hotel. She rewinds the bandages around her wrist, and for the first time in more years than she can recall, she dresses in the clothes she wore the day before. During the car journey back, they talked about Vicky's key ring. Daniel did his best to recall Vicky mentioning someone named Dennis. He was frustrated that he couldn't remember anything. Her stomach has butterflies when she thinks about Daniel Grimm. She feels as if she's falling from a great height and enjoying every minute. She roots around in her bag and finds an eyeliner pencil and applies it lightly along her eyelids. Her movements are slow and her face shows her conflicting emotions. It had been very late when they arrived at his house in Sundsvall. A gravel path led through an old garden, and the dark silhouettes of fruit trees waved in the wind before a small red house with a white veranda. If he'd asked her to come inside, she would have done so. If he'd asked her to sleep with him, she'd have done that too. But he hadn't asked. He was careful and pleasant, and when she'd thanked him for his help, he'd said that taking this trip had been much better than any amount of therapy. She'd missed him as she watched him walk through the low gate and head towards his house. She'd stayed in her car for a while before she'd driven back to the center of the city and checked into the first hotel. She can hear her mobile purr in her bag, which is next to the fruit bowl in the living room. She hurries to answer it. It's Joona Linna. "Are you still in Sundsvall?" the detective inspector asks. "I'm just about to check out of the hotel," Erlin says as a wave of fear rushes through her. "What's happened?" "Nothing, don't worry," he's quick to say. "I just need some help with one thing, if you have the time." "What's it about?" "If it's not too much trouble, I want you to ask Daniel Grimm about something." "I can do that," she says in a low voice, a big smile crossing her face. Ask him if Vicky has ever mentioned someone named Tobias. Dennis and Tobias, she says thoughtfully. Just Tobias. Tobias is the only lead to Vicky we have left. Chapter 110. The sun is fairly high in the sky by the time Erlin Frank pulls away from the hotel. A few minutes later, she drives along Bruksgatan, past its neat single-family homes, and parks beside a thick hedge. She leaves the car and walks up to the low gate. Daniel Grimm's house is well cared for. Its black gabled roof appears new, and the gingerbread trim on the veranda is covered in bright fresh paint. This was the home Daniel and Elisabeth Grimm shared until just over a week ago. Erlin shivers as she rings the doorbell. She waits for a long time, listening to the wind moving through the leaves of the birch trees. A motorized lawn-mower on one of the lawns nearby shuts off. Erlin rings the bell a second time. She waits a bit more, then decides to walk around the house. Sparrows take flight from the lawn. A dark blue swing seat sways gently beside two large lilac bushes. Daniel is lying there, asleep. His face is pale, and he's curled up as if he's freezing. Erlin keeps walking towards him, and he wakes with a jerk. He sits up and looks at her with a question in his eyes. "It's too cold to be sleeping outside," Erlin says as she sits down on the seat beside him. "I couldn't go inside the house," he says, and shifts so she has more room. "The police called me this morning," she says. "What did they want?" "Did Vicky ever mention someone named Tobias?" Daniel wrinkles his forehead, and Erlin is about to ask his forgiveness for her intrusion when he stops her. "Wait," he says quickly. "He must be the guy with the loft apartment in Stockholm. Vicky lived with him for a while." His tired face breaks into a large, warm smile. "Volmar Exkulsgatan, number 9. Erlin is surprised. She takes her mobile out of her bag as Daniel shakes his head. "How the hell did I remember the address like that?" he asks. "I forget everything these days. I can't even remember my parents' middle names." Erlin gets up from the swing seat and steps into the sunshine. She calls Joona to tell him what she found out. While she's speaking to him, she can hear him start to run, and before she says goodbye, she hears a car door slam. Chapter 111. Erlin's heart is skipping as she sits back down next to Daniel in the swing. She feels the warmth of his skin next to her leg. He's found an old wine cork between the pillows and is peering at it nearsightedly. "We took a course in wine and decided to start collecting. Nothing special, but some wines are very nice. I got them as Christmas presents from Bordeaux. 2 bottles of Chateau Haut-Brion, 1970. We were going to drink them when we retired, Elisabeth and I. People make tons of plans like this. We even saved some marijuana. It was a joke. We often joked that we'd finally act like kids when we were old. Kids who play loud music and sleep in." "I should head back to Stockholm," Erlin says. "Yes, you should." They swing for a while, and the ropes of the seat creak against the hooks in the trees. "You have a nice house," Erlin says softly. She places her hand on his. He turns it over, and their fingers intertwine. They sit in silence as they continue to swing. The ropes keep creaking. Her glossy hair falls into her face, and she sweeps it away and meets his gaze. "Daniel," she says. "Yes," he replies in a whisper. Erlin looks at him. She thinks she's never needed the tenderness of another human being as much as now. Something about his gaze and his wrinkled forehead touches her deeply. She kisses his mouth softly, smiles, and kisses him again. She takes his face between her hands and kisses him deeply. "Dear Lord," he says. Erlin kisses him again and skims her lips over his beard stubble. She opens her blouse and pulls his hand to her breast. He touches her gently and caresses her nipple. She kisses him again and slips her hand into his shirt. His stomach trembles at her touch. Waves of desire go through her body and she feels weak. She wants either to lie in the grass with him or sit astride his hips. She closes her eyes and pulls him to her. He says something that she doesn't hear. Her blood pulses inside her. She feels his warm hands on her body, but then he stops and pulls away. "Ellen, I can't. Sorry, I didn't mean." She tries to breathe more calmly. "I just need some time," he says. There are tears in his eyes. "It's too much for me now, but I don't want to scare you off." "You're not scaring me off," she says, and tries to smile. Ellen gets up and adjusts her clothes as she leaves the garden. She gets into her car. Her cheeks are flushed, and her legs are still trembling as she drives away from Sundsvall. 5 minutes later, she has to turn off onto a forest road. Her pants are soaking, and her heart hasn't stopped racing. Her blood throbs through every vein. She looks at her face in the rearview mirror. Her eyes are heavy and glistening, and her lips are swollen. She can't remember the last time she felt such sexual power stream through her body. Daniel seems unimpressed by her beauty. Instead, it feels as if he can look right into her heart. She tries to breathe slowly and waits, but finally she looks around the small forest road. She shifts her dress and lifts her bottom so she can pull her pants down over her hips. She touches herself quickly with both hands. Her orgasm comes violently in quick bursts. She's panting and sweating with 2 fingers inside herself. She looks out of the windscreen at the magical rays of sunlight streaming through the branches of the Scots pines. Chapter 112. Night is falling as Flora heads to the recycling bins behind the supermarket to look for cans and bottles. She can't stop thinking about the murders in Sundsvall. She's started to fantasize about Miranda and her life at Birgittagården. She imagines Miranda wore suggestive clothing, smoked and swore. She stops thinking about the girl as she passes the supermarket's loading bay. She looks in the cardboard boxes stacked near the dock. Then she keeps going. She starts to imagine Miranda as a child playing hide-and-seek with some friends outside a church. She sees her cover her eyes and start to count to 100. A little girl is running among the gravestones and laughing in an exaggerated way, already a bit frightened. Flora's heart is fluttering. She stops beside the bin for old newspapers and cardboard boxes and puts down her plastic bag of empty bottles and cans. She goes up to the container for clear glass and shines her torch into it. The light leaps over both broken and whole bottles. In one corner, Flora spies a bottle that she can get some money for. She reaches in and gropes around since she can't look in at the same time. Something touches her. It feels like someone is stroking the top of her hand. A second later, she cuts her fingers on a shard of glass. She snatches her arm out and backs away. She can hear a dog bark far away, and then she hears the slow, prolonged crash of glass inside the large bin. Flora runs away. Her chest hurts and she can't catch her breath. Her wounded fingers are burning. She looks around. The ghost was hiding among the glass bottles, she thinks. I see the dead girl as a child. Miranda haunts me because she wants to show me something. She hasn't left me alone since I lured her to this side by my séance. Flora sucks the blood from her fingertips and relives how the girl tried to catch and hold her hand. She thinks that the girl tried to hiss something. She can hear it now. Someone was there and witnessed the whole thing. There weren't supposed to be witnesses, but there was one anyway. One witness. Flora starts to walk again as quickly as she can. She's looking back over her shoulder and screams when a man bumps into her. He smiles and mumbles an apology as she hurries away. Chapter 113. Joona walks briskly through the entrance to the building at Vormar Ikskulsgatan number 9. He runs up the stairs to the top floor and rings the bell beside the only door. His heart starts to calm down as he waits for an answer. The brass plaque screwed to the door bears the engraved name Horakova. There's a piece of tape above it on which the name Lundhagen has been scrawled. He knocks as hard as he can, but he can't hear a thing inside the apartment. He opens the letterbox and peeks inside. It's dark, but he can see the floor is covered with post and flyers. He rings the doorbell again, waits, and then pulls out his mobile to call Anya. "Can you search for Tobias Horakova?" "No such person," she replies a moment later. "Horakova at Volmar Ikskulsgatan number 9. "There's a Victoria Horakova at that residence," Anya says. She keeps typing. "What about a Tobias Lundhagen?" "Let me just tell you that Victoria Horakova is the daughter of a diplomat from the Czech Republic." "What about a Tobias Lundhagen?" "Yes, he lives there. Either he rents it from her or he lives with her." "Thanks. Joona, wait," Anya says hurriedly. "Yes?" "3 small details. 1, you can't go into a diplomatic apartment without a warrant from the Justice Department." "Okay," he says. 2, you have a meeting with the Internal Review Board in 25 minutes. "Can't make it." 3, at 4:30 this afternoon, you have a meeting with Carlos. Joona is sitting straight-backed in a hard armchair at the office of the Public Prosecutor for Police Cases. The head of the Internal Review Board is reading the report from the first interview with Joona in a monotone. Then he hands it to Joona so he can approve and sign it. Mikhail Borger has a drop of snot hanging from his nostril. He sniffs it into his nose as he takes the report back and hands it to Hélène Fiorin, the lead secretary. Then he starts to read the transcript of the testimony given by the witness Jeroen Stone from Siepo. 3 hours later, Joona is walking the short stretch from Kungsbro Bridge to the police station. He takes the lift to the 8th floor, walks past Carlos Eliasson's assistant, and knocks on the chief's door. He takes his place at the table where his colleagues, Petter Neslund, Benny Rubin, and Magdalena Ronander, are already waiting. "Joona, I am a reasonable person, but this is going too far," Carlos says. He's feeding his paradise fish. "Bringing in the national SWAT team," Petter says with a grin. Magdalena is sitting silently, looking at the table. "Tell them you're sorry," Carlos says. "Because I wanted to save the life of a little boy?" asks Joona. "No, because you know you were wrong." "I'm sorry," Joona says. Petter giggles. His forehead is sweaty. "I'm going to have to suspend you from active service," Carlos says, "until the internal investigation is concluded." "Who's taking over?" "The preliminary investigation is being shut down." "Vicky Bennett is alive," Joona interrupts. "Probably tomorrow afternoon, once the prosecutor has the chance to formally close it." "She's alive." "Get a grip," Benny says. "I've also taken a look at that security film." Carlos silences Benny with a wave of his hand. "There's no indication that it was Vicky and the boy on that security film at the gas station." "She left a message on her mother's mobile voicemail 2 days ago," Joona says. "Vicky doesn't have a phone, and her mother is dead," Magdalena says in a serious tone. "You're starting to get sloppy, Joona," Petter says in a pitying voice. Carlos clears his throat and hesitates before he takes a deep breath. "This isn't easy for me," he says slowly. Petter looks expectantly at Carlos, while Magdalena stares at the table and Benny doodles on a piece of paper. "I'll go on leave for a month," Joona says. "That's good," Carlos says. "That will solve as long as I can enter a specific apartment first." "An apartment?" Carlos's face darkens, and he sits down behind his desk as if all his strength has just left him. "It was purchased 17 years ago by the ambassador from the Czech Republic. He gave it to his 20-year-old daughter." "Forget it," says Carlos. "The daughter hasn't lived there for 12 years. Doesn't matter. As long as it's owned by a person with diplomatic immunity, paragraph 21 doesn't apply to it." Anya Larsson comes into the office without knocking. Her blonde hair is arranged in a bun on the top of her head, and she's wearing glittery lip gloss. She walks right up to Carlos, looks at him, and gestures towards his cheek. "You have a spot of dirt on your face," she says. "Is it my beard?" Carlos asks weakly. "What?" "Maybe I forgot to shave this morning," Carlos says. "It doesn't look good at all." "I see," he says as he looks down. "I need to talk to Joona. Are you done here?" "No," Carlos says. Anya leans over his desk. The red beads of her necklace jostle in her cleavage. Carlos is about to remind her that he's married when his eyes fasten on the shadow that disappears into her low-cut blouse below the lowest bead. "Are you about to have a nervous breakdown?" Anya asks. "Yes, I am," Carlos says weakly. Their colleagues stare as Joona gets up from his chair and walks out of the office with Anya. They head towards the lifts, and Joona presses the call button. "So what do you want, Anya?" he asks. "Oh, here you are, all stressed again," she says, and offers him a sweet in a red and white striped wrapper. "I just wanted to tell you that Flora Hansen called back, and I need a decision on a search warrant." Anya shakes her head. She peels the paper from the sweet and pops it into Joona's mouth. "Flora wants to give you your money back. She lied to me. She just wants us to listen. She said that there is a witness. She really did sound frightened, and she kept repeating that you have to believe her. She doesn't want money. She just wants us to listen to her. I must get into the apartment at Volmar Ikskulsgatan number 9. "Oh, Joona," Anya sighs. She takes the paper off another sweet and holds it to Joona's mouth as she puckers her lips. Joona eats the sweet. Anya laughs happily and unwraps a third and holds it up. It's too late. Joona is already in the lift. Chapter 114. There are balloons hanging from a door with a scratched window in the Volmar Ikskulsgatan building. The high voices of children singing come from the inner courtyard. Joona opens the door and looks in. It's a small garden with a lawn and an apple tree. In the last light of the evening sun, he can see a table set with colourful paper napkins and cups, as well as streamers and balloons. A pregnant woman is sitting on a white plastic chair. She is made up to look like a cat. She's calling something to the children. Joona is hit with a pang of longing. One of the girls leaves the group and runs up to him. "Hi," she says, and pushes past him through the door festooned with balloons. Her bare feet leave dirty footprints on the foyer's white marble floor. She opens the apartment door and yells that she has to pee. One of the balloons is loosened from the door and falls to meet its pink shadow. Joona sees that the entire foyer is filled with traces of bare feet, back and forth from the entrance, up and down the stairs, past the storage door and the rubbish chute. For the second time, Joona walks up to the loft apartment and rings the bell. He stares at the brass plaque with the name Horakova and the piece of tape with the name Lundhagen. He is starting to get a headache. He can still hear the voices of the children coming from the inner courtyard. He presses the doorbell again and is about to take out his break-in tools when a man of about 30 opens the door. His hair is styled so it sticks up. The security chain is not attached and it clatters against the door frame. Old post and advertisements still cover the floor in the narrow hallway. A tiled staircase, painted white, leads up into the apartment. "Are you Tobias?" "Depends on who's asking," the man replies. He's wearing a short-sleeved shirt and black jeans. His hair is stiff with gel, and his face has a yellow tinge. "The National Police," Joona says. "No shit," the man says in English with an amazed smile. "May I come in?" "No, I'm just going out, but if—" "You know Vicky Bennett," Joona says. "Maybe you should come in for a short while," Tobias says seriously. Joona is aware of the heaviness of his new pistol in its shoulder holster as he walks up the short staircase and into an attic apartment with a sloped ceiling and rounded windows. A framed poster showing a goth girl with large breasts and angel wings is hanging on one of the walls. Tobias sits down on the sofa and tries to zip up a large dirty suitcase on the floor close to his legs, but gives up. He leans back into the sofa. "So, you want to talk about Vicky?" Tobias says, reaching forward to take a handful of sweets from a ceramic bowl. "When did you last hear from her?" Joona asks, as he flips through some of the unopened post on the sideboard. "Well, that's a good question," Tobias sighs. "I don't know. It must have been a year or so ago. She called from— Damn!" He's dropped some sweets on the floor. "What were you going to say?" "She called me from Uddevalla, I think. She talked a lot, but I really don't know what she wanted." "No calls the past few months?" "Nope." Joona opens a small wooden door which leads to a wardrobe. 4 hockey video games are unopened in their packages. There's an old computer on the shelf. "I've really got to get going," Tobias says. "When did she live here?" Tobias tries to close the suitcase again. One of the windows on the side facing the inner courtyard is slightly open. The children are now singing Happy Birthday. "Almost 3 years ago." "How long did she stay?" "She didn't stay here the whole time. About 7 months in all," Tobias answers. "Where did she stay when she wasn't here?" "Who knows?" "You don't know?" "I had to get her to leave here a few times. See, you don't get it. She was a kid, but she could be really difficult." "In what way?" "The usual. Drugs, theft, suicide attempts," he says, as he scratches his scalp. "I never thought she'd kill anybody, though. I saw it in the tabloids. I mean, it was all over." Tobias glances at the clock and then meets the detective's eyes. "Why?" asks Joona after a few moments of silence. "Why what?" Tobias replies. "Why'd you let her stay here?" "I had a rough childhood myself," he says, and again tries to close the zip on the suitcase. Joona can see it is filled with tablet computers in their original packaging. "Can I help you?" Joona holds the zip together while Tobias zips it shut. "Sorry about this stuff," he says, patting the suitcase. "I promise it's not mine. I'm just watching it for a friend." "I see," Joona says. Tobias laughs, and a bit of sweet flies out of his mouth. He gets up and pulls the suitcase behind him as he goes down the stairs and into the hallway. "Do you know where Vicky would be hiding?" asks Joona. "No idea. Wherever she finds a spot." "Who does she trust?" "No one," he replies. He opens the front door and heads towards the stairwell. "Does she trust you?" "I don't think so." "There's no chance that she'd come here?" Joona dawdles in the narrow hall a few seconds and opens the key cupboard by the front door. "No. Maybe she'd go to— Nah, forget it," Tobias says, his back turned to Joona. He presses the button to call the lift. "What were you about to say?" Joona asks. "I need to get going." Joona carefully removes the spare set of keys to the apartment from the hook before he leaves. He closes the door behind him and goes down in the lift with Tobias. Chapter 115. They leave the building to the happy shrieks of children. The balloons on the apartment door are bumping against each other in the breeze. They walk out to the pavement and into the glare of the setting sun. Tobias stops to look at Joona. He scratches one of his eyebrows and then starts sliding away while peering down the street. "You were about to tell me where she could be hiding," Joona says. "I don't even remember his name," Tobias says, shading his eyes with his hand. "He's the stepfather of a girl I used to know. Mikan. I know she used to sleep on a sofa bed at his place near Musabaka Square. Don't know why I'm going on and on. You know the address? Tobias shakes his head and pulls at the heavy suitcase. A little white house across from the theatre, he says. Joona watches him disappear around the corner with his stolen goods. He thinks about driving to Musabaka Square and knocking on doors, but something is holding him to this place. A rising sense of unease chills him. It's evening, and it's been a while since he ate or slept. It's getting more difficult to hold his headache at bay and to keep thinking. Joona starts to walk towards his car, but then stops. He's just figured out what didn't fit. He has to smile to himself. How could he have missed it? He must be very tired not to realize it until now. Perhaps it was too obvious, like the missing link in a classic detective novel. Tobias said he'd followed the case in the tabloids, yet he talked to Joona as if Vicky were alive. Journalists throughout the country have been writing and broadcasting since Wednesday that Vicky and Dante drowned in the Indal River. They've been howling about the thoughtlessness of the police in aggravating the mother's suffering by categorizing Vicky's file as a missing person report. Tobias knows that Vicky is alive. This brings to mind an earlier observation. Joona is sure he has recently seen something without realizing its significance. So instead of following Tobias, he turns around and returns to Volmar Ixkulskatan number 9. He remembers the pink balloon that fell from the door and rolled weightlessly across the marble floor of the foyer. There were a number of footprints made by children. They'd been playing and running back and forth from the inner courtyard. Joona thinks that Vicky could be barefoot, since she'd lost her shoes in the river. He opens the front door and scrutinizes the floor and sees that his mind did catch something correctly. One pair of the bare footprints leads directly from the front to the basement door, but not back again. Chapter 116. Storage area. He squeezes past bicycles, sleds, and pushchairs and starts down a long hall lined on one side with wire mesh cages that serve as storage lockers. Insulated pipes run directly below the ceiling. There's a loud rumble as the lift motor starts up. The smell of urine permeates the still air. He hears someone move at the far end of the basement. Joona remembers the photograph of Vicky, which was used for the general alarm. It's hard to imagine that shy, blushing face contorting with uncontrollable rage. The only way for her to be able to swing that hammer would be with twice her natural strength. He tries to imagine her standing in front of him, wielding the hammer and rubbing blood from her eyes before striking again. Joona tries to breathe quietly while he uses his left hand to unbutton his jacket and pull out his gun. He's not yet used to its heft and balance. In one of the storage cages there's a brown rocking horse with its nose pressed against the wire. Behind it there are steel-edged skis, poles, and a brass curtain rod. He shudders as he realizes that Vicky could have hidden among the heap of sleds he's already walked past, and could be sneaking up behind him. There's a rustling sound, and Joona turns. The hall is empty. The sewage pipes rattle in their place against the ceiling. As he turns back, the ceiling light goes off automatically. He can see nothing, and reaches out with his hand until it touches the wire mesh of a storage locker. Further away, he sees a small light glow against the plastic case of the circuit breaker. It's a yellow flicker, just enough light for someone to find the button for the ceiling light. Joona waits for his eyes to adjust to the dark and then starts to walk. The light disappears. Joona stands still and listens. It takes him a moment to realize that someone has walked in front of the yellow light. He squats down to make himself a smaller target. The lift machinery kicks in. Then the switch is visible again. Joona moves back and at the same time hears someone shuffling down the hall towards him. Someone is there. Someone is at one of the storage lockers in front of him. "Vicky?" he says into the darkness. The door is opened to the basement, and voices are heard from the top of the stairs. Someone is heading for the bicycle storage area while the ceiling light flickers. Joona uses the moment. He takes a few quick strides to the end of the hall and aims his gun at a huddled figure. The light comes on and stays on. The basement door closes and the voices fade in the distance. Joona holsters his pistol and kicks the door to the storage locker open. He hurries inside. The figure inside is much smaller than he'd thought. The bent back heaves with her breathing. Vicky Bennett is the girl huddling there. Her mouth has been taped shut and her arms are tied to the wire mesh behind her back. Joona reaches her and tries to loosen the ropes. Her head is bent and she's breathing hard. Her matted hair is hanging in front of her face. "Vicky, I'm going to get you free." She kicks him hard in the forehead just as he bends forward. The kick is so hard he stumbles backwards. She keeps kicking him in the chest. Her shoulders are going to be dislocated by the force she's using. She kicks again, but this time Joona blocks her kick with his hand. She's screaming underneath the tape and throws her body forwards. An entire section of wire mesh gives way. Vicky is pulling with both arms and is trying to reach a sharp steel lathe when Joona knocks her to the cement floor. He holds her still with one knee and puts handcuffs on her before he unties the ropes and rips off the tape from her mouth. "I'm going to kill you!" screams Vicky. "I'm a detective at—" "So rape me! Go ahead, I don't care! I'll find you and kill you and all you—" "Vicky," Joona repeats in a louder voice. "I'm a detective inspector, and I need to know where Dante is." Chapter 117. Vicky Bennett is panting through her half-open mouth and staring at him with her dark eyes. There are patches of dried blood and mud on her face, and she seems exhausted. "If you're a police officer, you have to stop Tobias," she says hoarsely. "I just talked to him," Joona says. "He was on his way to sell some tablets which he—" "That son of a bitch," she says, still panting. "Vicky, you realize I have to take you to the police station." "Yeah, whatever. I don't give a fuck." "First, please, tell me where the boy is." "Tobias took him. I trusted Tobias," Vicky says, and looks away. Her body starts to shake. "I shouldn't have trusted him again." "What are you telling me?" "You're not going to listen," she says, as she looks at Joona with tears in her eyes. "I'm listening." "Tobias promised to take Dante back to his mother." "He hasn't done that," Joona says. "I know. I trusted him. I'm such an idiot. Her voice breaks and panic glitters in her dark eyes. "Don't you get it? He's going to sell the boy. He's going to sell him." "What are you—" "Don't you get it? You let him go!" she screams. "But what do you mean by sell him?" "Toba's selling the boy to someone who will sell him again, and you will never be able to find him." Now they're both running through the bicycle storage area and up the steep stairs. Joona is holding one hand around Vicky's thin lower arm while he takes out his mobile and starts calling the county communications center. "Send a car to Volmar Ikskulskatan number 9 to pick up a murder suspect," he says quickly. "I need help to catch a kidnapping suspect." They head through the entrance and out onto the pavement. Joona points out the direction towards his car and says to the duty officer who answered the phone, "The kidnapping suspect is Tobias Lundhagen, and—" "Wait!" Joona turns to Vicky. "What kind of a car does he have?" "A big black one. I'd recognize it if I saw it." "What make?" "No idea." "Do you know if it's—" "What the hell?" Vicky screams. "Sorry." Joona ends the call and takes both of Vicky's shoulders. "Who is he planning to sell Dante to?" "I don't know. God, I don't know." "How do you know that they're planning to sell him? Did he say so?" Joona looks into her frightened eyes. "I know him. What is it?" Vicky's voice is weak as she says, "The slaughterhouse area. That's where we need to go. The slaughterhouse area." They run to his car. He opens the door to the front passenger seat and she gets in, her handcuffed arms behind her. Joona slams the door and sprints to the driver's side, throws himself in and hits the gas. Gravel spews from the spinning tires. Vicky falls sideways as Joona turns sharply onto Timmermansgatan. In one fluid movement, Vicky pulls her handcuffed hands beneath her bottom and feet and rests them in her lap. "Put on your seatbelt," Joona says. They're doing 100 kilometers an hour when Joona touches the brakes. The car's tires squeal as it swings into Hurnsgatan. A woman is standing in the middle of the street looking at her mobile phone. "Idiot!" Vicky screeches. Joona passes the woman on the wrong side of the central reservation and almost collides with the bus head-on, but manages to swing back into his lane. He drives past Maria Square and speeds up. Near Maria Church, a homeless man is digging through a dustbin and then walks into the street without looking, his sack thrown across his back. Vicky holds her breath and shrinks down. Joona steers up the curb into the bike lane and down again. An oncoming car honks, but Joona increases his speed after he's passed the long wall across from the church and ignores the traffic lights as he turns right into the Söder tunnel. Lights along the walls pulse monotonously into the car as they race through the tunnel. Vicky's dirty face is frozen. Her lips are cracked. "Why the slaughterhouse area?" asks Joona. "That's where Tobias sold me." Chapter 118. The traffic is light in the Söder tunnel, and Joona is able to drive extremely fast. There's a crackle on Joona's radio as he requests backup from the police as well as an ambulance. He says he's heading for the slaughterhouse area in Johanneshof, but explains he does not yet have a specific address. Beside him, Vicky gnaws on her nails. "I'll get back to you," he says, as his car thumps over the remains of a truck tire. The long tunnel ends in a curve between concrete walls, forcing Joona to slow down. The sun has now set, and the yellow light from lamps strung overhead across the street flash like a strobe over Vicky's pale face. The car speeds up. "Drive faster," she says, although she's bracing herself against the glove compartment as if it would protect her in a crash. "I said I'd pay double if he'd get money and a passport for me. He promised he'd return Dante to his mother, and I believed him. Can you believe it? After all he's done to me." She starts hitting her head with her fists. "How can anyone be as stupid as me?" she says. "All he wanted was Dante. He whacked me with a pipe and locked me up. I was so stupid. I shouldn't even be alive." On the other side of Hammarbyleden's water, they pass beneath the viaduct of Nynäsvägen and around the Globen Arena. The arena looks like a dirty, white, celestial body next to the soccer stadium. They drive towards a large enclosed area with industrial buildings and parked trailers. Neon signs hang over both lanes of traffic. White letters on a red background tell them they're in the slaughterhouse area. The barriers are up, so they drive straight in, tires squealing. "Where to now?" asks Joona as they pass a grey warehouse. Vicky is biting her lip as she looks around. "I don't know." Chapter 119. The sky is dark, but neon signs and streetlights illuminate the maze of the industrial area. Almost all work has ended for the day, but on a cross street, deep in the maze, a crane is lifting a blue container. The machine is making a grating, scraping noise. Joona drives past a dirty building with a bent sign advertising steaks and is coming up to some green sheet metal buildings next to a turning circle. The steel gates are closed. They drive past a yellow brick building with a loading dock and rusty containers and turn at the meat centre. They haven't seen a single person. They pass a less well-lit street. Dustbins, old trucks, and large blower ducts fill the space. By the car park, under a billboard that reads, "Have our hot dogs," there's a van with a pornographic picture painted on the side. There's loud grinding as they drive over a well grid. Joona turns to the left around a crooked railing. A few seagulls fly up from a stack of wooden pallets. There's his car," Vicky yells. "It is definitely his. I recognize the building. I bet they're inside." A black van with a Confederate flag pasted in its back window is parked in front of a large building as brown as liver. On the other side of the road, 4 cars are parked in a row along the pavement. Joona drives past the building, turns left, and parks in front of a brick building. 3 vertical flag signs are flapping in the wind. Joona says nothing, but he takes his key and unlocks Vicky's right hand. He fastens the free handcuff to the steering wheel before he leaves the vehicle. Her dark eyes land on him, but she does not protest. She watches him run back, his figure illuminated by a streetlight. Sand and dust whirl around him. He turns right and disappears. Between the closed buildings there's a small alley with loading docks, iron staircases, and containers for slaughterhouse waste. Joona approaches the door Vicky pointed out. He looks back for a moment and takes in the deserted location. Far away there's a forklift moving around inside a huge building with an open front wall, like an aeroplane hangar. He walks up a metal staircase, opens the door, and enters a hall with cracked vinyl flooring. He walks silently past 3 offices with thin walls. One has a plastic lemon tree inserted into a white pot filled with lacquer balls. There are traces of Christmas glitter on its branches. Behind it, on the wall, there's a framed slaughterhouse license from 1943, issued by the Crisis Committee of Stockholm. There's a steel door at the end of the hallway, and on it is a laminated poster showing the rules and regulations of slaughterhouse hygiene. Someone has scribbled "Rules for Care of Cocks" over the top. Joona pushes the door open a few centimeters to listen. He hears voices in the distance. He pushes the door further open so he can look in. He sees a large machine hall for slaughter lines and automated pig splitting. The yellow-tiled floor has a slight shine. The stainless steel worktops glisten. A bloodied plastic apron hangs over the edge of a dustbin. Joona pulls out his gun, and his heart leaps when he smells the gun grease. Chapter 120. Gun in hand, Joona sneaks inside, bending low behind the large machinery. He can smell the sweet odor from the rinsed floor and the rubber mats. He realizes that he didn't stop to give the county communication center an address. They have probably reached the slaughterhouse area by now, but it might take them some time to find Vicky. A memory flashes through his mind, a merciless memory of seconds during which lives change and time compresses. Joona is 11 years old, and the school principal has come to his classroom, taken him out into the hall, and told him what happened. The principal's cheeks are wet with tears. Joona's father was a policeman and was on patrol. He'd gone into an apartment and had been shot in the back. His father had been on his own, against regulations. Joona has no time to wait for reinforcements. In front of him, pneumatic knives and casing pullers covered in dirty membranes are hanging from a rack above a stainless steel roller conveyor. He keeps moving forwards. He can hear the voices more clearly. "No, he has to wake up first," a deep, wheezing male voice. "Give him a minute." Joona recognizes Tobias's voice with its innocent, boyish tone. "What the hell were you thinking?" Another voice, also male. "I wanted to keep him quiet," Tobias replies. "He's practically dead," says the wheezing voice. "I won't pay until I know he's all right." "We can only stay 2 more minutes," says a third male voice. He's serious. Joona creeps towards the voices. As he reaches the end of one conveyor, he can see the boy lying on a grey blanket spread on the floor. He's dressed in a stretched-out blue sweater, corduroy trousers, and tiny trainers. His face has been washed, but he is filthy and unconscious. A large, heavy-set man is standing beside the boy. His beer belly protrudes from a leather waistcoat, and he's sweating so heavily that it's running down his face. He stamps his foot with irritation and tugs at his white beard. Joona feels a drop hit him. A hose clip is loose and drops of water are falling from it. They run over the tiled floor to the drain. The large man starts to pace while constantly looking at his watch. Then he squats beside the boy. "Let's take a few pictures," comes another voice, a new one. Joona does not know what to do. Besides Tobias, there are at least 4 men, and he can't tell whether they are armed or not. He really would like a SWAT team to appear right now. The large man's face shines as he pulls the shoes from Dante's feet. The small striped socks come off with the shoes. The boy's heels hit the blanket. As the man's huge hands start to unbuckle the boy's trousers, Joona can't bear to watch any longer. He doesn't bother to hide as he heads for the cutting worktop with its freshly sharpened knives of various lengths, thicknesses, and blade edges. He keeps his gun pointed to the floor. Joona knows he isn't following regulations. He just can't wait any longer. He heads directly for the men. "What the hell?" yells the heavy-set man. He lets go of the boy, but remains squatting. "You are under arrest for kidnapping," Joona says, as he kicks the huge man in the chest. The man falls backwards from the blow. He can't stop his fall and crashes into buckets of trimmings, rolls over the floor grate, and knocks a box of ear protectors down before he lands in the heavy skinning machine. Joona hears the click of a safety being released and feels a muzzle being pushed against his spine between his shoulder blades. He stands absolutely still, as he knows the bullet would go right through his heart if it left the weapon that instant. A man of about 50 comes up to Joona from the side. He has a blonde ponytail and is wearing a brown leather jacket. He moves as softly as a bodyguard, and he's pointing a sawn-off shotgun at Joona. "Shoot him!" someone shouts. The fat man is on his back, panting heavily. He rolls over and tries to get up, but stumbles. He rights himself against the machine and gets to his unsteady feet. Then he disappears from Joona's line of sight. "We can't stay here," Tobias is whispering. Joona tries to see what's in the reflections on the gleaming metal of the cutting worktop and the hanging knives, but it's impossible to make out how many men are behind him. "Hand over your gun," a calm voice says behind him. Joona lets Tobias take his pistol. His colleagues must be near by now. He must not take any risks. Chapter 121. Vicky Bennett is still in the front seat of Joona Linna's car. She's biting her dry lips and staring at the reddish-brown building. She's holding onto the steering wheel so that her handcuffed wrist won't chafe. After every time she gets angry or afraid, she has trouble remembering what happened. Her memory bounces around and glances off one detail or another, then disappears for good. Vicky shakes her head and closes her eyes. Then she looks back at the building. She doesn't know how long ago the detective with the pleasant voice went into the building, his coat fluttering behind him in the wind. Perhaps Dante is already lost for good. He's gone down the black hole which sucks in children of all ages. She tries to keep calm, but she's frantic to get out of the car. She sees a rat scurry along the edge of a damp concrete foundation and run down a drainpipe. The man who had been driving the forklift has stopped working. He's shutting the high doors to the hangar and locking them. Then he leaves. Vicky stares at her hand and the shiny metal keeping her prisoner. Tobias had promised to take Dante to his mother. Vicky wails. How could she have believed Tobias again? If Dante disappears, it's her own fault. She twists as far as she can to look out of the back window. All the doors to the building are closed and there's no one in sight. The yellow cloth of a ripped awning flaps in the wind. She pulls against the steering wheel with both hands in an attempt to break it off. It's no use. Damn it! She's breathing hard as she slams her head against the neck support. She glimpses a poster advertising fresh meat and Swedish goods. Someone has drawn a pair of eyes and a down-turned mouth in the dust. The detective should have been back by now. She hears a sudden bang as loud as an explosion. The echo reverberates and then dies away. She tries to see anything at all and cranes her head in all directions. The area is deserted. What are they doing? Her heart beats against her chest. Who knows what can happen in this place? She breathes harder as she pictures a lonely child crying from fear in a room with strange men. The image just came to her mind. She doesn't know what it's about. Vicky feels panic rising and tries to wrench her wrist out of the handcuff. She can't. She pulls harder, and the pain makes her catch her breath. The metal glides up the back of her hand, but sticks. Vicky is breathing through her nose as she leans back, braces herself with one foot on the steering wheel and the other on the handcuff, and then she pushes her legs with all her strength. Vicky screams as flesh rips away from the back of her hand and her thumb breaks. Her hand has slipped free from the cuff. Chapter 122. The muzzle is removed from Joona's back. He can hear footsteps moving away, and he slowly turns around. A short man in glasses and wearing a grey suit is backing away from him. He holds a black Glock, which he is aiming at Joona. His left hand is hanging at his hip. Joona wonders if the man has hurt it, but then realizes it's prosthetic. Tobias is standing behind a dirty worktop. He's holding Joona's Smith & Wesson, but doesn't seem to know what to do with it. To Joona's right, the man with the blonde ponytail is aiming a sawn-off shotgun at him. "Roger," the short man with the Glock says. "I want you and Mikke to take care of this cop once I've left." Tobias's eyes are dark with anxiety. A young man with cropped hair and wearing camouflage trousers is walking straight towards Joona, pointing a homemade gun at him. It's a small, souped-up submachine gun with ancillary parts. Joona is not wearing a bulletproof vest, but he'd rather take his chances with this gun than with the others. A homemade weapon can have the same firepower as an average automatic weapon, but usually it's been badly built. A red dot appears on Joona's chest. It's from the laser sight on the gun, the kind the police used a few years ago. Joona says, "Lie down on the floor and put your hands behind your neck." The man with cropped hair smiles. The red dot slides to Joona's solar plexus and back up to his collarbone. "Mikke, shoot him," Roger says. He's still aiming at Joona with the sawn-off shotgun. "We can't have a witness," stammers Tobias. He runs his hand nervously over his mouth. The man with the prosthetic hand looks at Tobias and says, "Get the boy to my car." Then he leaves the hall. Tobias doesn't look away from Joona for a second as he walks over to Dante. He grabs his sweater to pull him away over the tiled floor. He is not gentle. "I'll be after you in a minute," Joona yells at him. There are about 6 meters between Joona and the man called Mikke with the homemade gun. Joona moves slowly towards him. The young man yells, "Stand still!" "Mikke," Joona says softly, "if you lie down on the floor and put your hands behind your neck, you'll be fine." "Shoot that cop!" yells the man named Roger. "You do it," Mikke says. "What? What did you just say?" Roger says, and lowers his rifle. Chapter 123. Mikke is breathing hard. The laser dot jumps around Joona's chest. It disappears and reappears. "I can tell that you're scared," Joona says. He comes closer. "Shut your mouth and keep it shut," Mikke says, backing away. "You're shaking." "Shoot him! What the hell are you waiting for?" yells Roger. "Put down the weapon," Joona says. "Shoot him!" "He's too afraid," Joona says. "I'm not afraid. I'll do it." Roger raises the rifle. "I don't believe you," Joona says. He can see a Thor's hammer on a chain around Roger's neck. "You want me to prove it? You want me to shoot you?" Roger is screaming as he edges closer. Roger puts his finger on the trigger and aims it at Joona. "I'll shoot off your head," he hisses. Joona looks at the floor and waits until the man is close enough. Then he whips his arm around and catches the barrel of the rifle, pulls it towards himself and jerks it around. Its butt bashes Roger's cheek. His head jerks to the side and he stumbles into the line of fire of the submachine gun. Joona is now behind him and aims the rifle between Roger's legs. He fires. The sound is deafening and the weapon jumps. The cluster of bullets passes between Roger's legs and slams right through Mickey's left ankle. His foot is torn off and rolls beneath the cutting table. Blood pours from the stump of Mickey's leg and he reflexively fires the submachine gun. 6 bullets slam into Roger's chest and shoulders. Mickey falls while still screaming, and the rest of the shots go wild towards the ceiling, ricocheting among the pipes and the overhead cranes. Roger falls to his knees and leans forward. His ponytail hangs over his cheek. He is holding himself up with his arms, but a steady stream of blood flows from his chest and drains through the grate for pig's blood. The short man with the prosthesis and the Glock is running towards them. Joona leaps behind one of the machines, one for inflating pigs' carcasses to make slicing easier. He can hear the man follow him and kick away a rattling trolley. The man's breathing is ragged. Joona moves backwards and opens the rifle. It has just 1 bullet. Mickey is still screaming and calling for help. 10 more steps back, and Joona spots a yellowed plastic strip curtain over an opening. He realizes that behind it is a refrigerated room. He can glimpse slaughtered pigs hanging there tightly side by side. He thinks that on the other side of the room there must be a door to the loading dock facing the road. Chapter 124. The door to the reddish-brown building is propped open by a rolled-up newspaper. A white metal sign above it says Larsson's Boutique Meats. Vicky walks up to the black metal door, stumbling over the shoe grate, and goes inside. Blood drips from the wound on her hand onto the newspaper. She has to find Dante. That's all she can think about. It's her only plan. She heads through the employee dressing room, past wooden benches lined up in front of bent red metal lockers. A poster of the soccer player Zlatan Ibrahimovic is taped to one of the walls. In the niche by the windows, a few plastic coffee mugs are standing on a brochure from the Food Workers' Union. Vicky hears screaming on the other side of the wall. A man is calling for help. She looks around the dressing room. She opens a cupboard and pulls out a few sand-colored plastic boxes. She opens the next cupboard and keeps going. She sees the dustbin and looks inside. Among the tobacco papers and sweet wrappers, she spots an empty glass bottle. The man is still screaming for help, but his voice is weaker. "What the hell?" Vicky mutters, and she picks up the empty bottle. She holds it tightly in her good hand and rushes out of the door at the far end of the room into a cool storage room with pallets and packing machines. She runs as silently as she can towards a large garage door. As she passes a pallet of plastic-wrapped cardboard boxes, she sees movement from the corner of her eye and stops. A shadow is moving behind a bright yellow forklift. She sneaks forward to the forklift. She touches the vehicle and slowly moves around it and catches sight of a man leaning over a bundle on a blanket. "I don't feel well," comes the voice of a small child. "Can you stand up?" the man asks. Vicky takes 1 step towards them. The man turns around. It's Tobias. "Hey, Vicky, what are you doing here?" Tobias smiles in surprise. She comes closer, wondering what is going on. "Dante, is that you?" she asks. The boy lifts his head from the blanket and peers at her as if he can't make her out in the darkness. "Vicky, can you help me out here? Can you take him to the van?" asks Tobias. "I'll be right there." "But just do what I say, and everything will be fine," he says. "All right," she replies tonelessly. "Hurry up, just get the kid to the van." The boy's face is grey, and he lays his head back down on the blanket and closes his eyes. "You're going to have to carry him," Tobias sighs. "Okay," Vicky says as she walks up to Tobias and breaks the bottle on his head. He looks surprised at first. He sways and lands on one knee. He touches his hairline and feels glass splinters and blood. "What the fuck are you—" She hits him as hard as she can with the rest of the bottle. It lands on the side of his neck and she twists it. His warm blood starts to run over her fingers. Her rage is so strong she feels drunk with it. Her anger burns like overheated insanity. "You should never have touched this boy," she screams. She takes aim at his eyes. His hands are grabbing at air, but he gets hold of her jacket and pulls her towards him. Then he hits her in the face with his fist. She falls back, and it's as if the light has gone out. As she falls, she remembers the man who paid Tobias for her, remembers waking up with pain in her vagina, remembers the doctor saying that her ovaries were damaged. She lands on her back, but she's tucked in her head to keep it from hitting the ground. She blinks, and her sight is restored. She gets up unsteadily, but she keeps her balance. She feels blood running from her mouth. Tobias has found a board with nails in it. He's trying to get to his feet as he reaches for it. Vicky's left hand is throbbing from her broken thumb. She clutches the remnant of the broken bottle with her right hand and slams it into his outstretched hand. Her own blood sprays into her eyes. She hits wildly. She stabs his chest and his forehead, and finally the remnant of the bottle breaks apart, slashing her hand. Still she keeps hitting him until he falls to the ground and doesn't move. Chapter 125. Vicky can't run any longer, with Dante in her arms. She feels as if she's going to vomit. She's losing feeling in both her arms, and she's afraid she's going to drop him. She stops so she can shift his position, but falls to her knees instead. Vicky sighs as she carefully lays the boy on the ground. He's gone back to sleep. His face is colourless, and Vicky can hardly hear him breathe. They have to either hide or get out of here. She pulls herself together and drags him by his sweater to a rubbish container, hoping they can squeeze behind it. Dante moans, and she pats him and watches him open his eyes for a moment before closing them again. 10 meters away is a glass door next to a large garage entrance, but Vicky can't carry the boy any further. Her legs are trembling from exertion. All she wants to do is lie down next to him and go to sleep. She knows she can't. She's in pain, and her hands are bloody and her arms are numb. She can see an empty street through the glass door. She sinks to a sitting position, breathing hard. She tries to collect her thoughts as she looks at her hands and at the boy. She pushes hair out of Dante's face and leans towards him. "Wake up now," she says. He blinks and looks at her blood-covered face. He seems frightened. "I'm all right," she says. "It doesn't hurt. Have you ever had a nosebleed?" He nods. "I can't carry you any longer, Dante," she says, fighting the urge to cry. "You have to walk the last bit." "I just want to sleep," Dante says as he yawns. "It's all over now. You're going to go home." "What?" "You're going home to your mother," she says, and smiles. It lights up her exhausted face. "All you have to do is walk." He nods and sits up. He runs a hand through his hair. Somewhere within the large storage area there's a loud bang as something falls. It sounds like steel pipes are starting to roll. "Try and stand up now," Vicky says. They both get up and start towards the glass door. Each step is unbearably hard. Vicky realizes that she might not make it. Then she sees the revolving blue light of a police car. More cars pull up beside it. Vicky thinks that they're saved. "Hello!" It's a man's harsh voice. "Hello?" The man's voice echoes between the walls and the ceiling. Vicky is dizzy and has to stop. Dante keeps going. Vicky leans against the cold metal of the container. "Go straight out of the door," she says. Her voice is weak. Dante looks back, and it seems as if he's going to turn around. No, go straight out," she pleads. "I'll be right there." She sees 3 uniformed police officers running in the wrong direction. They're heading to a building on the other side of the street. Dante keeps going towards the door. He pulls down the handle and pulls. Nothing happens. "Hello!" The man's voice is closer. Vicky bites her lip and spits bloody saliva on the floor, then starts to walk again. "Won't open," Dante says as he pulls hard on the door. Her legs are shaking, but somehow she manages the last few steps. Her hand burns with pain as she pulls on the door handle as hard as she can. The door does not budge. She pushes it, but it is locked. She tries banging on the glass, but there's not much sound. She can see 4 police cars outside. Their blue lights flash over the facades and windows of the surrounding buildings. She waves to get their attention, but no one sees her. Heavy footfalls are approaching swiftly behind them. Vicky turns and sees a heavy-set man heading right for them. He is smiling. Chapter 126. Beneath the ceiling is an electric conveyor hung with tightly packed pig carcasses. The chill of the refrigerated room dampens the sweet smell of the meat. Joona runs bent over beside the bodies of the animals deeper into the room, looking for something to use as a weapon. He can hear dull screams from the machine room, followed by a few quick thuds. He tries to spot his pursuer through the plastic slats that cover the opening. An indistinct figure is moving between the cutting worktops. He appears as wide as 4 people, and then as thin as a stick. He's running Joona's way, and he's carrying a pistol in his right hand. Joona backs away and bends over. He looks underneath the pig carcasses and sees a white bucket against the wall. Next to it are a pipe and a few dirty rags. He could use the pipe. He inches towards the bucket, but stops when the short man moves aside the heavy plastic slats with his prosthetic hand. Joona stands still and glimpses his pursuer in the narrow reflections on the chrome edge of the doorway. He watches the man enter, holding his pistol with his arms straight out. His eyes search the room. Without making a sound, Joona takes a few more steps towards the wall. He's hidden behind a pig and can no longer see his pursuer, but he can still hear him walking and breathing. 15 meters further on is an exit, which probably leads towards the loading dock. Joona could run down the aisle between the hanging carcasses, but just before he reaches the entrance, his pursuer would have a clean line of fire for a few seconds. A few seconds too many, Joona thinks. He can still hear quick footsteps, and then a thud. One of the pigs starts to swing, and the connection to the conveyor gibbet creaks. Joona reaches the wall and sinks down next to the cooling unit. His pursuer's shadow appears not more than 10 meters away. Time is beginning to run out. The man with the prosthetic hand will find him soon. Joona slides to the side and picks up the pipe. It's made of plastic. It's absolutely useless as a weapon. He's starting to move away when he notices that there are tools in the white bucket. 3 screwdrivers, a pair of pliers, and a knife with a powerful short blade. Joona draws the knife from the bucket slowly. Metal scrapes against metal. The blade slides against the jaws of the pliers. He works out where his pursuer is from the sound of his footsteps, and realizes he has to move now. A shot is fired, and the bullet slams into a carcass 1/2 meter from Joona's head. The one-handed man is running at him. Joona rolls away under the row of meat. Chapter 127. The cop has no weapon. He must be afraid, the man thinks as he pushes his hair out of his face with his prosthetic hand. He stops so he can aim his gun. He tries to peer through the row of slaughtered pigs. He has to be afraid, he repeats to himself. He's hiding right now, but he's going to make a run for the door facing the street. He's panting, and the air is dry and cold in his lungs. He coughs weakly and turns completely around. He looks at his pistol and then raises his eyes. He has to blink hard. Perhaps there was just something there by the cooling unit. He starts to run alongside the row of pigs. He has to end this. All he has to do is catch up to the cop and shoot him point blank, first through the trunk and then a shot through the temple. He stops. The space along the concrete wall is empty. There are a few dirty rags and a white bucket on the floor. Nothing else. He spins on his heel and begins to walk back to where he'd come from. All he can hear is his own breathing. He pushes a pig with his left hand. It's heavier than he thought. He has to really heave it to get it to swing, and it hurts him where the stump of his arm presses against the prosthesis. The gibbet's fastener squeaks. The pig swings to the right, and he gets a glimpse into the next row. He can't go anywhere, the man thinks. He's in a tiny cage. All he has to do is keep a line of fire open towards the exit in case the cop tries to get out, while also monitoring the plastic-sheeted opening. His shoulder is getting tired, and he lowers his pistol slightly. He knows he's risking valuable seconds, but the weapon will start to shake if his arm gets too tired. He sneaks forward and thinks he sees a human back. He aims and fires. The recoil bumps against him, and the spray from the fuse burns his knuckles. Adrenaline pumps through his body and chills his face. It was only a pig hanging crookedly. This is going to hell, he thinks. He has to shoot the cop. He can't let him get away, not now. But where the hell is he? Where is he gone? The ceiling creaks, and he looks up at steel girders and overhead cranes. He can't see anything. He backs up and stumbles. He grabs a pig for balance and feels the moisture of the cold meat through his shirt. The rind glitters with small drops of condensation. He feels sick. Something is not right. Anxiety is starting to overwhelm him. He can't stay here much longer. The man keeps retreating. He sees a quick shadow against the wall and raises his weapon. All of a sudden there's an electric buzz from the ceiling, and all the pigs start swaying. It's hard to make out where one carcass starts and the next leaves off. Then the conveyor system roars to life. The heavy carcasses start to revolve. They are moving along the conveyor and pulling an ice-cold breeze through the room. The man turns around and blinks. He tries to look in all directions at once and thinks that the job isn't worth this. It was supposed to be simple. Buy a Swedish boy the police believed was dead. He'd get a good price for him without going much further than Holland or Germany. It's not worth all this trouble. The pigs suddenly stop and swing in place. A red lamp glows on the wall. The cop has hit the emergency button. The room falls silent, and the man feels uneasy. What the fuck am I doing here? He asks himself. He bends down to look beneath the carcasses and then takes 2 steps forwards. The exit to the street is still closed. He turns around to check the exit with the plastic slats. The cop is standing right in front of him. A shiver goes up his back. Chapter 128. Joona can see the short man starting to take aim at him. He tracks the man's arm motion as he steps towards him and knocks his pistol upwards as he grabs his wrist. He slams the man's hand over his head against a pig carcass and drives the knife through the palm. The blade plunges deep between 2 ribs. The man screams. Joona lets go of the knife and moves away. The short man fumbles his lifeless prosthetic fingers over the knife handle, then gives up. He's caught. He can't move or the pain will increase. Blood runs from his palm and down his shirt sleeve. Joona picks up the pistol and leaves the refrigerated room without looking at the man. The air in the large machine hall feels warm. He races along one of the walls in the direction Tobias disappeared with Dante. He stops at a green metal door and checks the pistol. There is at least 1 bullet in the chamber. There could be more in the magazine. He opens the door and steps into a warehouse area. Goods are stacked on pallets, and there are forklifts standing still. He can hear a rustling, moaning sound. Joona determines the direction and runs over to a large rubbish container. Blue light is dancing through a window and over the floor. He raises the pistol and creeps around the container. The fat man in the leather waistcoat is on his knees with his back to Joona. He's breathing heavily as he bangs Vicky's head on the floor. Dante is lying a few feet away, curled into a ball and crying as if he's been completely abandoned. Joona reaches the fat man before he can get up. He grabs him around his throat with his arm and pulls him up and away from Vicky. He cracks him on the collarbone with his pistol, heaves him backwards, and then lets go of the man's throat and kicks him in the chest so hard that he flies through the glass door. The fat man lands on his back among the splinters of glass, and the blue lights revolve over him. 3 uniformed policemen run up with drawn weapons. They aim at the man on the ground, who's trying to sit up. One of the policemen looks up. "Joona Linna?" The policemen stare at the tall detective standing in the broken door. Glass is still falling from the frame. "I'm just an observer," Joona says. He throws the Glock on the ground and heads back to Vicky. He kneels on the ground. She is on her back and her breathing is irregular. Her arm is at an odd angle. Dante has stopped crying and looks at Joona in surprise. Joona rolls Vicky onto her side into the recovery position, then squats beside her. He strokes her cheek and whispers that everything is all right now. An even stream of blood starts flowing from her nose. She does not open her eyes or respond to his words, but her feet are twitching. Chapter 129. The man who flew through the glass door tried to sit up, but 2 policemen grabbed him and forced him onto his stomach before they handcuffed him. The first paramedics to arrive put an oral airway into Vicky's throat and immobilized her head before they lifted her onto a stretcher. Joona told the operations leader what had happened while 2 police units entered the building, 1 on each side. In the refrigeration room they found a silent, pale man with one hand impaled to a pig carcass by a knife. The police officer who found him called the paramedics and needed the assistance of a fellow officer to wrest the knife out of the meat. The blade grated against the ribs and came out with a sucking sound. The injured man pulled his hand to his stomach using his other prosthetic hand, but then twirled to the ground. The man who had been hit in the chest by the homemade automatic rifle was dead. The young man who had pulled the trigger when Joona shot him was still alive. He'd saved himself from bleeding to death by cinching his belt just below his knee as a tourniquet. When the police patrol unit approached with raised guns, he pointed to his foot, which had been shot off. It was lying beneath the cutting worktop. The last man they found was Tobias Lundhagen. He had hidden among the rubbish in the warehouse room. His face was cut to bits and was bleeding profusely, but none of his wounds were life-threatening. He tried to crawl deeper into the mound of rubbish. When the police pulled him out, he was shaking from fear. Carlos Eliasson has already been informed of what took place in the slaughterhouse area when Joona calls him from the ambulance. 1 dead, 2 seriously wounded, and 3 slightly injured, Carlos reads out loud. But the children are alive. They survived. Joona, Carlos sighs. Everyone decided they'd drowned, but Yes, you were right. Absolutely, Carlos interrupts. But you are still the subject of an internal investigation, and you had other orders. So I was supposed to just let it be? Yes, that's what you were supposed to do. But you know I couldn't do that. The sirens abruptly stop wailing as the ambulance turns into the entrance of the Söder Hospital emergency receiving area. The prosecutor and her people are going to be the ones to question the witness. You are now on sick leave and cut off from everything. Joona takes this to mean that the internal investigation is not going his way, and it crosses his mind that he may even be charged with dereliction of duty. Nevertheless, the only emotion he feels is relief. Vicky Bennett has been found, and the little boy ripped from the jaws of wolves. Joona climbs out of the ambulance unassisted, but he heeds the paramedic's request to lie down on a stretcher. They lift the rails and roll him away. Instead of waiting in a queue for an X-ray after he's been examined and his wounds dressed, he heads out to find the doctor in charge of Vicky's care. A nurse points to where a short woman is studying the automatic coffee machine. Joona explains that he has to know whether Vicky can be questioned today. The short woman listens to him without looking up. She presses the button for mocha and waits for her cup to be filled. Then she says that she's done a CT scan of Vicky's brain in order to determine whether there has been intracranial bleeding. Vicky has received a severe concussion, but luckily there has been no cerebral hemorrhage. We must keep her here for observation, but there's nothing to indicate she can't be questioned tomorrow morning if it's important, the doctor says. She walks away with her coffee cup in her hand. The prosecutor, Susanne Öst, is on her way from Sundsvall to Stockholm. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, she intends to start her initial interrogation of Vicky Bennett, the 15-year-old girl who has just been arrested and charged with 2 murders and 1 count of kidnapping. Chapter 130. Vicky is sitting up in bed, the curtains drawn around her, when Joona Linna shows his ID to the young policeman guarding the door and walks in. Her head is bandaged, her face is covered in bruises and grazes, her broken thumb is in a cast. Susanne Öst is also there. With her is a younger woman. Joona does not greet them, but pulls up a chair beside the girl. "How are you feeling?" he asks. She gives him a muddled look and asks, "Is Dante with his mother now?" "He's here at the hospital, and his mother is sitting next to him." "Was he hurt?" "No, he's fine." Vicky nods and then stares into space. "And you? How are you feeling?" Joona asks again. She looks at him but is not able to answer before the prosecutor clears her throat. "I would like Joona Linna to leave this room right now," Susanne says. "Now you've done it," Joona says, and doesn't look away from Vicky. "You are not part of this initial investigation," Susanne raises her voice. "They're going to ask you a ton of questions," Joona says to Vicky. "I want you to stay here," she says in a quiet voice. "Honestly, I can't," Joona says. Vicky whispers something to herself, and then she looks at the prosecutor. "I'm not saying anything unless Joona stays." Susanne says, "He can stay if he keeps quiet." Joona is watching Vicky and thinking about how to get through to her. 2 murders are a heavy burden to bear. Most girls her age would have already broken down and confessed, but Vicky is calm and expressionless. She won't let anyone inside her mind. She creates quick alliances, he thinks, but hides her true motives to keep as much control as she can over her situation. "Vicky Bennett," the prosecutor starts with a smile. "My name is Susanne, and I'm going to be asking you questions. But before we begin, I have to let you know that we are recording everything so that we can listen to it later. This means I don't have to write much down, which is nice. I'm lazy that way." Vicky is not looking at her and doesn't react. Susanne waits a moment and keeps wearing her smile. Then she rattles off the time, date, and the names of the people in the room. "We usually do this before we get started," she explains. "Do you understand who we are?" asks the second woman. "My name is Signe Riedelman, and I've been appointed as your lawyer." "Signe is here to help you," the prosecutor says. "Do you know what a lawyer is?" asks Signe. Vicky gives a slight nod. "I need an answer," Signe says patiently. "I understand," Vicky says, and then she smiles broadly. "What's so funny?" asks the prosecutor. "All of this," Vicky says. Then she lifts her arm and pulls out the narrow tube from the inside of her forearm and watches her blood trickle down. Chapter 131. The room is silent except for a scraping noise from outside. A bird has landed on the windowsill. The fluorescent light hums overhead. A nurse has been summoned, and Vicky's IV is fastened once more to the catheter in her arm. The nurse pulled open the curtain around the bed before leaving the room, the better to keep an eye on this patient. Susanne Öst drags a chair back to the side of the bed. "I will be asking you about some things that you have done," she says. "I want you to tell us the truth, and nothing but the truth," Vicky says, looking down. 11 days ago you left your bedroom at Birgittagården in the middle of the night. Do you remember this?" "I haven't been counting the days," Vicky says. There's no emotion in her voice. "But you remember leaving Birgitta Gordon in the middle of the night?" "Yes." "Why did you leave?" Susanne Erst asks. Vicky pulls at a loose thread on the bandage around her hand. "Had you ever done it before?" "Done what?" "Left Birgitta Gordon in the middle of the night." "No," says Vicky. She sounds bored. "Why did you do it this time?" When the prosecutor doesn't get an answer, she smiles and asks in a milder tone, "Why were you awake in the middle of the night?" "Don't remember." "And so let's move back a few hours. Do you remember what was going on then? Everyone went to bed, and you were awake. What did you do?" "Nothing." "You didn't do anything until you left Birgitta Gordon in the middle of the night? Don't you think that's strange?" "No." Vicky is staring out of the window. The sun is playing hide-and-seek in the clouds crossing the skies. "I want you to tell me why you left Birgitta Gordon," Susanne says. Her tone turns serious. "I won't stop asking until you tell me what happened. Do you understand?" "I don't know what you want me to say," Vicky replies quietly. "I know it's difficult, but I want you to tell me anyway." The girl looks up at the ceiling, and her mouth moves as if she is searching for words. Then she says, in amazement, "I killed—" She stops and pulls at the IV tube. "Keep going." Susanne is tense. Vicky shakes her head and moistens her lips. "You might as well tell me," Susanne said. "You just said you killed." "Right. There was an irritating fly in the room, and I killed it, and I—" "What the hell?" "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but isn't it strange that you remember killing a fly, but not why you left Birgitta Gordon in the middle of the night?" Chapter 132. Susanne Erst and Signe Riedelmann have requested a break and have left the room for a moment. The grey morning light is reflected in the IV pole and the chrome bed railings. Vicky Bennett is sitting up in bed and cursing to herself. "Isn't that the truth?" Joona says. He has taken Susanne's place on the chair beside the bed. "All I can think about is Dante," she says. "Dante is going to be just fine." Vicky is going to say something else, but the two women return. Joona gets up and walks over to the window. "So," Susanne says, full of energy, "you have admitted that you left Birgitta Gordon in the middle of the night and went straight into the forest. This is not something that people do for no reason. You did have a reason to run away, didn't you?" Vicky looks away, runs her tongue over her lips, and says nothing. "Answer me," says the prosecutor. "Yes." "Why did you go on the run?" The girl shrugs. "You did something that's hard to talk about, right?" Vicky rubs her face. "I have to ask you these questions," Susanne says. "You think I'm being difficult, but I know that you'll feel much better after you confess." "Will I?" "You will." Vicky shrugs her shoulders and meets the prosecutor's eyes. "So what do you want me to confess?" "Just tell me what you did that night." "I killed a fly." The prosecutor leaves the room abruptly without saying another word. Chapter 133. It's 8:15 in the morning as Saga Bauer opens the door to the appeals room at the offices for the public prosecutor for police cases. Mikael Borger, who's responsible for internal investigations, rises from his armchair. Saga is still damp from her shower, and her long blonde hair, with its colourful bands, winds over her narrow shoulders and down her back. She has a bandage on the bridge of her nose, but she's still beautiful in a way that makes an observer feel unhappily in love. Saga has run 6 kilometers this morning, and as usual she's wearing a hoodie from Narva Boxing Club, faded jeans and trainers. "Are you Saga Bauer?" Mikael asks with an unusually large smile. "That's right," Saga replies. He wipes his hand on his jacket before he takes Saga's. "I'm sorry. Don't mind me. It's just, if only I were 20 years younger." You must have heard this before. Mikael Borger is blushing as he sits back down and loosens his tie. He can't take his eyes off Saga. The door opens and Sven Wiklund comes in. He greets them both and then stands in front of Saga at a loss for what to say. Finally, he just nods, then places a carafe of water and 3 glasses on the small table before he sits down. Saga Bauer is an inspector with Serpo, Mikael Borger begins. Then he smiles that uncontrolled smile. I have to say this before I can continue. You look like one of those princesses in a John Bauer painting. He waits a beat and then pours himself a glass of water. You have been called here as a witness, Mikael continues, now in his role of internal investigator. He taps a folder. You were present at the action in question. What would you like to know? Saga asks. The petition against Joona Linna. He is suspected of warning. Göran Stone is my colleague, but he is a complete idiot, she says. He's nothing but a climber. You don't have to get angry, Mikael Borger says. Saga Bauer remembers very well the time she and Joona had entered the secret headquarters of the Brigade, a far-left group. Daniel Marklund, the Brigade's expert on hacking and eavesdropping, had given them the information they'd needed to save the life of Penelope Fernandez. So you don't believe that the operation was unsuccessful? Of course it was. I was the one who warned the Brigade. The petition says Joona is the best officer in the country. It's always good to be loyal, but we are going to prosecute. Then go to hell. Saga gets up and knocks Mikael Borger's folder out of his hands, setting his papers flying. As she leaves, she stomps on them, then slams the door behind her so hard the window shade snaps up. Saga Bauer may indeed look like a fairy-tale princess, but she feels like what she is, a detective with the security police. She's one of the best sharpshooters in the Corps, and she's a boxer at the highest level of the sport. Chapter 134. Saga is still swearing as she storms outside onto Kungsbro Bridge. She has to force herself to walk more slowly while she tries to calm down. Her mobile phone in the pocket of her hoodie rings. She pulls it out and looks at the display. It's her boss at Serpo. We have an inquiry from the National Police, says Werner, his deep voice rumbling in her ear. I've checked on Jimmy and Jan Pettersson, but they can't do it, and I'm not sure Göran Stone is up to it. What's it about? The interrogation of a minor, a girl. She's psychologically unstable, and the head of the preliminary investigation needs someone trained in questioning techniques, and who also has some experience. So, that's why you went to Jimmy first, Saga says, not hiding her irritation. But why Jan Pettersson? Why would you ask him before you'd ask me? And why in the world would you ever think that Göran Stone... Saga forces herself to shut up. You want to fight? Asks Werner with a sigh. Who the hell went to Pulak and did the German national defense training and... Please, I'm not finished. You know I was there when Muhammad al-Abdali was interrogated. But you weren't the head of the investigation. No, but I was the one who made him spill. Whatever. She ends the call. She thinks she'll resign tomorrow. The mobile rings again. Okay, Saga, we'll put you on it. Just shut up, she yells, and turns off the phone. Carlos spills fish food on his jacket when Anya flings his office door open. He starts to scrape the flakes into his palm, but then his desk phone rings. Can you please put it on speaker? He asks Anya. It's Werner, Anya says as she presses the button. What a surprise, Carlos says cheerfully as he brushes his hands over the aquarium. It's Werner here again. Sorry it took me a while to get back to you. Not to worry. Well, I've looked high and low, but all my best guys are already on loan to Alex Allan at the Joint Intelligence Committee, says the head of Serpo. He clears his throat. We have one woman, though. You might have met her. Saga Bauer. She might be able to sit in. Anya leans towards the telephone and barks. So, sit in and look pretty. Is that what you mean? Hello? Who's that? asks Werner. "Shut up!" Anya hisses. "I know Saga Bauer, and I can tell you that Seppo doesn't deserve such a hard-working, diligent—" "Anya," Carlos says, wiping his hands on his trousers and placing himself between her and the phone on his desk. "Sit down!" Anya roars. Carlos sits down at the same time as Werner's voice says, "I am sitting down." "You call Saga right now and beg her pardon," Anya says to the speaker. Chapter 135. The policeman on duty blushes as he looks at Saga Bauer's ID. He opens the door to room 703 for her and tells her that the patient will be back soon. Saga walks inside and finds two women in an almost empty room. The bed is gone, but the IV is still there, along with two chairs. "Excuse me?" asks the woman in a grey dress suit. "Yes?" asks Saga. "Are you one of Vicky's friends?" Before Saga is able to answer, Joona Linna walks in. "Joona!" she says in surprise. She smiles and shakes his hand. "I thought they'd cut you off from everything." "I am cut off," he says. "How wonderful for you," she says. "The internal investigation people are doing a great job," he says, smiling so broadly that dimples appear in his cheeks. Susanne Öst looks more closely at Saga. "Seppo?" she asks. Excuse me for—" "Where's Vicky Bennett?" Saga asks Joona. "The doctor is doing a new CT scan," Joona says, and walks over to the window. He looks out. "This morning I decided to take Vicky Bennett into custody," the prosecutor says. "It would be nice if we had a confession before I do so." "You're going to prosecute her?" asks Saga. "You weren't there," Susanne says. "I was. I saw the bodies, and it does mean that she will go to jail. She's 15 years old and is beyond juvenile detention." Saga smiles, although she's skeptical. "But to send her to prison— Don't get me wrong," the prosecutor says, "but I was expecting a more experienced interrogator." "I understand," Saga says. "Still, you should have a try. You really should." "Thanks," Saga says. "I've already spent half a day here, and I can tell you this is not your average interrogation," Susanne Öst says, taking a deep breath. "How so?" "Vicky Bennett is not afraid. She seems to enjoy the power struggle." "And you?" Saga asks. "Do you enjoy the power struggle?" "I don't have time for her games, and not for yours either. Tomorrow I will be in court to request an arrest order." "I've listened to the recording of this morning's questioning. I don't believe that Vicky is playing a game with you," Saga says. "I am absolutely sure that she is," the prosecutor says. "Still, murder can be traumatizing for the murderer. Her mind may have created islands of floating memories with no clear borders. Is that what they teach you at Seppo these days?" The interrogator must begin by assuming that everyone wants to confess and to be understood, Saga says, ignoring Susanne's provocation. "Is that all? Any confession is connected to feelings of power. The person who is confessing has power over the truth." Saga keeps her tone friendly. That's why threats don't work. But using a friendly attitude and respect, don't forget that this girl is suspected of 2 brutal killings. They hear the sound of the bed being wheeled up to the door of room 703. Chapter 136. 2 nursing assistants steer the bed through the door. Vicky's face has swollen considerably since the morning. Her cheeks and forehead are covered in scabbed wounds. Her arms have been freshly bandaged, and her thumb is in a cast. The assistants park the bed in place and move the drip bag to the freestanding IV pole. Vicky is lying on her back, staring at the ceiling. She doesn't listen to the 2 women pushing the bed, who are trying to carry on a conversation with her. She looks grim. The side bars of her bed are up, but all the belts used to tie her down have been loosened. As they leave, Saga notices that there are now 2 officers posted outside the door. Saga waits until the girl looks her way before she goes up to her side and sits down. "My name is Saga Bauer. and I'm here to help you remember the past few days. Are you a social worker or what? I'm a detective. From the police? From Seppo, Saga replies. You are the prettiest person I've ever seen in real life. What a nice thing to say. I've cut open pretty faces, Vicky says, and smiles. I know, Saga says calmly. She takes out her mobile phone and presses record. She quickly mentions the date, time, place, and the names of everyone in the room. Then she looks at Vicky quietly for a while. You've been through some awful stuff, she says. I saw a newspaper, Vicky says. She swallows, continues. My face and Dante's. They wrote some terrible things about me. Did you recognize yourself in their articles? No. Tell me what happened instead. Use your own words. I ran and ran, and I froze. Was freezing. Vicky looks at Saga, wondering what to say next. She's trying to remember what she's already said. Has she told them the truth? Has she lied? She doesn't know. I know nothing about why you ran away, but if you would like to tell me, I'm listening, Saga says. I don't want to, Vicky says. Okay, then let's start with the day before, Saga continues. I know that you had classes in the morning, but after that, Vicky closes her eyes. The usual, boring stuff, routines. Don't you normally have activities in the afternoon? Elisabeth took everyone down to the lake. Lucio and Almira went swimming, all naked. You're not supposed to swim naked. It's against the rules, but they do whatever they want. Vicky suddenly smiles. Elisabeth got angry with them, and then everyone took off all their clothes. You too? No, not me. Not Miranda. And not Tula. What did you do? I paddled a little bit and watched the others play around. What did Elisabeth do? She got all naked too and went swimming. Vicky is still smiling. What did Tula and Miranda do? They sat and threw pine cones at each other. While Elisabeth was swimming with the other girls, she swam like all old ladies do. And you? What did you do? I was bored, so I went back. How did you feel that evening? Fine. Were you really feeling fine? Why did you cut yourself then? You cut yourself on your arms and stomach, right? Chapter 137. Saga is watching Vicky's response to that last question. Her face is darkening and her expression hardening. The edges of her mouth turn down. Saga explains. There's a note in the log about you cutting your arms. Yes, but it wasn't a big deal. We were watching TV, and I was feeling a little bit sorry for myself, so I cut myself. I went to Elisabeth and she patched me up. I like it when she takes care of me. She's calm, and she knows I need a lot of bandages around my wrists, because it always turns my stomach later, when I think about my veins being open. Why were you feeling sorry for yourself? It was my turn to talk to Elisabeth, but she said she didn't have time. What did you want to talk to her about? I don't know. Nothing big. It was just my turn to have private time with her. But I couldn't, because Miranda and Tula had a fight. That doesn't sound fair, Saga says. So I was feeling sorry for myself. So I cut myself, and then Elisabeth patched me up. You had your time with Elisabeth after all, it seems. Yeah, Vicky smiles. Are you Elisabeth's favorite? No. Who is? All of a sudden, Vicky lashes her good hand at Saga's face, but Saga rolls her head away in time. The rest of her body doesn't move. Vicky doesn't know how she missed, and why Saga is now gently stroking her cheek. Are you tired? Asks Saga. Vicky looks at her and reaches to stop Saga from taking her hand away. Then she turns her back to her. You usually take 30 milligrams of Eutrexa before you go to sleep, Saga says after a moment has passed. That's right. The girl sounds irritated. What time? 10. Were you able to sleep then? No. You couldn't sleep all night, I understand. I don't want to talk any more, Vicky says, and she closes her eyes. That's enough for today, the lawyer says. We have 20 more minutes, Susanne protests. My client needs to rest, Signe Riedelmann says, as she walks up to Vicky's bed. You're tired, aren't you? Do you want something to eat? While Signe talks to her client softly, Susanne listens to her voicemail. She looks out of the window, her face expressionless. Saga is just about to turn off the recorder on her mobile when she catches sight of Joona and stops. He is looking at her with eyes the color of ice. Then he abruptly leaves the room. Saga asks Signe to wait a moment and then follows him. He walks past the officers on guard and waits for her at the door to the stairwell. Have I missed something? She asks. Vicky slept that night in her own bed. The clothes she was wearing were covered in blood, Joona says quietly. What are you telling me? It's not in the report. But you noticed it at the crime scene? Yes. So she fell asleep after the murders? I don't have access to the lab reports, but one thought I've had is that she may have overdosed on her medicine, since she was not feeling well. You'd think the medicine would help, but it doesn't. You just get more and more restless, and finally you become enraged. I don't know for sure, but it could be that she was angry at Miranda for robbing her of her private time with Elisabeth. Or maybe she was angry with Elisabeth because she let Miranda do so. Or perhaps it is something else entirely. You think that it's possible she murdered Elisabeth, took the keys, went into the isolation room, killed Miranda, and then went to sleep? Yes. The evidence in the isolation room shows two sides to the killer, uncontrolled violence and then tenderness. Joona is trying to read Saga's eyes, but they give nothing away. Once Miranda is dead, her rage dissipates, he says. She lifts her body onto the bed and she places her hands over her face. After that, she returns to her own room as the medicine is starting to take effect. It's strong, and she feels overwhelmingly tired. Chapter 138. When Saga returns to Vicky's room, the prosecutor says that the remaining 15 minutes they have are too few to get anything of value. Saga nods as if she agrees and walks over to the end of the bed. Signe looks at her in surprise. Saga waits with her hands on the rails until Vicky turns her battered face towards her. I thought you'd been awake the entire night, Saga begins very slowly. However, Joona says that you slept in your bed before you ran away from Birgitta Gordon. Vicky shakes her head and Signe tries to get between them. Any questioning is over for today, and Vicky whispers something and scratches next to one of the cuts on her cheek. Saga wants to get the girl to tell her something more. Not much, just a few honest words about her flight through the forest and why she kidnapped the boy. She knows that the more the interrogator gets the suspect to say about the events leading up to the crime, the more probable it is that the suspect will tell them everything. Joona is never wrong, Saga says with a smile. It was dark, and I was in bed while everyone was screaming and slamming doors. Vicky's voice is barely above a whisper. So you're lying in bed and everyone is screaming, Saga says. What are you thinking? What do you do next? I'm scared, and I'm lying under the blanket and trying not to move, Vicky says, not looking at anyone. It's totally dark. I'm soaking. I think I pissed on myself, or maybe my period was starting. Buster is barking, and Nina is screaming about Miranda. I turn on the light and see that I'm covered in blood. Saga decides not to ask about the blood or the murders. She does not want to force a confession, but to allow Vicky's story to unfold as it will. "Were you also screaming?" asks Saga. "I don't think so. I doubt it. I wasn't able to think," Vicky says. "I just wanted to get away. Get out of there. I usually go to sleep in my clothes. I always sleep in my clothes. So I put on my shoes and grabbed my bag. I got out of the window and ran into the forest. I'm scared, and I walk as fast as I can. I walk for ages, and it gets light, and I just keep going. Then I see a car. It's almost new, just left out there in the middle of nowhere with the keys in the ignition. Even the door is open. I know how to drive because I drove a lot last summer, so I just get into the car and start to drive. I want to go to Stockholm and get some money so I can go and see my friend in Chile. Then there's a bang, and the car turns around. Bang, just like that. And I wake up. My ear is bleeding, and I look up and see I've driven right into a fucking traffic light. And I don't know how I did that. All the windows are gone, and it's raining right into the car. The engine's still running, and I'm alive, so I keep driving. Then I hear someone crying, and I turn around and I see a little boy in a car seat. A little boy. It's totally crazy. I don't know where he came from. I yell at him to shut up. The rain's just pouring down. I can hardly see, but right when I turn to go over the bridge, I see blue lights on the other side of the river. I reckon it's the cops, and I get a little panicked, and I turn the wheel and we drive off the road. It goes fast. We go right down the side and into the water, and I hit my face on the steering wheel. The water is over the bonnet, and we're just sliding into the river like crazy. We're sinking, but I know enough to take deep breaths from the air right under the roof. And I go back to the boy and get the car seat unbuckled and hold him up so he can breathe. But the seat's too heavy with him still in it, so I get the seatbelt off him. But the car seat floats up too, so I grab it and push it out of the window. And I hold on to it, and I hold on to the boy, and we go up. I'm pulling the car seat towards the shore, the other side of the river. But the river's too strong, and I have to let go of the car seat, and I swim as best I can. And we get to the shore. My shoes and bag are gone, but the boy's all right. And in a bit, we start to walk. Vicky stops for a moment and takes a deep breath. Saga notices the prosecutor shifts slightly, but her eyes are fixed on Vicky. I ask Dante his name and tell him that we're going to find his mother, Vicky says, and her voice has started to shake. I hold his hand and we walk and walk, and we sing a song he learned in nursery, an old man who wore out his shoes. And we go down a big road with posts along the sides, and a car stops, and we get in the back seat. This guy asks us if we want to go to his house and get some new clothes and some food. Vicky falters and blinks hard, then carries on in a whisper. We might have gone with him, except he said we'd get some money too. And when he stopped to fill up his tank, we crept out and kept walking. I don't know how far we walked, but there was a rest area by a lake. And there was a truck from IKEA parked there, and we found a heap of sausage sandwiches in plastic bags, and a thermos on one of the picnic tables. But before we can swipe the food, this man comes up to us and asks if we're hungry. He says he's from Poland, and we can travel with him all the way to Uppsala. I borrow his phone and call my mum, and I keep thinking, if he touches the boy, I'll kill him. But he lets us just sit there, and we fall asleep. He doesn't want anything from us. He just lets us off, and we take the train, the last bit into Stockholm, and we hide among the suitcases. I don't have the key to the underground carriage, and I don't know anyone. It's been too long. I lived with a couple at Midsommarkransen for a while, but I didn't remember their names. But I remembered Tobias. Of course, I remembered Tobias. And he also lives on Volmar Ikskulsgatan. And you take the underground to Maria Torget. And I'm such a fucking idiot. I really don't deserve to live. She falls silent and turns her face away. Chapter 139. Saga is still standing at the end of the bed and looking at Vicky, who is lying on her side, motionless. Only her index finger moves along the rail of the bed. I'm thinking about what you told me about the man in the car, Saga says. The man who wanted you to come home with him. I think your feeling that he was dangerous was absolutely correct. Vicky slowly sits up and looks into Saga's cornflower blue eyes. Do you think you could help me track him down once all this is over? Asks Saga. Vicky nods and swallows hard. Then she wraps her arms tightly around her knees. It's difficult for Saga to see how this thin, delicate girl could have broken the skulls of two human beings. Before we go any further, let me just tell you that people always feel better when they tell the truth, Saga says. Saga feels the tingling calm she gets when she enters a boxing ring. She knows that she is close to a truthful confession. She can feel the change in the room. It's in the tone of voice, the warmth, the level of moisture in the eyes. Saga pretends to write something in her notebook and waits for a few moments before she looks at Vicky as if the girl has already confessed to the killings. So you were sleeping in bloody sheets, Saga begins softly. I killed Miranda, didn't I? Vicky whispers. Tell me about it. Vicky's mouth trembles and her face darkens into a blush. There are times I get really, really mad, she whispers as she covers her face. Were you angry at Miranda? I was. What did you do? I don't want to talk about it. Singina walks over to Vicky and says, You know that you don't have to say a word, don't you? I don't have to tell you anything, Vicky says to Saga. The interrogation is over, Susanne Öst says. Thanks, whispers Vicky. She needs time to remember what happened, says Saga. We have a confession, says Susanne. I don't know if I... You just confessed to killing Miranda Eriksdotter, Susanne says in a louder voice. Don't yell at me. You hit her, didn't you? You hit her in the head. I don't want to say anything else. This interrogation is over, Singina says sharply. How did you hit Miranda? Susanne asks. It doesn't matter. Vicky's voice breaks and she starts to cry. Your fingerprints were on a bloody hammer which... I can't talk about it. What the hell do you want from me? You don't have to say anything, Saga says. You have the right to remain silent. Why did you get angry at Miranda? Susanne asks. So angry that you... I'm making a note of this, the lawyer says. How did you get into Miranda's room? I unlocked the door, Vicky says, and tries to get out of bed. I really can't talk about this any more. How did you get the keys? I don't know. Elisabeth had them, am I right? I borrowed them, Vicky says as she stands up. Did she want to give them to you? I smashed her skull in. That's what you want to hear, isn't it? Vicky screams. She throws her food tray at the prosecutor, and orange juice and yogurt with cornflakes spatter the wall. Go to hell! She shrieks at Singine, who is so startled she falls backwards into one of the chairs. Before Saga and Joona can reach her, Vicky rips out her IV and seizes the pole. She hits Susanne as hard as she can. The bag flies off and bursts against the wall. Chapter 140. Afterwards, Joona remembers how he and Saga leapt between Vicky and the two women. They tried to calm her. IV liquid ran down the wall. Vicky was panting and looking at them with wild eyes. She'd hurt herself, and blood dribbled from one of her eyebrows. The policeman on guard outside and the 2 nursing assistants rushed in and forced Vicky to the ground. 4 people in all. Vicky fought, screaming and kicking to get free. She managed to kick over the patient trolley. Vicky was forced onto her stomach and injected with a tranquilizer. She screamed hoarsely for a while longer and then went quiet. A few minutes later they were able to lift her into bed. She started crying and tried to speak, but her speech was slurred. The nursing assistants tied her hands and feet to the bed rails and then her legs, and finally they fastened a large star-shaped belt over her chest. Vicky's blood had stained the sheets as well as their white clothes. There was liquid and food all over the floor. Half an hour later, Vicky lay completely still, her eyes shut. Her face was grey and closed off, and the cracks in her lips had widened. Her eyebrows had been stitched, and a new IV was in place. The 2 police officers were back in position outside the door, and a cleaning woman had just finished mopping the floor. Joona knows that the prosecutor, Susan Öst, is suspicious of him and that he is not supposed to get involved, but he doesn't like what is going on. Susan has decided that there will be no more interrogations before the hearing. It would have been better to wait until all questioning had been concluded and all test results had been returned from the lab before starting the legal process, but Susan intends to take the girl into custody tomorrow. He's certain that if Saga Bauer had been given just a bit more time, Vicky would have told her everything. Now they had a confession that could be considered forced. As long as the technical evidence holds up, it won't matter anyway, Joona thinks as he leaves the room once the girl is fast asleep. He walks along the hallway, only subconsciously aware of the strong odor of disinfectant escaping from an open door. There's something bothering him about this case. If he ignores the rock, the course of events is fairly clear. It would hold up, but it's not fixed. It's like a pulsing shadow world. It's still changeable. He wants to look through all the evidence, the autopsy report, the technical reports, and the lab reports, but he's not allowed access. Why were Miranda's hands over her eyes? He remembers how the bloodied room looked, but he needs to read the reports from the crime scene to go deeper into the course of events. Susan is standing at the lift, holding the door for him. They nod. The prosecutor seems untroubled. "Everybody hates me because I was too tough," she says, as they get into the lift. She presses the button. "Still, a confession is hard to ignore, even if the defense wants to protest it." "How does the technical evidence look?" asks Joona. "It's pretty good. I'm going with the highest level of suspicion." The lift stops at the ground floor. "Will I see the reports?" Joona asks. Susan Öst looks surprised. She hesitates a moment before she says, "It's not really necessary." "Good," Joona says, and starts to walk away. "Do you think there's a hole in my case?" the prosecutor asks. She trots to keep up with his pace. "No," Joona says brusquely. "I have the reports right here," she says, and stops to open her briefcase. Joona keeps walking to the exit. He can hear her behind him, shuffling through her papers. Then she runs to catch up to him. He's already reached his car when she gets to him. "It would be fantastic if you could look at these today," she says breathlessly. She's holding out a thick folder. "It's the preliminary results from the National Forensic Lab, as well as the cause of death from the autopsy reports." Joona looks her in the eye, nods, and throws the folder onto the passenger seat before he gets in his car. Chapter 141. Joona sits down by himself in the inner room of Il Café and places Susan Öst's folder on the table. He's convinced she's made a big mistake in provoking a confession that morning. He doesn't believe that Vicky meant to take Dante. He thinks she was telling the truth about not noticing him in the back seat when she stole the car. And he can't dispute that she saved him from drowning. Yet for some reason she killed Miranda and Elizabeth. Why? Joona opens the folder, hoping that the answer lies in one of these reports. Why does Vicky get so enraged? It's not just the Eutrexa. She hadn't taken it before she came to Birgitta Gordon. Joona quickly flips through the pages. He knows that crime scenes and other places where there's evidence reflect more than the actions of the suspect. There are traces of the motive in the pattern of blood spatter, in where overturned furniture lies, in the footprints, and in the positions of the bodies. Nathan Pollock would probably say that the careful reading of the crime scene is more important than evidence collection. The victim plays a role in the killer's inner drama, and the scene of the crime is the stage, complete with stage directions and props. There are multiple clues, including coincidence, but there's always that bit which is part of the inner drama and can be connected to the motive. For the first time, Joona has the reports from the crime scene investigation. He starts to study the documents, which detail the evidence collection and the analysis of the crime scene. The police have done a good job and were more careful than Joona would have expected. A waiter in a knitted woolen cap comes by with a large mug of coffee on a tray, but Joona is concentrating so hard that he doesn't notice. A young woman, with a ring through her lower lip, sitting in the booth next to his, says with a smile that she saw Joona order the coffee. Although the results from the National Forensic Laboratory are not part of this report, Joona realizes that the results themselves are clear. The fingerprints are Vicky's. The highest level of certainty, grade 4+, has been noted. There is nothing in the crime scene analysis to contradict anything he observed when he was there. However, many of his observations are not there. For instance, there's nothing about how the blood that had coagulated on Vicky's bed must have soaked into the sheets for at least an hour. The report also does not state how the blood spatter changed angle after the first 3 blows. Joona reaches for his coffee and takes a sip. He studies the photographs again. He flips through them slowly until he's gone through the entire stack. Then he pulls out 2 pictures from Vicky's room, 2 from the isolation room where Miranda Eriksdotter was found, and 2 from the brewery room where Elisabeth Grimm was found. He moves his coffee cup to one side and places the 6 photographs on the table. He stands up so that he can look at all 6 at once. He's looking for a pattern. After a while, Joona turns over all the photographs except one. He studies this photograph carefully. He remembers how this scene looked when he was in the room. He puts himself into the emotions and aromas of the murder. In the photograph, Miranda is lying on the bed. She's wearing cotton pants, and her hands are over her face. The flash of the camera makes her pants and the sheets blaze white. The blood from her crushed head is a dark, formless shape on the pillow. Joona sees something he didn't expect. He takes a step backwards, hastily putting his mug on the floor by his feet. The girl with the silver ring through her lower lip watches him and smiles to herself. Joona leans over the photograph of Miranda, but he's thinking of his visit to Flora Hansen. He'd been irritated about wasting his time talking to her. As he was leaving, she'd followed him into the hallway, trying to show him the drawing she'd done of Miranda, but he'd pushed her hand away and it had fallen to the floor. Still, he'd caught a glimpse of it as he stepped over it on his way out the door. Now, as he's looking at Miranda's arranged body, he's remembering the drawing. It looked like it had been done in 2 stages. Flora had first drawn a stick figure and then filled in the limbs. The girl in the drawing had shaky contours in certain areas, but other parts of her body were still as thin as thread. Her head was disproportionately large. Her straight mouth could barely be seen, since her unfinished skeletal hands were over her face. The drawing was similar to what had been described in the newspapers. What the newspapers hadn't revealed was that Miranda had been hit in the head and that the blood had run into the pillow. No photographs from the crime scene had been released. The press had speculated about what the hands over her face meant, but no one outside the police and the justice system had known about the injury to the head. Strict confidence had been kept and will be kept until the moment the court process begins. "You figured it out, didn't you?" the girl in the next booth says. Joona meets the girl's glittering eyes and nods before he looks back at the photograph on the table. What he realized while looking at Miranda's body in the photograph was that Flora had drawn a dark heart next to the girl's head right where the blood had been in reality. The same size, the same place. It's as if she'd seen Miranda lying on her bed. It could just be a coincidence, but if he remembers Flora's drawing clearly, the similarity is striking. Chapter 142. The bells in Gustav Vasa Church are tolling when Joona meets Flora outside Carlian Antiques on Upplandsgatan. She looks terrible. She's tired and washed out. A fading bruise is visible on her right cheek. Her eyes are heavy. On a narrow door next to the shop there's a small sign declaring that a séance will be held there that evening. "Do you have the drawing with you?" Joona asks. "Yes," she says, as she unlocks the door. They walk down the stairs to the basement. Flora turns on the ceiling lamps and goes into the room on the right, which has a small window near the ceiling, facing the street. "I'm sorry I lied to you," Flora says as she rummages in her bag. "I didn't really feel anything with that keyring, but may I just see the drawing?" "I did see Miranda," she says, as she gives him the sheet of paper. "I don't believe in ghosts, and yet there she was." Joona unfolds the paper and looks at the childish drawing. A girl is lying on her back, holding her hands over her face, and her hair is undone. There's no furniture or bed. He'd remembered correctly. Next to the girl's head is a heart shaded in, right where Miranda's blood had run from her head and had soaked into the pillow. Seen something. She somehow saw Miranda in the bed, but she didn't see her clearly, or she saw her for a brief moment, and then she drew what she remembered without thinking too much about it. He has a vivid mental image of the photograph of Miranda with the bloodstain next to her head. She sat down and drew what she'd seen. She remembered a body lying down with hands over her face, and that there was something dark beside her head, a dark shape. When she drew the picture, she interpreted the shape as a heart. She didn't think about any connection or even logic. Joona knows that Flora was far away from Birgitta Gordon when the murders took place. He knows she has no connection to any of the people involved or to what has happened. He looks at the drawing again, and is struck by another thought. Perhaps Flora learned about the crime from someone who was actually there. Perhaps a witness to the crime described it to her and told her what to draw. A child witness who saw the shape of a heart. Perhaps all this talk about a ghost is Flora's way of protecting the witness. "I would like you to contact the ghost," Joona says. "No, I can't. How does it usually work?" "I'm sorry, but I can't do it here." "You must ask the ghost if she saw what happened." "I don't want to," Flora says. "I can't take much more of this." "I can pay you," Joona offers. "I don't want to be paid. I just want you to listen to what I've seen." "I'll listen," Joona says. "I'm beginning to think that I'm really going crazy," she says. She looks at him while wiping tears from her cheeks. Then she stares into space and swallows hard. "I'll try," she says, "but I don't really believe—" "Go ahead and make an attempt." "You'll have to wait there," she says, and points to the pantry. "Miranda only comes when I'm completely alone." "I understand," Joona says. He gets up and leaves the room. Chapter 143. Flora is sitting absolutely still, watching as the detective closes the door behind him. A chair creaks as he sits down in the pantry, and then there's silence. She doesn't hear anything, not even the sound of a dog barking or a car driving past, and nothing more from the room where the inspector is sitting. Now she can feel how exhausted she is. Flora does not know what to do. Should she light a candle or burn incense? She closes her eyes for a moment. Then she looks at the drawing. She remembers how her hand shook as she drew what she'd seen, and how she had trouble concentrating. She glances around the room to see if the ghost has come back, and looks at her picture again. She's not good at drawing, but she can see that the girl is lying on the floor. She sees the small crosses and realizes she was trying to draw the fringe on the bathroom rug. Her hand had been shaking, so one of the girl's legs was as thin as a bare bone. The fingers are just lines. She can see part of the straight mouth behind them. She hears the chair in the pantry squeak. Flora blinks and stares at the drawing. It seems as if the fingers have spread. Flora can see one of the eyes. The girl is looking at her. Flora jumps when there's a rattling in the pipes overhead. She looks around the room. The sofa is black with shadows, and the table is hidden in a dark corner. She looks back at the drawing. The eye is gone. A crease in the paper runs over the face. Flora's hands are shaking as she tries to smooth the drawing. The girl's thin fingers are hiding her face, and she can only see part of the mouth on the grid paper. The floor creaks behind her, and Flora whirls around. No one is there. She looks back at the drawing, and tears come to her eyes. The heart next to the girl's head is becoming blurry. She looks at the tangled hair, and then again at the fingers in front of the face. Flora jerks her hands back from the drawing when she sees that the mouth is open. She can tell it's screaming. Flora stumbles to her feet as she stares at the screaming mouth and is just about to call for the detective when she really does see the girl. She's climbed into the cupboard and is trying to shut the door behind her, but it won't close while she's inside. It swings open. The girl is standing still, and her hands are in front of her face. Then her fingers glide open, and she looks at Flora with one eye. Flora stares at the girl. She's saying something, but Flora can't make out the words. Flora walks closer and says, "I can't hear what you're saying." "I'm pregnant," the girl says. She takes her hands away from her face. She touches the back of her head in surprise, brings her hand back, and stares at the blood. She sways. Blood has started to flow from her head down her back and onto the cupboard floor. She opens her mouth, but before she can say anything, her head shakes and her thin legs give way. Joona hears something crash in the room next door. He rushes in and sees Flora lying on the floor in front of a cupboard that has fallen over. She sits up and looks at him in confusion. "I saw her. She's pregnant." Joona helps Flora to her feet. "Did you ask what happened?" Flora shakes her head and looks at the cupboard. "Nobody is allowed to see anything," she whispers. "What are you trying to say?" "Miranda said she was pregnant." Flora is crying now and starts to walk away. She dries her tears, looks back at the fallen cupboard, and abruptly leaves the room. Joona takes Flora's coat from the chair and follows her. She's already halfway up the stairs to the street. Chapter 144. Flora is sitting on the steps in front of Carleon Antiques. She's buttoning her coat. Colour is coming back to her face, but she says nothing. Joona has his mobile to his ear and has just called Niels Olien, the head of forensic medicine at Karolinska Hospital. "Wait a sec," Joona hears the needle say. "I've just got a smartphone." There's static in Yuna's ear. "Yes, what can I do for you, Joona?" "I have a short question," Joona says. "By the way, Frippe's in love," the needle says in his nasal voice. "How nice," Joona says. "I'm afraid that he'll be miserable if things don't work out," the needle continues. "You know what I'm saying?" "Yes, but—" "So, what was your question?" "Was Miranda Eric's daughter pregnant?" "Absolutely not." "You remember the girl who—" "I remember everyone," the needle says. "You do? You never told me that." "You never asked." Flora has got to her feet and is smiling anxiously. "Are you absolutely sure?" "Absolutely," the needle says. "She couldn't even get pregnant." "She couldn't?" "She had large cysts on her ovaries." "All right, now I know. Thanks. Oh, and say hi to Frippe." "Will do." Joona ends the conversation and looks at Flora. Flora's smile starts to fade. "Why do you do things like this?" Joona asks in a serious tone. "You told me the murdered girl was pregnant, but she couldn't even get pregnant." Flora gestures back to the door to the basement. "I remember that she—" "But it isn't true," Joona says. "She wasn't pregnant." "I meant to say," Flora whispers, "I meant to say she thought she was pregnant. She wasn't pregnant, but she thought she was. She believed it." "Jumala," Joona swears in Finnish. He starts to walk along Upplandsgatan towards his car. Chapter 145. The food is just a touch too expensive. Daniel is embarrassed as he looks through the wine list. He asks Elin if she wants to choose, but she shakes her head with a smile. He clears his throat weakly and asks the waiter about the house wine, but before he gets an answer, he changes his mind and asks the waiter to recommend a red wine. The young man looks through the wine list and offers 3 wines in 3 different price categories. Daniel chooses the cheapest, saying that the South African Pinot Noir would be perfect. The waiter thanks him and takes the menus and the wine list. There's a family eating at another table. "You didn't have to invite me for dinner," says Elin. "I wanted to," he says, smiling. "It was very nice of you," she says. She sips some water. A waitress comes and changes their silverware and wine glasses, but Elin continues to speak as if she's not there. "Vicky's lawyer has resigned from the case," she says in a low voice. "But my family lawyer, Johannes Grunewald, has agreed to take it on." "It will all work out," Daniel says in a calming manner. "There won't be any more interrogations because she's confessed," Elin says. She clears her throat carefully. "I can also see how Vicky's background fits. Foster homes, institutions, running away, violence. Everything points to her. Still, I don't believe she's guilty." "I know," Daniel says. Elin lowers her face as her tears start to run. Daniel gets up and gives her a hug. "Sorry I keep talking about Vicky," she says, shaking her head. "It's just that you've said that you don't believe she did it. I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have. But It seems as if you and I are the only ones who believe she's innocent. Elin, he says, I don't believe anything at all. It's just that the Vicky I knew was not capable of this. May I ask you a question? Tula seems to have seen Vicky and Miranda together, Elin says. That night? No, earlier. Elin falls silent, and Daniel holds her shoulders and tries to catch her eyes. What is it? Vicky and Miranda played some game where they held their hands over their faces, Elin says. I don't want to tell the police because that would add to their evidence. But, Elin, perhaps it doesn't mean anything, Elin says quickly. I'm going to ask Vicky when I have a chance. She should be able to explain what they were doing. What if she can't? He falls silent as the waiter returns with the bottle of wine. Elin dries her tears, and Daniel returns to his seat. He places his napkin on his knee and then tastes the wine. His hand shakes. Good, he says, a little too quickly. They are silent while the wine is poured. They thank the waiter and look carefully at each other when they are left alone. I want to foster Vicky again, Elin says in a serious tone. Are you sure? Do you think I'm not up to it? She smiles. It's not that, Elin, he says. Vicky is suicidal. She's better, but she still has a great deal of self-destructive behavior. Does she cut herself? She cuts herself, and she overdoses. In my opinion, she'll need 24-hour care. So you wouldn't recommend me? She needs professional help, Daniel says. I mean, I don't think she got enough care at Birgitta Gordon, actually. We didn't have the money for it, but what does she need? People to care for her around the clock. And therapy? I only had 1 hour a week with each student, sometimes 2. It was much too little if you... Elin's mobile rings, and she excuses herself as she looks at the display. It's Johannes Grunewald, so she answers right away. What's going on? She asks. I've looked into the matter, and the prosecutor has decided that the girl will be arraigned without further interrogation, the lawyer replies. I'm going to talk to the court about the time for arraignment, but we'll need a few more hours. Will Vicky accept help from us? I talked to her, and she's hired me as her lawyer. Did you mention me? Yes, I did. Did she say anything? Well, she said they've medicated her, and... What did she say about me? Nothing at all. Daniel can see a wave of pain pass over Elin's beautiful face. Meet me at the hospital, she says. It's just as well to talk to her directly before we go much further. Good. How soon can you get there? 20 minutes at the earliest. It should... Good. I'll see you there, she says, and ends the call. She looks at Daniel, who has a questioning look. Okay, then, she says. Vicky has taken Johannes on as her lawyer. I have to go now. Now? But we haven't eaten yet. I know. I'm sorry. She gets up. Maybe we can meet for dessert later on. Of course, he says with a weak smile. Would you like to come with me to Söder Hospital? I don't think I'm up to it, he replies. I don't mean that you should see her, she says swiftly. I was thinking of myself. I would feel calmer if I knew you were waiting outside. Elin, it's just... I haven't come so far that I can even think about Vicky. I need more time. Elisabeth is dead, and even if Vicky didn't do it, I understand, Elin says. It wouldn't be good for you to see her. Or maybe it would, he says. Maybe it would help me start to remember. I just have no idea how I would react. Chapter 146. Vicky turns her face away when Saga enters the room. White straps around her ankles and wrists and a belt across her chest tie the girl to the bed. Take away the straps, Saga says. I can't do that, the nurse says. It's a good thing that they're scared of me, Vicky says. Have you been kept like this all night? Asks Saga as she sits down on the chair beside the bed. Yeah. Vicky is lying with her face turned away. "I'm going to meet your new lawyer," Saga says. "There's going to be an arraignment later today, and he needs the transcript of the interrogation. I just get so angry sometimes." "The interrogation is over, Vicky." "Can't I talk?" She turns her head to look at Saga. "It would be best if you asked your lawyer for his advice first, before you—" "But if I want to," she says. "You can talk, but it won't be recorded," Saga says calmly. "It's like a strong wind," Vicky tells her. "Everything just... it thunders in my ears, and I go along so I don't fall over." Saga looks at the girl's bitten fingernails and then repeats in a calm, almost indifferent voice, "Like a strong wind." "I can't explain. It's like one time they hurt Simon really bad. He was a little boy. We were in the same foster home," Vicky says. Her mouth is trembling. "The big boy in the family, he was their real son. He was mean to Simon. He'd torture him. Everybody knew. I even talked to the social worker about it, but nobody cared." "What happened?" "I came into the kitchen. The big boy had forced Simon's hands into a pot of boiling water, and the mum was there, and she wasn't doing anything. She looked totally afraid. I was seeing all of it, and I got really strange, and suddenly I found myself hitting them and cutting them up with a piece of glass." Vicky pulls at the straps. Her body is tense, but she calms down when there's a knock at the door. A grey-haired man wearing a dark blue suit enters the room. "I'm Johannes Grunewald," he says, as he shakes hands with Saga. "Here's the latest transcript," Saga says, and hands him a folder. "Thanks," Johannes says. "I don't have to read it right away. I managed to get the arraignment moved to tomorrow morning." "I don't want to wait," says Vicky. "I understand, but I still have some work to do on your case," he says, smiling. "And there's someone I want you to meet before we start going through all sorts of questions." Vicky looks up, and her eyes grow wide as she sees the woman who heads straight for her without stopping to greet the police officers. Erlin Frank's eyes are shimmering and nervous. Her lips tremble as she realizes the girl is strapped to the bed. "Hello," Erlin says. Vicky looks away as Erlin gently unfastens the straps. "May I sit down?" she asks. Her voice is thick with emotion. Vicky's gaze becomes hard and she does not say anything. "Do you remember me?" asks Erlin. Erlin's throat hurts from the words she can't force out and the sobs she can barely control. A church bell starts ringing somewhere in the city. Vicky touches Erlin's wrist and then withdraws her finger. "We have the same bandages," Erlin smiles. "You and me?" Vicky turns her face away. "I don't know whether you remember me," Erlin says. "You stayed with me when you were a little girl. I was just a temporary foster mother, but I've never stopped thinking about you." She takes a deep breath. Then her voice breaks. "I know I betrayed you, Vicky. I wasn't up to taking care of you." Erlin is studying the girl in the bed, her messy hair, her worried forehead, the dark rings around her eyes, the wounds on her face. "I know that, to you, I'm nothing. Just another person in a long line of people who've let you down." Erlin has to stop speaking and swallow hard before she can continue. "The prosecutor wants you in jail, but I don't think that jail is the right place for you. It's not good for anyone to be locked up." Vicky shakes her head. The gesture is barely noticeable, but Erlin sees it, and her voice is intense as she says, "It's really important that you listen to what Johannes and I have to tell you." Chapter 147. There's an arraignment room on the ground floor of the National Police Building. It's a simple conference room with chairs, a desk, and a table of lacquered fur. About 20 journalists have already collected in the glass-enclosed foyer, and TV vans are parked on Pulhemsgatan. The hard rain of the previous night has streaked the triple-paned windows of the arraignment room, and wet leaves are stuck to the white window frames. A uniformed policeman is standing by the wall next to the door, and the judge, an older man with bushy eyebrows, sits behind the desk. Susanne Erst appears pale and tense, and Vicky looks small and exhausted. She sits between Elin Frank and her lawyer, bent over as if her stomach hurts. "Where's Joona?" she whispers. "We don't know if he can come," Johannes says. Susanne stands up. "If it please your honour, I would like to request that Vicky Bennett be jailed on suspicion of the murders of Elisabeth Grimm and Miranda Eriksdotter, as well as on suspicion of kidnapping Dante Abrahamsson." The judge writes something down, and Susanne hands him a comb-bound collection of documents before she begins to relate the conclusions reached during the preliminary investigation. "All the technical evidence points to Vicky Bennett, and no one but Vicky Bennett." Susanne pauses for a moment before she begins to go through the reports from the crime scene investigation. Barely restraining her eagerness, she puts special emphasis on the biological evidence and the fingerprints. The boots found in Vicky Bennett's closet have been matched to footprints from both crime scenes. Blood from both victims have been found in her room and on her clothing. Vicky Bennett's bloody handprint was found on the windowsill. "Why do they have to talk about all of this?" Vicky whispers. "I don't know," Elin replies. "If your honour would look at the appendices to the National Forensic Laboratory's expert opinion." Susanne waits for the judge to find the right document. On page 9, the murder weapon can be seen. Vicky Bennett's fingerprints have been lifted from the handle. See pages 113 and 114 for photos of them. The comparative analysis has concluded that Vicky Bennett has used the murder weapon. The judge looks through the material. Then Susanne begins to relate the conclusions from the expanded forensic autopsy report. Miranda Eriksdotter died from blunt trauma to the head. This is beyond a doubt. She had compression fractures on her temporal bone and—
"Susanne," the judge says in a friendly manner, "we are only discussing whether the suspect should be kept in jail until trial or not. We are not at the main trial."
"I know," the prosecutor nods. "However, considering the young age of the suspect, I thought it would be important to demonstrate the reasons why she should be in jail."
"As long as you don't take up too much time,"
the judge says. "Thank you," Susanne says. She then describes all the injuries on both victims, including Elisabeth Grimm's serious defensive wounds and how long the victims had been dead before they were discovered, based on the lividity. "Where is Joona?" Vicky asks again. Johannes places a hand on Vicky's arm and whispers that if Joona hasn't appeared by the break, he'll give him a call. Chapter 148. When they return to the room after the break to resume the hearing, Joona still hasn't shown up. Johannes shakes his head at Vicky's questioning face. Vicky is pale and again sits bent over and silent. Susanne reports the results of the crime scene investigation by the Västernorrland Police Department. How Vicky pursued Elisabeth Grimm to the brewery house, and how she took her life so that she could get her hands on the keys to the isolation room. Vicky has lowered her face, and tears are running down her cheeks. The prosecutor describes the second murder, the flight through the forest, the theft of the automobile, the impulse kidnapping, and finally the suspect's capture in Stockholm. She then details the girl's violence during the interrogation and the need for her to be strapped to the bed. For kidnapping, the sentence can vary anywhere from 4 years to life. For murder, the sentence is a minimum of 10 years. Susanne Erst concludes by saying that although Vicky Bennett is extremely violent and dangerous, she is not a monster. In order to be ahead of the defense team, she takes pains to point out the suspect's positive attributes. She has presented her side competently and ends her speech by quoting the interrogation synopsis. During the third interrogation, the suspect confessed to both murders. I quote, "I killed Miranda." And later, in response to whether Elizabeth Grimm wanted to lend her the keys, the suspect replied, "I smashed her skull in." Chapter 149. The judge, who is looking tired, turns to Vicky Bennett and Johannes Grunewald and asks them formally if they have any objections to the case presented by the prosecutor. Vicky stares at the judge with a frightened expression. She shakes her head. Johannes, however, holds back a smile as he says he would like to go through the confession again to make sure that the court has not missed anything.
"I knew when I saw you that this wouldn't be easy," the judge says calmly.
In his objections, Johannes does not raise any of the technical evidence or even question Vicky's guilt. He lists Vicky's positive qualities, which the prosecutor had just mentioned, and emphasizes the young age of the suspect. Then Johannes says,
"Even if Vicky Bennett and her previous lawyer signed the interrogation, the prosecutor should not have done so." "The prosecutor shouldn't have?"
The judge looks surprised. Johannes goes up to him and points out Vicky's response in the transcript. The prosecutor has highlighted the words, "I killed Miranda," in yellow.
"Could you read her entire answer?" Johannes asks. "I killed Miranda," the judge reads. "Not just the highlighted words, please. I killed Miranda, didn't I?"
"Would you consider that a confession?" asks Johannes.
"No,"
the judge says. Susanne Öst stands up. "But her next response," she says, "her next confession—"
"Quiet,"
says the judge. "Would your honour be so kind as to ask the prosecutor to read it aloud?" Johannes suggests. The judge nods. Susanne's voice trembles as she says, "I smashed her skull in. That's what you want to hear, isn't it?"
"This sounds like a confession,"
the judge says, turning to Johannes. "Please look carefully at the entire transcript, Your Honour," Johannes says. He points.
"This interrogation is concluded,"
the judge reads. "Who says that the interrogation is concluded?" The judge runs his hand down the page and looks at the prosecutor. "I did," she says quietly.
"And this means?"
the judge asks. "That the interrogation was concluded," Susanne says. "But I just wanted—"
"You should be ashamed,"
the judge stops her sharply. "To use this confession in an arrest consideration is against Swedish law, Article 40 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Council of Europe Agreement," Johannes says. Chapter 150. Susanne Öst sits down with a thump. She pours water into her glass and spills some on the table. She wipes the drops up with her sleeve and drinks. Her hand is shaking. When she hears Johannes call Daniel Grimm as a witness, she understands how completely her hand has been undermined. She'll have to lower the level of suspicion required if Vicky is going to be sent to jail at all. Erlin tries to look at Vicky's face, but the girl is keeping her head down. Using his warmest voice, Johannes introduces Daniel Grimm, mentioning how long he has worked at Birgitta Gordon and all the institutions where he's worked previously. Vicky looks up for the first time. She tries to meet Daniel's eyes, but he's staring straight ahead, his lips pursed. "Daniel," Johannes begins, "please tell us how well you know Vicky Bennett." "No," Daniel repeats, thinking. "No, He stops speaking. Vicky scratches one of the scabs on her wrist. "Is there any psychologist or counsellor who knows her better than you do?" "No, there isn't," Daniel whispers. "Not one?" "No. Well, it's hard to judge. I don't believe she had much therapy, if any, before she came to Birgitta Gordon, so it's my understanding she was in therapy longer with me than with anyone else." "You had 1 hour of cognitive behavioral therapy with Vicky every week until she ran away. Is that correct?" Johannes asks. "Yes, I also took part in her all-day lifestyle training." "That's training to prepare patients for a normal life back in society," Johannes explains to the judge.
It's a big step,
Daniel tells the judge. Johannes contemplates Daniel for a while, and his tone is serious when he says, "Now I have to ask you a difficult question."
All right.
There's a great deal of technical evidence that points to Vicky Bennett being involved in the murder of your wife. Daniel nods so slightly it can barely be seen. The room fills with tension. Ellen is trying to read Daniel's expression, but he isn't looking at her. Vicky seems on the point of tears. Johannes, however, stays calm and doesn't let Daniel escape his gaze. "You were Vicky Bennett's therapist," he says. "Do you believe that she is capable of murdering your wife?" Daniel Grimm lifts his chin. His lips are pale. His hand trembles as he wipes his eyes, nudging his glasses off kilter. "I have not discussed the case with any of my colleagues. I haven't been able to, but in my professional opinion, well, no, I don't believe that Vicky Bennett is capable of this." "How did you reach that opinion?" "Vicky was responsive to therapy and medication," Daniel says. "But most important, in my profession, you meet people who are... That is, she did not have any violent fantasies, and she was not violent in the manner that such people are." "Thank you," Johannes says quietly. Chapter 151. After lunch, Johannes is the last person to get back to the arraignment room. He's holding his mobile phone to his ear. The judge waits until the room is silent and then summarizes the results of the morning. Then he says,
"The prosecutor has reduced the level of suspicion to the next lowest level. She still requests that the accused be held in custody as a suspect for the crime of kidnapping."
"Yes, indeed," Susanne Öst says. "You cannot ignore the fact that Vicky Bennett kidnapped Dante Abrahamsson and held him captive for more than a week." "There's just one thing," Johannes says.
"What now?"
asks the judge. Johannes walks to the door and opens it. Joona Linna enters, followed by a woman and a little boy. They stop as soon as they cross the threshold. "I would like to introduce Joona Linna," Johannes says.
"I know who he is,"
the judge replies. He leans forward with increased interest. Joona turns to the little boy, hiding behind his mother's legs. "Here are the old guys I was telling you about." "They don't look like trolls," the boy whispers, and starts to smile. "You don't think so? Look closely at that one over there." He points to the judge. The boy shakes his head and grins. "Everybody, say hi to Dante and his mum, Pia Abrahamsson," Joona says. Everyone in the room says hi. When Dante sees Vicky, he waves. Vicky waves back, and her smile is heartbreaking. Susanne closes her eyes and tries to breathe slowly. "You're waving at Vicky, but wasn't she mean to you?" Joona says. "Mean? Someone told me she was really mean," Joona says. "She gave me piggyback rides and all her hubba-bubba. But you wanted to go back to your mum." "I couldn't," the boy says. "Why not?" The boy shrugs. "Tell them what you told me," Pia says to her son. "What about?" "That she called." "Oh, yeah, she called." "Can you tell Joona all about it?" Pia nods encouragingly. "Vicky called on the phone, but they wouldn't let her come back." "Where did she call from?" asks Joona. "From the truck." "Did someone let her borrow a phone in the truck?" "Don't know," Dante shrugs. "What did she say on the phone?" "She wanted to go back." Dante's mother lifts him up and snuggles him and whispers to him until he wriggles free.
"Can you explain this?"
the judge asks Joona. "Vicky borrowed a mobile phone from a truck driver who worked for IKEA. His name is Radek Skorsa," Johannes Grunewald explains. "Joona Linna has traced the call. The call was placed to Birgitta Gordon. It was automatically rerouted to the central office of Ore, the company that manages the home. Vicky spoke to a woman named Eva Morander. Vicky asked for help and repeated that she wanted to return. Eva Morander remembers the conversation. She told Vicky that the central office doesn't handle specific cases.
"Do you remember this conversation, Vicky?"
the judge asks. "Yes," says Vicky. Her voice is naked. "I just wanted to go back. I wanted them to take Dante back to his mother, but she said I couldn't go back." Joona walks over and stands next to Johannes. "I know that it's strange for a detective inspector to be on the side of the defense," he says, "but in my opinion, Vicky Bennett told the truth during Saga Bauer's questioning. I do not believe we have a kidnapping case here, just a terrible coincidence. So I talked to Dante and his mother and asked them to come, and that's why I'm here too." Joona's sharp gaze lands on the girl's face. No makeup, bruises and scabs. "But murder is something else, Vicky," he says sternly. "You may think you can keep silent, but I will not rest until I find out the truth." Chapter 152. The hearing concludes 20 minutes later after Susanne retracts her request for the suspect to be kept in custody on the kidnapping charge. Erlin is sitting with her back straight and her face is expressionless as the prosecutor speaks. Vicky stares at the table and shakes her head slightly. The judge leans back in his chair and declares that Vicky Bennett is free on her own recognizance in the matter of the murders of Elisabeth Grimm and Miranda Eriksdotter until the case is brought to trial. Vicky Bennett would have been returned to Orre, the company that runs Birgittegården and other group youth homes, but the Swedish Organization for Institutionalized Care has confirmed Erlin Frank as Vicky's temporary foster mother. As the judge turns to Vicky and tells her that she is free to go, Erlin breaks into a large smile. She can't help herself. Afterwards, though, Johannes takes her aside and warns her.
"Even though Vicky is not in custody, she is still a suspect in 2 murders, and
I know that.
If the prosecutor presses charges, we might be able to win in court. That wouldn't mean she's innocent," Johannes says. "She could still be guilty."
"I know she's innocent," Erlin says, aware of how naive she must sound.
"It is my job to warn you," Johannes says.
"Even if Vicky were involved, well, she's much too young to go to prison." Erlin tries to explain. "Johannes, I can give her the best care in the entire world. I have already hired people to help me, and I've asked Daniel to stay with us since Vicky feels secure around him."
"That's good of you,"
Johannes says softly. "We'll consider all the options and find out what is best for her. That's all I really care about," Erlin says, taking Johannes's hands. "Maybe Daniel can continue her therapy for a while. Maybe we will entrust someone else with that. But I will not let her down again. I won't do that." Chapter 153. While Johannes Grunewald meets the journalists in the National Police Bureau press room, Erlin and Vicky leave Stockholm in Erlin's jeep. They have already passed between Haga Park, where Crown Princess Victoria lives in her castle, and the enormous cemetery where the socialist August Palm lies buried. The aroma of Italian leather fills the roomy interior. Erlin's left hand on the steering wheel is bathed in the amber light from the instrument panel, and the autumnal sound of Bach's first cello suite pours from the speakers. Erlin looks at Vicky's calm face and smiles to herself. In order to escape media attention, Erlin is taking Vicky to her mountain cabin, where they will stay until the trial starts. The cabin is a 400-square-meter house in the foothills of Tirgefjell outside Duvied. There Vicky will have around-the-clock care. Erlin's local maid, Bella, is already at the cabin, and Daniel set out just ahead of them in his own car. A nurse will arrive tomorrow. Vicky showered and washed her hair at the hospital, and her hair now smells of cheap shampoo. Elin bought her jeans, shirt, underwear, socks and trainers, as well as a wind cheater, and Vicky picked out the pair of black Armani jeans and a baggy grey sweater from Gant. The rest of the clothes are still in their bags in the back seat. "What are you thinking about?" Elin asks. Vicky doesn't answer. She's staring at the road. Elin turns down the music a little. "You'll be found innocent," Elin says. "I'm absolutely sure of it." They've now passed through the suburbs, and there are fields and patches of forest on either side of the highway. Elin offers Vicky some chocolate, but she shakes her head. She looks much better today. Her face has more colour, and the bandages are gone. Only the cast on her thumb is still there. "I'm so glad that Daniel is able to join us," Elin says. "He's good," Vicky says. Elin caught a glimpse of his golden Audi Combi near Nortul, but she's fallen behind him since. "Is he better than the other therapists you've met before?" asks Elin. "Yeah." Elin lowers the volume a bit more. "Do you want him to continue to work with you?" "If I have to." "It would be a good idea for you to continue therapy for a while," Elin says. "In that case, then, Daniel." The further north they drive, the more autumn makes itself known. Mile by mile there's less green and more yellow and red. The fallen leaves form glowing lakes around the bases of the tree trunks. They whirl over the highway. Elin and Vicky do not speak for a while. Then, out of the blue, Vicky says, "I need my stuff." "What stuff?" "My things. The stuff I left behind." "Your belongings have been moved to the house where the other girls are living now," Elin says. "At least the things the police didn't take with them. I can see that someone picks them up for you." She glances at the girl and thinks that her things are important to her. "Or would you like to get them now?" Vicky nods. "All right, if that's what you want. I'll call Daniel," Elin says. "After all, it's on the way." Chapter 154. The sun is setting behind the evergreens when Elin turns off the highway at Yettendal and parks behind Daniel's car. Daniel is waiting for them, a pink cool box by his side. He waves and they get out of the car and stretch their legs. Daniel unpacks the cool box and they each have a cheese sandwich and a bottle of Trocadero while leaning against the car and gazing over the train tracks to the fields beyond. "I called my substitute at the house up there," Daniel tells Vicky. "She doesn't think it's a good idea for you to come inside because of the other girls." "What harm would it do?" asks Elin. "I don't want to see them anyway," Vicky says. "I just want my stuff." They get back into their cars. A winding road leads them past lakes and fallen red cottages and barns, through the forest and to the coast. They park outside the house where the girls from Birgittagården are staying. On the other side of the road, a World War II naval mine is standing beside an old petrol pump. Seagulls are perched on the telephone poles. Vicky unfastens her seatbelt but stays in the car. She watches Elin and Daniel head straight towards the house and disappear behind the lilac bushes. Just ahead, where the road forks, there's an old midsummer pole, and the harbour lies beyond. Vicky looks out over the calm surface of the water, then she takes the new mobile phone Elin has given her out of its box and peels the plastic from the screen. The girls are standing by the window when Daniel and Elin walk up the steps to the large veranda. Daniel's substitute, Solveig Sundström, is already standing outside the front door. It is clear she's not happy to see them. She tells them that they are not welcome to stay for dinner. "Could we come in and say hi, at least?" asks Daniel. "Preferably not," Solveig replies. "It would be better if you tell me what you need and I go to look for it." "There are quite a few things," Elin begins to say. "I can't promise I'll find them all." "Just ask Caroline, then," Daniel says. "She usually has things under control." While Daniel asks how the girls are doing and what they're up to, Elin is looking at their faces in the window. They're pushing one another, and she can hear their voices through the glass, although she can't make out what they're saying. Indy and Nina are standing next to each other, and Lu Chu pushes herself to the front of the pack and waves. Erlin waves back. The only girl that Erlin can't see is little red-haired Tula. Vicky is putting a SIM card into her mobile. She looks up. A shiver goes down her back. She thinks she's seen someone moving outside the car. Maybe it's just the wind tossing the leaves of the lilac bushes. It's twilight now. Vicky looks back at Daniel's car, at the midsummer pole, the fence, and the lawn in front of the dark red house. A light is shining on the mast of a boat moored far out on the pier. Its reflection quivers on the black water. Frames used for cleaning fishing nets, abandoned long ago, stand in the meadow near the harbour like football nets lined up in a row. Hundreds of iron hooks are still fastened to them. Vicky catches sight of a red balloon rolling along the lawn in front of the house where the girls live. She gets out of the car and walks slowly towards the house. She stops and listens. The light from the windows is falling on the birch trees' yellow leaves. She can hear mumbling and wonders if someone is out there in the darkness. She leaves the gravel path. The balloon rolls past a volleyball net and finally stops when it gets tangled in a hedge. "Vicky," a voice whispers. Vicky whirls around but sees no one. All her senses are heightened. The swing seat creaks and starts to sway. The old weather vane turns in the wind. "Vicky!" A sharp voice close beside her. Vicky turns to the right and stares into the darkness. It takes her a few moments before she sees Tula's narrow face peeking out from among the lilac bushes. She's holding a baseball bat. It is so heavy that the tip of the barrel is resting on the ground. Tula wets her lips and stares at Vicky with bloodshot eyes. Erlin leans against the veranda railing and looks to see if Vicky is still in the car. It's too dark to make her out. Daniel is talking to Solveig. Erlin listens to him explain that Almira needs to continue her therapy and that she reacts badly to high doses of antidepressants. He asks again if he can come in, but Solveig says that the girls are now her responsibility. However, she lets Caroline come out on the veranda. Caroline hugs Daniel and greets Erlin. "I've packed all of Vicky's things," she says. "Is Tula inside?" Erlin asks. Her voice is tense. "Yeah, I think so," Caroline says, surprised. "Would you like me to get her?" "Yes, please get her," Erlin replies. She tries to look calm. Caroline goes back inside and calls for Tula. Solveig looks at Daniel and Erlin with mistrust. "If you're hungry, you can have some apples. I'll tell one of the girls to get some," she says. Erlin doesn't reply. She walks down the steps into the garden. Behind her, she can still hear Caroline calling for Tula. It is so dark now that the ocean is invisible. The seat squeaks as it swings. Erlin is trying to be quiet, but her high heels clatter on the paving stones as she hurries around the corner of the path. The lilac bushes are rustling. It sounds like a rabbit running away. The branches move, and Erlin almost runs into Vicky. "Good God!" Erlin exclaims. They look at each other. Vicky's face is pale in the weak light. Erlin feels her pulse beat in her temples. "Let's go to the car," she says, leading Vicky away from the house. Erlin glances over her shoulder and sees Caroline running up to them. She's holding a big plastic bag. "I couldn't find Tula," she says. "Thanks for trying," Erlin replies. Vicky takes the bag and looks inside. "Most of your stuff is there," Caroline says. "But Luchu and Almira used your earrings to bet with when they were playing poker." As Vicky and Erlin drive away, Caroline stands and watches them go. Her face is deeply sad. Chapter 155. Erlin can see Daniel's headlights in her rear-view mirror the entire time she's driving on the E14. There's almost no traffic, just a few freight trucks, but it still takes them 3 hours to reach the ski resort area. Even in the darkness, they can see the lifts and support poles for Ore's immense cable car on the mountainside. 6 kilometers before Duvied, they turn onto a narrow gravel road that zigzags up Tiergefjell. Leaves and dust swirl in the beams of the headlights. Soon they pass through the open gates and wind up the driveway to Erlin's cabin. It is a large, modernist house of poured concrete, all right angles and straight lines. Its huge rectangular windows are hidden behind aluminium shutters. They park the cars in a garage with room for 5 vehicles. A tiny blue Mazda is already there. Daniel helps Erlin carry the luggage into the living room. Some lights are already on, and Erlin walks to a switch and presses it. The aluminium shutters creak as their panels separate. Light from the security lamp outside slips in through hundreds of small holes, and with a great deal more creaking, the metal shutters begin to roll up. After a while, it's quiet again. The mountainous landscape looms outside the enormous windows. The security light has switched off, and there are small glimmers of light from houses in the distance. "Wow," Vicky says as she looks out. "Do you remember my ex-husband, Jack?" Erlin asks Vicky. "He built this mountain hideaway. Well, he didn't build it himself. He had other people build it. He just told them he wanted a bunker with a view." An older woman wearing a green apron comes down the stairs from the upper floor. "Hello, Bella," Erlin says. "I'm sorry we were so late." She hugs the woman. "Better late than never." Bella smiles and explains that she's made up the beds in all the rooms. "Thanks," Erlin says. "I didn't know whether or not you would do any food shopping on the way up, so I just bought a little bit of everything. There'll be enough for a few days." Bella lights a fire in the huge fireplace. Afterwards, Erlin follows her to the garage and says good night. When she returns, she finds Daniel in the kitchen making supper. Vicky is sitting on the sofa, crying. Erlin hurries over and kneels in front of the girl. "Vicky, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" The girl gets up and locks herself in the guest bathroom, off the living room. Erlin rushes back to the kitchen. "Vicky has locked herself in the bathroom." "Would you like me to talk to her?" "Hurry." Daniel follows Erlin to the bathroom door. He knocks and tells Vicky to open the door. "No locked doors," he says. "You remember the rules, don't you?" A few seconds later, Vicky comes out of the bathroom. Her eyes are damp. She heads back to the sofa. Daniel exchanges a look with Erlin and then sits down next to the girl. "Do you remember how you were sad when you came to Birgitta Gordon?" he says after a while. "I know. I should have been happy," she replies without looking at him. "Coming to a place is always the first step towards leaving it," he says. Vicky swallows hard and tears spring back into her eyes. She lowers her voice so that Erlin can't hear what she says. "I'm a murderer." "Don't say that unless you're absolutely sure that it's true," Daniel says calmly. "I can tell by your voice that you don't believe it is." Chapter 156. Flora pours steaming hot water into the bucket, and although she hates the smell of the rubber gloves, she puts them on. The scent of lemon cleanser spreads through the small apartment. Cool air pours in the open windows. The sun is shining and birds are singing. When the detective left her standing on the pavement, she had stayed right there. She should have started preparing for the séance, but she didn't dare go downstairs by herself. Instead, she waited for the first participants to arrive. Dina and Asker Sibelius came at their usual early time, 15 minutes before the séance. Flora pretended that she'd arrived late. They came downstairs with her and helped her set up the chairs. By 7:05, 19 participants had arrived. The séance lasted much longer than usual. Flora gave each of them her time and pretended to see friendly old ghosts, happy children, and forgiving parents. She had been able to figure out why Dina and Asker kept coming. Their grown son was left in a coma after a car accident, and they had reluctantly agreed with the doctor to turn off life support and to donate his organs. "What if he can't get to God?" Dina had whispered. This evening, Flora talked to their son and was able to reassure them that he was in the light. He was happy that they'd donated his heart, lungs, corneas, and kidneys, which were now living on. After the séance, Dina kissed Flora's hands. She was weeping and kept saying that she was now the happiest woman on earth. Now Flora is scrubbing the floor of the apartment. Eva is at a sewing circle with a few friends. Hans Gunnar is in the living room watching a football match against Italy. He has the volume turned up high. Flora rinses the mop and squeezes out the water while she stretches her aching back. Then she gets back to work. She knows that Eva is going to open the envelope and pay the bills on Monday.
"Pass, Zlatan, pass, for God's sake!"
yells Hans Gunnar from the living room. Flora's shoulders have started to ache by the time she carries the bucket to Eva's bedroom. She closes the door behind her and places the bucket in the way. She takes the key hidden behind the wedding photograph and unlocks the desk. A crash makes Flora jump. It was just the mop falling over. Flora listens for a moment before she lifts the heavy desk lid. She tries to pull open the tiny drawer inside, but her hands are trembling. The drawer is stuck. She pokes among the pencils and erasers and finds a letter opener. She carefully inserts it into the spring above the drawer and gives it a gentle tug. The drawer slides open an inch. She can hear a scraping sound close by, but sees it's just a pigeon on the windowsill. Flora gets her fingers into the drawer and manages to pull it all the way open, but the postcard from Copenhagen gets bent. She takes out the envelope for the bills and replaces the exact amount she took. She puts everything back in its proper place. She tries to straighten the postcard, pushes the drawer back in, and makes sure the pencils, pens, and letter opener are arranged as she found them. She closes the lid and locks it. She goes over to the nightstand and has just lifted the wedding picture when the door to Eva's room crashes open. The bucket tips over and the water spills out.
"You goddamn thief!"
Hans Gunnar yells as he storms inside. He's not wearing a shirt. She turns towards him. His eyes are wide open and he's punching wildly. The first blow hits her shoulder and she doesn't feel it. Then he grabs her hair and beats her with his other fist. The third blow lands under her chin, the next on her cheek. She falls and feels her hair rip out. The wedding picture falls to the floor and the glass breaks into pieces. She lies on her side in the spilled water. She can hardly breathe from the pain in her eye. Flora feels sick and rolls onto her stomach. She tries to keep herself from vomiting. Spots appear before her eyes. She tries to focus and sees that the photograph has fallen from the frame and is leaning against the nightstand. On the back, someone has written, "Eva and Hans Gunnar, Djelsbo Church." Flora remembers what the ghost has whispered to her. This wasn't the last time, right before the séance, but earlier, here at home. She doesn't remember exactly. Miranda had whispered about a church bell tower. The girl was holding the wedding photo and pointing at the bell tower in the background as she whispered, "She's hiding there. She saw everything, and she's hiding in the tower." Hans Gunnar is standing over her, breathing heavily, when Eva comes in, still wearing her coat. "What is going on here?" she demands in a frightened voice.
"She's been stealing. I knew it."
He spits on Flora, picks up the bronze key, and goes to the desk. Chapter 157. Joona is sitting in his office with a complete set of the documents presented at the arraignment hearing spread before him. He thinks there's enough evidence here for a conviction. The telephone rings, and Joona would not have picked it up if he'd looked at the display. "I know you think I'm a liar," Flora says breathlessly, "but please don't hang up. You have to listen to me. I'm begging you. I'll do anything if you just listen. Calm down and tell me about it." "There's a witness to the murders," she says. "A real witness, not a ghost. I'm telling you, there's a real witness who is hiding." Her voice is thin from hysteria, and he tries to calm her down. "That's good," he says. "However, the preliminary investigation shows—" "You have to go there," she interrupts him. Joona doesn't know why he's even listening to this person, but she seems so desperate that he doesn't hang up. "Where is the witness exactly?" he asks. "In a bell tower, the black bell tower at Dealsborough Church." "Who told you?" "Please, that's where she is. She's afraid, and she's hiding." "Flora, the prosecutors are supposed to—" "No one is listening to me." Joona hears a man's voice in the background yelling at Flora to leave the telephone alone. Then there's a rustling sound.
"Time for your little chat to end,"
the man says, and then the phone call is over. Joona sighs as he puts his mobile down. He can't understand why Flora keeps on lying. Once Vicky was arrested, the preliminary investigation came to an end, and Joona had finally been sent all the paperwork. But now the case was out of the hands of the police. It was the prosecutor's job to prepare the evidence for the trial. "I missed something in this case," Joona thinks. He feels oddly desolate. Something is troubling him about the rock. He doesn't know what. The Needle mentions in his report that a rock was used as a murder weapon, but no one has followed this up since it doesn't fit with the other evidence. Joona decides he's not going to leave this case alone. Out of sheer stubbornness, he flips through the National Laboratory test results. Then he reads the autopsy report. Joona had left before the Needle and Frippe cut open the body and did the internal autopsy, so their findings are news to him. He stops at the description of Elisabeth Grimm's defensive wounds. He rereads the description of the wounds on her hands. Then he reads on. The light from the window slowly moves over Joona's bulletin board. It has the notification of the internal investigation and the latest postcard from Disa pinned to it. The postcard shows a chimpanzee wearing lipstick and heart-shaped glasses. There is nothing unusual in Miranda's stomach contents. The tissue was shiny and smooth. Same thing for the lungs and the heart. Tissue, shiny and smooth. 84. Heart is normal configuration and weighs 198 grams. Pericardium shiny and smooth. Ventricles and atria normal. No plaque in the aorta. In the walls of the coronary artery, no plaque layer. Heart muscles are grey-red and structure normal. Joona holds a finger in the autopsy report and flips to the National Forensic Laboratory test results. Miranda's blood was type A. It had traces of venlafaxine, an ingredient in many antidepressants. Otherwise normal. 104. Ureters appear normal. 105. In bladder, 100 milliliters, light yellow, clear urine. Mucosa pale. Joona flips back to the test results and finds the urine test. There are traces of the sleeping substance, nitrazepam, and the HCG level is unusually high. Joona gets up quickly and grabs his phone to call the Needle. "I'm looking at the test results from the National Forensic Lab, and I notice that Miranda has a high HCG level in her urine," he says.
"Of course," the Needle replies. "The cysts on her ovaries were—"
"Wait a minute," Joona says. "Isn't a high HCG level a sign of pregnancy as well?"
"That's right,
but as I said, but if Miranda did an over-the-counter pregnancy test, she might think she was pregnant."
"Yes," the Needle says. "She would have had a positive reading."
So Miranda could well have believed she was pregnant. Joona dashes out of his office and calls Flora while he rushes along the hall. He hears Anya calling him, but he ignores her and runs down the stairs. No one is answering the phone. He keeps repeating to himself that Flora had changed her story. "I meant to say she thought she was pregnant," Flora had said. "She wasn't pregnant, but she thought she was." Joona dials her number again. The phone keeps ringing as he races through the lobby. He's already out of the revolving door when a man answers. He's breathing heavily.
Hans Gunnar Hansen.
My name is Joona Linna, and I'm from the National Police.
You found my car?
I need to talk to Flora.
What the hell? The man yells. I wouldn't have asked if you'd found my car if Flora was here. She's the one who stole it. You policemen can't do your fucking job.
Joona ends the call and sprints to his black Volvo. Chapter 158. Elin sleeps in the room next to Vicky's, keeping the doors to both rooms open. She wakes several times in the night to the slightest noise. Each time she listens and then gets up and looks into Vicky's room. When morning comes, she stands for a while at the door watching the girl sleep before she goes downstairs to the kitchen. Daniel is standing at the stove making creamy scrambled eggs. The kitchen smells like coffee and freshly baked bread. The view from the open windows is almost frightening in its immensity. Mountain tops and pools of water with mirror surfaces. Valleys covered in trees shimmering red and yellow. "It's almost impossible to look outside," Daniel says. "It's like it hurts my heart." They embrace and he kisses her on the top of her head. She stands still, breathing in his scent and feeling a little dizzy with unexpected happiness. A timer beeps on the work surface. Daniel loosens himself from their embrace to get the bread out of the oven. They sit down at the large dining table, and as they eat breakfast, they touch each other's hands. They drink coffee and look out of the window, and the beauty of the view takes away their words. Finally, Elin says in a low voice, "I'm so worried about Vicky. It will all work out just fine." She puts down her coffee cup. "Promise?" "All I have to do is get her to talk about what happened," he says. "I'm afraid that her feelings of guilt are making her more and more self-destructive. We really need to keep our eyes on her." "The nurse from Åre is coming in an hour. I'll drive down and pick her up at the bus station," Elin says. "Should I ask Vicky to come with me? What do you think?" "I don't know," he says. "It might be better for her to stay here." "That's right. We've only just got here," Elin agrees. "Still, I can't help worrying. Promise me you'll keep her in sight the whole time." "She knows she can't even lock the bathroom door," Daniel says. At that moment, Elin glimpses Vicky through the window. She's on the lawn, kicking through the colourful leaves. Her long hair is still tangled down her back. She looks cold. Elin takes her sweater from the back of her chair and goes outside to hand it to Vicky. "Thanks," the girl whispers. "I will never, ever let you down again," Elin says. Without saying another word, she takes Vicky's hand and squeezes it. A moment later, Vicky returns the gesture. Elin's heart is so filled with joy that she can't speak. Chapter 159. The sky is getting dark as Joona leaves the E4 and turns onto Route 84 towards Delsbo. His guess is that Flora has taken the car to drive to Delsbo Church. He can still hear her agitated voice telling him about a witness hiding in the bell tower there. Joona can't figure her out. It's as if she's mixing lies and truth without being aware of it herself. Even so, he can't let go of the feeling that she knows more about the murders at Birgitta Gordon than anyone else. This story about a witness could be another one of her lies, but on the off chance it's true, he can't ignore it. Low-hanging clouds make the fields appear grey and the evergreens blue. Falling leaves dance over the road. It's difficult to keep up his speed as the road is winding and filled with potholes. A few kilometres further on, he turns onto a wide boulevard lined with trees which leads to Delsbo Church. Beyond the trees is wide-open farmland. In the distance, a lone harvester is driving through a field, its blades whirling over the ground like scythes. Birds rise and sink in the swirling air. He's almost at the church when he sees a car crashed into one of the trees. The bonnet is smashed, a fender is lying in the grass, and one of the windows has shattered. The engine is still running, and the driver's door is wide open. The rear lights stain the grass in the ditch red. Joona slows down, but when he sees the car is empty, he keeps driving. Flora must have got out and run towards the tower. Joona parks and races over the raked gravel to the pitch-covered bell tower, which is standing on a hill not far from the church. He can see the church bell hanging beneath the onion dome behind a railing. Beyond the bell tower there's a rushing river, its waters black and foamy. The sky is dark, and it looks like it will start raining at any moment. The door to the tower is slightly ajar. Joona walks the last few meters. He can smell the pitch. The wide ground-floor section is panelled in dark wood. There's a steep wooden staircase leading to a platform below the bell. Joona calls out, "Flora!" Chapter 160. Flora appears at the top of the stairs. She looks very sad, and there are dark rings around her eyes. Her face is bruised. "There's no one here," she says. She bites her lip. "Are you sure?" She starts to cry, and her voice breaks. "I'm sorry. I was so sure." She climbs down the stairs, all the while apologizing, but without looking at him. She starts to walk back towards the ruined car. Joona follows her. "How did you find your way here?" he asks. "Why did you think that the witness would be hiding here?" "My foster parents' wedding photo. The bell tower was in the background." "What does this have to do with Miranda?" "The ghost said—" Flora falls silent. "What is it?" asks Joona. He thinks back to the drawing she made of Miranda with her hands in front of her face and the dark blood beside her head in the shape of a heart. She drew the picture not to deceive anyone, but because she'd actually seen something and no longer remembers the circumstances. When she was standing outside Carlian Antiques, Flora talked about the ghost as a memory. She tried to say that she remembered what the ghost had said. A ray of sunlight streams out between the heavy rain clouds. "As a memory," he repeats. He looks at Flora's pale face. Yellow leaves are falling from the trees. All of a sudden, the pieces fall into place. Joona realizes how things fit. He feels as if he's just pulled open the curtains and light is flooding in. He knows he has the key to the case. Flora is the witness hiding in the bell tower. "You are her," he whispers. He shudders at his own words. She is the witness, but it wasn't Miranda she saw being killed. Someone else was killed in the same manner. A different girl, but the same killer. His instinct is so clear that it is followed by a sharp migraine. It feels as if a bullet is going right through his brain. He tries to find something to hold on to as he hears Flora's voice through a great darkness. Then, as suddenly as it arrived, the pain disappears. "You saw everything," he says out loud. "You're bleeding," Flora says. He has a nosebleed. He finds a tissue in his pocket. "Flora," he says, "you were the witness hiding in the bell tower." "I haven't seen anything," she protests. Joona holds the tissue to his nose. "You've just forgotten it. But I wasn't there. You know that. I've never been to Birgitta Gordon. It was something else you saw." "No," Flora says, shaking her head. "How old is the ghost?" asks Joona. "Miranda is about 15 whenever I'm dreaming. But when she's real, when it looks like she's right in the room with me, she's a little girl." "How old?" "About 5. How old are you now, Flora?" Flora is fearful as she looks into his grey eyes. 40, she says in a low voice. Joona has realized that Flora has been describing a murder that she witnessed as a child, but that she thought she was describing Miranda's murder. He knows he's right. He takes out his mobile and calls Anya. Flora had seen what she'd been through only now, decades later. This is why her memories are so strong and confusing. "Anya," he asks when she picks up the phone, "are you in front of your computer?" "Are you in a better place?" she says, amused. "Can you see if anything happened in Delsbo about 35 years ago? Anything special? A 5-year-old girl would be involved." As Anya taps away on her computer, Joona watches Flora walk towards the church. She runs her hand over the facade. Then she goes inside. He follows her to keep her in sight. A hedgehog waddles away between a few gravestones. Beyond the tree-lined boulevard, he can see the harvester in the field and the clouds of dust that rise behind it. "Yes," Anya says, "there was an unusual death 35 years ago. A 5-year-old girl was found dead by Delsbo Church. Nothing more. The police wrote it off as an accident." Joona watches Flora turn around and look at him with a question in her eyes. "What was the name of the policeman in charge of the investigation?" "Torkel Ekholm. Can you find an address for him?" Chapter 161. 20 minutes later, Joona parks his car on a narrow gravel road. He opens an iron gate and he and Flora walk through a shady yard up to a wooden house painted red with white trim. The roof is made of asbestos cement tiles. The autumn greenery is filled with buzzing insects. The thunderstorm is still building overhead. Joona rings the doorbell. Its chime is deafening. They hear a shuffling sound, and then an elderly man opens the door. He's wearing a vest, braces, and slippers. "Are you Torkel Ekholm?" asks Joona. The man is leaning on a Zimmer. He's looking at them with old, watery eyes. There's a hearing aid behind his large, wrinkled right ear. "Who wants to know?" he asks. They can hardly hear him. "Joona Linna. I'm a detective inspector with the National Police." The old man peers at Joona's ID and smiles slightly.
"Ah, the National Police,"
he says softly. He gestures for Joona and Flora to come inside.
"Let's have a cup of coffee."
They sit down at the kitchen table as Torkel goes to the stove after apologizing to Flora for having no biscuits to offer her. He talks quietly and appears to be quite hard of hearing. A clock is ticking loudly, and over the kitchen bench there's a moose-hunting rifle, a well-oiled Remington. An embroidery piece with bent corners is hanging crookedly nearby. It reads, "Happiness in the home comes from contentment." Torkel Ekholm scratches his chin and looks at Joona. Once the water is boiling, he takes out 3 cups and a tin of instant coffee.
"When you live alone, you keep things simple,"
he says, and shrugs as he hands Flora a teaspoon. "I'm here to ask you about an extremely old case," Joona says. 35 years ago, a 5-year-old girl was found dead at Delsbo Church.
"That's right,"
the man says without meeting Joona's gaze. "Was it an accident?" Joona asks.
"Yes,"
the man says. "I don't think it was an accident," Joona says.
"I'm relieved to hear that,"
the old man says. His mouth trembles and he pushes the sugar bowl towards Joona. "Do you remember the case?" asks Joona. The spoon clinks against the coffee cup as the old man pours in the coffee powder and stirs. He looks back up at Joona.
"There are certain cases that I wish I could forget."
He gets up and shuffles over to a dark chest of drawers and unlocks the top drawer. He explains that he's kept his notes from that case all these years.
"I knew that someday someone would want these from me,"
he says so softly they can hardly hear him. Chapter 162. Torkel nods towards the papers on the table in front of them.
"The dead girl was named Ylva. She was the daughter of a farm foreman working on the Ronne estate. When I arrived on the scene, they'd already moved her onto a sheet. They told me she'd fallen from the bell tower."
The old policeman leans back against his chair and the wood creaks. A heavy fly buzzes against the window pane.
"They said there was blood on the railing under the roof. They pointed and I looked, and I noticed that something wasn't right.
Why did you end the preliminary investigation?
There were no witnesses. I had nothing. I questioned everyone, but got nowhere. I was told not to disturb the folks at the Ronnes Manor any more. They gave the girl's father leave from work, and it was... I have a picture that Janne took. He worked for Arbetarbladet, and we used him as a crime scene photographer.
The old policeman shows them a black and white photograph. A little girl is lying on a sheet on the lawn. Her hair is spread out. At the side of her head there's a pool of blood, looking just like the one on Miranda's bed. The same place. The bloodstain looks like a heart. The little girl's face is soft and her cheeks are round. Her mouth is closed, which makes her appear eyes with our hands. But you looked, didn't you? Joona asks. You saw who hit the little girl with the rock. No, I had my hands over my eyes. Who hit her?
What did you see?
Asks Torkel. Little Ylva. She was happy. She covered her eyes with her hands. Then he hit her. Who hit her? Joona asks. My brother. You don't have a brother, Joona says. Torkel shakes so much his coffee cup rattles in its saucer.
So it was the boy,
he mutters.
Could it have been the boy?
Which boy? Asks Joona. Flora's face is completely white. Tears run freely down her face. The old policeman gets up from his chair with difficulty and rips a paper towel from the roll on the work surface. Flora is shaking her head, but Joona sees that her mouth is moving slightly. What did you see? Asks Joona. Flora? Torkel reaches her and hands her the towel. He says carefully,
Are you little Flora? The silent little sister?
Chapter 163. The memory comes to Flora as she's standing in the old policeman's kitchen with her hand on the sink. She feels her legs start to buckle as she remembers what she'd seen. The sun was shining. They were playing on the lawn by the church. She was holding her hands in front of her face. The light was shining right through her spread fingers. The other two children had golden halos around them. Oh, God, she moans. Oh, God. She remembers seeing her brother hit the little girl with a rock. The memory is so strong it feels as if the children are there with her in the kitchen. She hears the thud and sees Ylva's head jerk. Flora remembers seeing the girl falling down on the grass. Her mouth opened and closed. Her eyes shook and she mumbled something. He hit her again. He was hitting as hard as he could, yelling that they should keep their eyes shut. Ylva stopped moving. He placed her hands over her face. But I didn't...
Are you Flora?
The old policeman asks again. She's still looking between her fingers when her brother gets up. He's still holding the rock. He tells Flora she should close her eyes. She has to close her eyes to play the game. He is coming closer to her from the side. He lifts the blood-covered rock. She jumps backwards as his blow came. The rock cut her chin and hit her shoulder, and she fell to her knees. She picked herself up and ran as fast as she could. "Are you little Flora, who lived at the Ronne mansion?" "I don't remember much at all," she answers. "Who is her brother?" asks Joona. "The forestry magnate Ronne. We call them fine folk," Torkel said. "They were like nobility. They adopted 2 children. It was even in the newspapers, their good deed, a noble deed and a caring deed. After the accident, the girl was sent away. They kept the boy." "Daniel," Flora says. "His name is Daniel." Joona's chair scrapes the floor as he gets up from the table. He leaves the house without saying a word. He runs through the garden with the mobile phone to his ear and leaves a message as he gets into his car. "Anya, you have to help me. It's urgent. See if Daniel Grimm has any connection to a family named Ronne in Delsbo." Joona has just turned on the car's radio to alert police at the National Communications Center when Anya calls him back. "Yes, those are his parents." "Find out everything you can about him," Joona says. "What's this about?" "Girls," Joona replies. He ends the call, and before he radios the police, he calls Elin Frank. Chapter 164. Elin is driving carefully down the steep gravel road towards Ore to pick up Vicky's nurse from the bus station. Her window is rolled down, and fresh, cool air has flooded the jeep. The mountains here are close together, like giant Viking burial mounds, rounded and overgrown. She remembers Vicky taking her hand and squeezing it. Everything is going to be better from now on. The narrow road is passing beneath a cliff when she hears her mobile buzz in her purse. She drives slowly until she finds a place to stop. She has a bad feeling as she takes out the phone. It's still ringing in her hand, and she can see it's Joona Linna calling. She doesn't want to hear what he has to say, but she answers anyway. "Hello? Where's Vicky?" "She's here with me," she says. "I have a house in Duvied, can you see her right now?" "No, Get Vicky at once. Get in your car and drive to Stockholm right now. Just you and Vicky. Don't stop to bring anything with you." "I'm already in the car," Elin shrieks. She feels alarmed. "Vicky is with Daniel at the house." "That's not good," Joona says in a tone that fills Elin with dread. "What's happened?" "Listen to me. Daniel was the one who killed Miranda and Elisabeth." "That can't be true," she whispers. "He's keeping an eye on Vicky while I pick up the nurse from the bus station." "Then she may no longer be alive, and you are in danger," Joona says. "Get away from there right now. That is my advice as a police officer." Elin stares at the sky. In the last few minutes, low clouds have gathered. They push over the mountain tops, threatening rain. "I can't leave her," Elin hears herself say. "The police are on the way, but it could take a while. I'm turning around right now." "I understand," Joona says. "Be very careful. Daniel Grimm is an extremely dangerous man, and you'll be on your own until the police get there." Elin's mind is a blank. She turns the jeep around and speeds up the steep road, the gravel clattering against the underside of the vehicle. Chapter 165. Vicky is sitting on the white leather armchair, downloading apps onto her mobile. Daniel comes into her room and sits down on the bed. He's quiet for a moment as he looks out at the grey, ancient top of Mount Oreskuta and the dark clouds gathering around it. "Did it feel wrong yesterday?" Daniel says. Just sitting and waiting in the car when we got your stuff?" "No, I knew nobody wanted to see me," she says, still busy with her phone. "When I went inside the house, I saw Almira and Luchu playing the Shut Your Eyes game," Daniel says. "Miranda taught you that game, didn't she?" "Yeah," Vicky says. "Do you know where Miranda learned it?" Daniel asks. Vicky nods as she reaches for the phone charger.
I use the game in therapy sometimes, Daniel says. It's a game to practice trust.
Miranda popped some chocolate in my mouth, Vicky says. She smiles. Once she drew a heart on my stomach. Vicky stops talking. She's remembering her meeting with Tula. Tula had told her things when she met her by the lilac bushes.
Have you told anyone about the game?
Daniel asks. No, she says.
I was just wondering.
Vicky looks back down at her phone. She thinks about Tula, standing in the darkness with a baseball bat in her hand. She was saying that the murderer only kills whores. Only whores need to be afraid. Typical Tula, trying to scare her with her crazy stories. Vicky had tried to smile, but Tula said that she'd found a pregnancy test in Miranda's bag when she took her necklace. Yesterday, the only thing Vicky had thought about that was Miranda must have been sleeping with some guy she'd met through the all-day lifestyle program. Now she realizes that it has to be Daniel. Vicky had had the feeling that something was wrong when Miranda was trying to explain the game. It struck her that Miranda was only pretending that the game was fun. She was giggling and giving her chocolate, but the real reason she was doing it seemed to be to find out what Vicky knew about the game. She remembers how unconcerned Miranda tried to look when she asked if Daniel had ever come into her room and played with her. Miranda didn't say anything, Vicky says. She didn't tell me anything about what you guys did in therapy. Vicky blushes as she realizes how everything fits together. Daniel had killed Miranda and Elizabeth. The killings had nothing to do with Miranda being a whore. Daniel killed Miranda because she was pregnant. Perhaps Miranda had told Elizabeth everything. Vicky tries to breathe calmly. She doesn't know what she is supposed to say. She pulls at the frayed edge of her cast. It was... Daniel leans forward and takes her mobile out of her hand. The therapy, it was about trusting one another, Vicky says. She feels sure that Daniel has seen through her, that he's aware she knows he killed Miranda and Elizabeth with the hammer and tried to pin the murders on her.
Yes, it's an important step in therapy, Daniel says.
He's watching her closely. I know, she whispers.
We can play the game now, you and me, just for fun, he says.
Vicky nods and realizes with panic that he's already decided to kill her. He helped her avoid jail so that he could find out what she knew. He wanted to be absolutely sure that he was safe. Shut your eyes, he says with a smile. Right now?
It's a fun game, but
Just do it, he orders. She shuts her eyes and puts her hands in front of her face. Her heart is pounding. He's doing something. It feels as if he's pulling the sheet off her bed beneath her. I have to pee, she says. You'll have a chance soon, he says. She sits with her hands over her face and flinches when she hears the scrape of the chair being moved. But she keeps her hands over her face. Chapter 166. Erlin is driving recklessly fast up the steep hill. Last spring, the runoff corrugated the road, and the key ring is rattling violently in the spare change cup by the gear stick. Tree branches slap the sides of her jeep, and the gravel beats against its underside. She brakes during a steep curve and almost skids. The tires slide over the gravel, but she changes gear into neutral, comes around, and hits the gas again. Erlin is driving too quickly when she reaches the turnoff to her house. She slows down just a little, but she swings wide and scrapes the side of the jeep against one of the gateposts, knocking off a wing mirror. She hits the gas, and it seems like she's about to launch into the air as she reaches the top. The case of mineral water in the back falls over with a crash. She brakes hard at the house and leaps from the car, leaving the engine running. She runs straight inside. The metal shutters are closed. It's dark, and she stumbles over boots in the hall as she hurries into the large living room. "Vicky!" she yells. Elin turns on the lights and runs up the stairs. She slips and bangs her knee, jumps back up, and rushes towards Vicky's room. To a noose. Her mouth is open and her face has lost colour, but she's kicking her feet. She's still alive. She's holding on to the noose, trying to relieve the pressure on her throat. Elin doesn't stop to think. She runs to Vicky and lifts her as high as she can. "Try to get loose," she exclaims, crying as she holds her up by her thin legs. The girl fights with the cloth. Her body is cramping and she has to get oxygen. She's panicking and tearing at the cloth to get the noose off. Elin hears Vicky draw in a lungful of air. She coughs and takes another deep breath. She starts to pant and her body goes tense. "I can't get it off," Vicky coughs again. Elin stands on her toes and struggles to lift Vicky higher. "Try to climb." "I can't." The noose tightens again and Vicky can't get enough air. She's jerking in panic-induced convulsions. Elin's arms are shaking from the effort of holding her. She won't give up. She tries to reach the fallen chair with her foot so she can climb on it. She can't reach it. Vicky is covered in sweat and her body spasms. Elin tries to change her grip, but it's too hard. Still, she lowers one of her hands just a bit so she can lift higher. Vicky uses the last of her strength to fight the noose, and manages to slip it over her chin and then off her head. Coughing, she falls to the floor in a tangled heap with Elin. Vicky's neck is bruised red and she's taking quick, shallow breaths, but she is breathing. She's alive. Elin kisses her cheek and wipes her damp hair from her face. She whispers to Vicky to keep quiet. "It was Daniel." "I know," Elin says. "The police are on the way. Stay here. I'm going to lock the door, and you must keep completely quiet." Chapter 167. Elin locks the door with Vicky inside. She's shaking, and her arms and legs are numb from the effort she's just made. Her mobile rings, and she sees that she's got a text message from Vicky's phone. "Sorry, I can't tell more lies. Don't be sad. Hugs. V." Elin feels sick and her heart is hammering. Her thoughts are tumbling too quickly in her head. It takes her a moment to understand what's going on. Daniel must have sent her this message from Vicky's mobile. She heads downstairs to the large living room. The metal shutters are still closed throughout the house. She catches sight of someone. Daniel. He's at the head of the basement stairs and must have just come up from the garage. She knows that she'll have to keep him occupied until the police arrive. "She went through with it," Elin says. "Vicky locked the door. I couldn't get it open in time. I don't understand." "What are you saying?" Daniel says slowly, looking at her with shining eyes. "She's dead. I've got to call someone about this." "That's right," he says. "Daniel, I don't get it." "You don't?" "No, I'm after killing you. Vicky went to her room and hanged herself." "What?" "You shouldn't have come back so soon," Daniel says. Elin catches a glimpse of the axe Daniel is holding behind his back. She makes a run for the front door, but he's right behind her. She twists to the right and pulls a chair over behind her. He trips over the chair, so now she has a slight head start. She runs through the kitchen and into the hall. He's right behind her. There is nowhere to hide. She runs into Jack's old bedroom and locks the door behind her. She hits the button to open the metal shutters. I'm not going to get out, she thinks. It takes too long for the shutters to open. The motor whirs, and then there's the creaking sound as the aluminium panels start to part. Light begins to stream through the tiny holes. Elin screams when the first axe blow hits the door. The blade goes through the wood by the lock, is turned to the side and drawn back out. The shutters slowly rattle upwards. She can see a few inches of window when the axe falls a second time. She can't wait in Jack's bedroom. She stumbles into the bathroom as she hears Daniel break open the door. She can hear the wood splinter and the door being pushed aside. She catches a glimpse of herself in the large mirror as she runs through the bathroom, past the bath, the shower, the sauna, out of the other door and into Jack's office. It's so dark she runs into Jack's pedestal desk. Folders and files crash to the floor. She opens a desk drawer, dumps out pens and pencils and gropes through them. She grabs the letter opener. She can tell by the silence that the shutters have finished opening in the bedroom. She hears something fall into the large bath. Daniel is still coming after her. Elin kicks off her shoes and sneaks out of the door to the hall, closing it silently behind her. She thinks perhaps she could follow Daniel and get in the bedroom through the broken door and try to open the window. She takes a few steps and then changes her mind and runs down the hall. "Elin," Daniel calls behind her. The door to the large guest room is locked. She turns the key, but the lock sticks. She looks back and sees Daniel striding down the hall. She pulls at the door handle, but it won't budge. A shadow crosses the door, and she leaps to the side. The axe misses her head. The blade clangs into the concrete wall behind her and changes direction so fast that Daniel loses his grip on it. The axe slams to the floor. Chapter 168. The lock clicks, and Elin shoves the door open with her shoulder. She stumbles into the room. Daniel is right behind her and tries to grab her. She whirls around and stabs him with the letter opener. It goes into his chest, but not very far. He catches her hair and pulls her to the side and then pushes her onto the floor. She tumbles into the TV stand and a lamp crashes to the floor. Daniel pushes his glasses up his nose and walks back to where the axe has fallen. Elin crawls beneath the large bed. Elin is hoping that Vicky is all right. She's beginning to hope she'll have enough time until the police arrive. She can see Daniel's feet and lower legs. She wriggles to the center under the bed and curls up. She can hear him walk around the bed and then crawl on top of it. The slats beneath the mattress creak. Elin doesn't move. He reaches in and grabs her foot. She screams, but now he's on his knees next to the bed and hauling her out. She tries to grab a slat to hold onto, but she can't. He's holding her foot with one hand and raising the axe with the other. She kicks him in the face as hard as she can with her free foot. He loses his grip on her ankle and his glasses fall off. He tips over backwards and hits the bookshelf. He holds his hand over one eye and stares at her with the other. She gets to her feet and rushes towards the door. From the corner of her eye, she can see him pick up his glasses. She runs past Jack's bedroom and into the kitchen. Daniel's footsteps are behind her. All kinds of thoughts are scrambled in her mind. The police should be here at any moment. Joona said they were on their way. Elin grabs a frying pan as she darts through the kitchen. She runs across the living room and opens the door to the garage. She throws the frying pan down the stairs to the basement and hears it clang as she rushes up the stairs to the upper floors. Daniel has reached the basement stairs, but he hasn't been fooled. He's heard her running up the stairs. She's almost out of ideas. She races past the door where Vicky is hiding and then deliberately slows down to lure Daniel towards her and away from the girl. She's now in the big open room on the top floor. It is almost completely dark. Elin knows she must hold on until the police arrive. She has to keep Daniel following her and ignoring Vicky's room. She hears his footsteps on the stairs and knows that he is coming after her. She runs to the tiled stove in the corner and grabs the poker from the rack of implements. then crosses to the middle of the room and smashes the ceiling lamp with one blow. The large dish of frosted glass crashes to the floor, and slivers fly everywhere. Then the room is silent. There is only the sound of heavy steps on the stairs. Elin hides in the darkness next to a bookcase beside the door. Daniel is panting when he reaches the top. He's not in a hurry. He knows there's only one staircase down from the top floor of the house. Elin tries to stifle the sound of her breathing. Daniel stands in the doorway, holding the axe. He stares into the room, and then hits the light switch. There's a click, but nothing happens. The room stays dark. Chapter 169. Elin hides in the darkness with a poker in both hands. She is shaking with the adrenaline coursing through her, but she feels remarkably strong. Daniel slowly steps into the room. Elin can't see him, but she hears the glass crackling beneath his shoes. Then there's a loud buzz, and the metal shutters start to open. Light begins to seep into the room. Daniel is standing right inside the doorway, and he is waiting until he can see where Elin is. Bit by bit, light pours into the room. There is nowhere to hide. He spots her. He stares at her, and she backs away, aiming the poker at him. Daniel has the axe in his right hand. He glances at it, and then approaches her. She hits at him, but misses. He moves away. She's panting from the strain as she aims at him again. Her foot burns. She stepped on a shard of glass. She keeps staring at Daniel. The axe sways in his hand. She hits. He dodges the blow. His eyes are boring into hers. He slashes the axe down with all his strength, but he hasn't aimed it at her. Instead, the blade hits the poker. The clang of metal against metal. The poker is knocked out of her hand and thuds to the floor. She can't defend herself. She just keeps stepping backwards. She realizes with a kind of astonishment that things aren't going well for her. Fear floods her body, but clears her mind. She feels uninvolved, as if she's merely observing what is happening. Daniel keeps approaching. She looks him in the eyes, and he looks back. He seems calm, as if none of this has touched his emotions. Finally, she has her back to the large window. Behind her, it is 3.5 stories to a stone patio. Her feet are bleeding, and red footprints mark her path over the blonde wood floor. She can't do anything more. She thinks that she should try to negotiate, promise him anything, just get him to talk. Daniel is breathing heavily and watches her for a while. Then he swiftly crosses the last couple of meters while lifting the axe. He strikes as hard as he can. Instinctively, Elin jerks her head to the side. The axe smashes into the window. She feels the thick glass vibrate behind her back and crack. Daniel lifts the axe again, but before he can land a blow, Elin leans back. She's throwing all her weight at the broken window, and she can feel it give way. Her stomach churns. Then she's falling through the air, with glass showering down all around her. Elin Frank closes her eyes and does not feel the ground when she hits it. Daniel steadies himself on the windowsill and looks down. Splinters of glass are still falling from the window as Elin lies on her back down below, a steady stream of blood flowing from her head onto the stones of the patio. Daniel begins to breathe more calmly. His shirt is stuck to his back from sweat. He has a spectacular view from this uppermost window. He can see Tyskhuvud close by, but Oreskutan is lost in the clouds. On the road from Ore, the bright blue lights of emergency vehicles are heading this way. The road to Tiergefors, however, is completely empty. Chapter 170. Joona had put the puzzle together the moment Flora said her brother's name. Daniel Grimm was the boy who had been adopted by the Ronne couple in Delsbo. He was the same Daniel whom Flora saw kill a little girl at Delsbo Church 35 years ago. Now Joona understood why Elisabeth had wounds on the backs of her hands, not her palms. She hadn't been trying to defend herself, she'd been holding them over her face. Daniel wasn't leaving any witnesses. No one could see what he had done. Once he'd phoned Erlin and warned her of the danger she was in, Joona radioed the National Communications Center asking them to send a helicopter, an ambulance and police cars to Erlin's house near Duvied. He was told that the helicopters were already in use in Kiruna, so it would take at least half an hour for the police to get to the house by road. Joona couldn't get there himself. It was more than 150 kilometers from Delsbo to Duvied. He was starting the car engine when Carlos Eliasson called, wanting to know why Joona thought Daniel Grimm was the murderer. 35 years ago, he killed another girl in the same way as the girl at Brigitte Gordon, Joona said as he started driving down the gravel road.
Anya showed me the photo from the accident at Delsbo Church,
Carlos sighed. It wasn't an accident, Joona said.
What makes you believe they're connected?
Both victims had their hands over their faces when they were killed, Joona said.
I know Miranda did, but this victim is lying on a sheet, and her hands are at her sides.
The body was moved before the police arrived, Joona said.
How do you know?
I just do.
Is this your usual stubbornness, or did that psychic woman tell you about it?
She is an eyewitness to the Delsbo murder.
That's well past the statute of limitations,
Carlos said with a slight laugh, and then he continued in a more serious tone.
We have a prosecutor who is leading the investigation for the case against Vicky Bennett. You are still under internal investigation.
Now Joona is heading east onto Highway 84 towards Sundsvall. He contacts the Västernorrland police and requests a patrol car and a technician to Daniel Grimm's home. Over the radio, he can hear the Jämtland police estimate the time of arrival at 10 minutes. Chapter 171. The first patrol car stops right outside Erlin Frank's house on the side of Tjörgefjell. One of the police officers runs over to the jeep and turns off the engine. The other one pulls out his gun on his way to the front door. A second patrol car is turning into the driveway, followed by an ambulance. The light from a second ambulance behind it is flashing on the gravel road. There is no noise coming from the house. The windows are shuttered. Everything is frighteningly quiet. Now both officers from the first patrol car are entering the house with their guns drawn. A third officer stays in place while a fourth starts to walk around the house. He walks up a wide concrete staircase. The house appears abandoned. It is as dark as a locked treasure chest. The fourth police officer walks onto the terrace and past a cluster of outdoor furniture. He sees blood, glass splinters, and 2 human beings. He stops. A girl with a pale face and dry, cracked lips looks up at him. Through her messy hair, her eyes look almost black. She's on her knees beside a woman who appears lifeless. A pool of blood has surrounded them both. The girl is holding the woman's hand in hers. She's moving her mouth, but the police officer can't hear what she's saying until he comes closer. "She's still warm," Vicky is whispering. "She's still warm." The officer lowers his weapon and picks up his radio to call the paramedics. Vicky can't stop weeping. She keeps a tight hold on Erlin's hand. The paramedics roll 2 stretchers to the wounded people. They determine immediately that the woman is still alive. She has a skull fracture and possible damage to her spine. They secure her breathing, then brace her head and neck and lift her onto a backboard before lifting it carefully onto the stretcher. The girl does not once let go of the woman's hand. The girl is also seriously wounded. She's bleeding from kneeling on the glass. Her neck is swollen and badly bruised, and her neck vertebrae might be injured. She refuses to lie down on a stretcher. She won't leave the woman's side. The paramedics are in a hurry now, so they don't argue with the girl. They let her sit beside Elin Frank and hold her hand while they drive to Östersund, where they'll both be examined. An air ambulance can take Elin on to Karolinska Hospital in Stockholm. Chapter 172. Joona is bumping over rusty train tracks when the coordinator for the operation at Duvied answers the phone. His voice is jumpy, and he's speaking to Joona at the same time that someone else in the operation bus is talking. "Things are a bit jumbled right now, but we're on the scene," he says, coughing. "I have to know if—" "Damn it, no! Before Trångsviken and Strömsund," the coordinator shouts. "Are they alive?" Joona asks. "Sorry, I'm trying to get some roadblocks set up." "I'll wait," Joona says. He starts to pass a long-haul truck. He hears the coordinator put down the phone and talk to the operational leader, confirming the positions of the roadblocks and telling Alarm Communications Central to use patrol cars to block the roads. "I'm back," he says when he picks up his phone again. "Are they alive?" Joona asks again. "The girl is fine. She's not in danger." Roadblocks, especially if he doesn't think that the police are after him. If he gets through the roadblocks, the earliest he can reach his house is in 2 hours. The police will have to set a trap for him. We have to finish the technical search for evidence before he gets there, Joona thinks. He stops on Bruksgatan behind a patrol car. The front door to Daniel Grimm's house is wide open, and 2 uniformed officers are waiting for him in the hall. "The house is empty," one of them says. "Nothing unusual." "Is the technician on the way?" "He'll be here in 10 minutes. "Let me look around," Joona says. Joona walks through the house without knowing what he's looking for. He opens closets, pulls open drawers, looks inside a wine cellar, goes to the kitchen, looks through the cupboards, the refrigerator, the freezer. He runs up to the 2nd floor and pulls off the tiger-striped bed covering, turns over the mattress, opens the closet, throws Elisabeth's clothes to the side, and knocks on the wall. He kicks away old shoes and pulls out a box of Christmas decorations. Then he goes into the bathroom and looks in the medicine cabinet. Shaving cream, medicine bottles, makeup. Then he runs down to the basement and looks over the tools hanging on the wall. He tries the door to the boiler room, looks under the lawn-mower, and lifts the lid to the floor drain. He looks behind bags of potting compost. Joona closes his eyes and thinks. First, the trapdoor in the ceiling, which leads to the attic. That was in the bedroom. Second, the locked door to the boiler room. Finally, the wine cellar. He thinks that it should be much larger, considering where it is. He opens the door to the wine cellar again. It's situated beneath the stairway and has a sign on it, Alvar och Skämt. About 100 bottles are stacked on their sides in small boxes on a tall wooden shelving unit. The shelving appears to be freestanding, and when he checks, he sees that there is at least a 30-centimeter gap between the back of the wine storage unit and the wall. He pulls at the shelving, but it doesn't budge. He moves a few bottles from both ends and finds a bolt far down on the left. He carefully lets the unit swing open on its hinge. The space behind it is empty, except for a shoebox on the floor. A heart has been painted on the lid. Joona gets out his mobile phone to take a picture of the shoebox, and then he puts on latex gloves. Chapter 173. The first thing Joona sees when he lifts the lid of the shoebox is a photograph of a girl with reddish blonde hair. It's not Miranda. This girl appears to be 12 years old. She is holding her hands in front of her face. It seems to be just a game. She's smiling, and her glittering eyes show through her spread fingers. Joona lifts out the photograph and finds a dried rose and another photograph. This one shows a girl curled up on a brown sofa and eating some chips. She's looking at the photographer with curiosity. Next, there's a paper bookmark in the shape of an angel. Joona turns it over and sees someone has written Linda S. in gold ink. There's a lock of light brown hair, a hairband with a rosette, and a cheap plastic ring sitting on a pile of photographs held together by a rubber band. Joona flips through the photographs. None of them is pornographic, but they are all of young girls. They all resemble Miranda in some way, but most of the girls are much younger. In some of the pictures, they're covering their faces with their hands, or they have their eyes shut. There's a very little girl in a pink tutu and pink leg warmers. She's standing with her hands over her face. Joona turns over the photograph and reads, "Dearest Sandy." A mass of hearts has been drawn around the words in red and blue ink. A girl with short hair is grimacing at the camera. Someone has drawn a heart and written the name Euterpe next to her. At the bottom of the box there is a polished amethyst, a few dried petals from what looks like a tulip, some old sweets, and a piece of paper on which a child has written Daniel and Emilia. Joona picks up his mobile, holds it in his hand for a while, looks at the box of photographs again, and finally calls Anya. "I don't have anything," Anya tells him. "I don't even know what I'm supposed to be looking for." "Deaths," Joona says. He's looking at a photograph of a girl with her hands in front of her face. "Well, sorry, but Daniel Grimm has worked at 7 different institutions for troubled girls throughout Västernorrland, Gävleborg, and Jämtland. He has no record, and he's never been a suspect in any crime. There are no internal investigations against him. There's not even a reprimand." "I understand," Joona says. "Are you sure you have the right person? I've been comparing, and during the time he was at each institution, there was a lower-than-average death rate." Joona is still looking at the photographs and all the flowers and hearts. It would seem as if it had been a young boy who'd hidden the box. "Anything unusual or unexpected?" "At least 250 girls passed through those institutions while he was working there." Joona takes a deep breath. "I have 7 first names," he says. "The most unusual name is Euterpe. Was one of the girls Euterpe?" "Euterpe Papadias," Anya says, after searching the database for the name. "She committed suicide while in emergency care in Norrköping. Daniel Grimm wasn't at that institution." "Are you sure?" "She arrived at Fyrbylund emergency care with a history of bipolar depression, self-injury, and 2 serious suicide attempts." "Was she moved there from Birgitta Gordon?" Joona asks. "Yes, she was moved in June 2009. On the 2nd of July, that is 2 weeks later, she was found in the shower with her wrists slit." "But Daniel wasn't working there." "No," Anya replies. "Were any of the girls named Sandy?" "Yes, 2. One of them is dead. She overdosed on pills at a home in Uppsala. I found the name Linda S. on a bookmark." "Linda Svensson. Reported missing 7 years ago after she returned to a comprehensive school in Sollefteå." "So they all die somewhere else," Joona says. "Oh, my dear Lord." "Is there a girl named Emilia?" "Yes, Emilia Larsson left Birgitta Gordon. There's supposed to be a photo of her body in her file, Wait one sec. Yes, here it is. Good Lord. Her arms are cut open from the wrist to the elbow. He must have cut them himself and prevented her from calling for help. He probably just watched as she bled to death. Joona leaves the house and sits in his car, shaken by what Anya has told him. Sorrow for those girls blows through him like an icy wind. He looks through the windscreen without seeing the glory of the trees around him and takes a deep breath. The police will hunt down Daniel Grimm until he's found. He's sure of that. He starts the car. As soon as he's on the E4, he calls the coordinator in Duvied, who tells him that the operational leader no longer expects that they'll catch Daniel Grimm at any of the roadblocks. Joona can't stop thinking about the shoebox with the photographs of the girls Daniel chose. All the hearts, flowers, and small notes show that his love for them was clearly childish. The whole collection was pink and light-hearted, a sugar coating over a vile reality. The girls had all been locked up in institutions and youth homes. They may even have been tied down or heavily medicated when he forced himself on them. He was the only person they could talk to. No one else listened to them. No one would miss them. He'd chosen girls who were self-destructive and had a history of suicide attempts. Their relatives may have given up on them long ago. Miranda was an exception. She was killed while still at the home where he was working. Had he killed her because she'd told him she was pregnant? The box is evidence of the connections between Daniel Grimm and all these girls. It's enough for the police to arrest him for a number of murders. They can look into these other deaths and give these girls some justice at last. Chapter 174. Torkel Ekholm's late wife's embroidery still adorns the well-worn kitchen tablecloth, but her crocheted curtains have turned yellow with age, and Torkel's trousers are worn at the knees. The old policeman has taken his pills from his dose box and then shuffled to the kitchen bench using his Zimmer. On the kitchen table, in front of Flora, are all the notes concerning the accident, the newspaper clippings, and the tiny death announcement. The old man has told Flora everything he knows about the timber baron Rone and his wife, the family manor house, their forests and fields, their childlessness, and their adoption of Flora and her older brother Daniel. He's told her about the field foreman's daughter, Ylva, who was found dead beneath the bell tower, and how the people of Delsbo kept quiet about it afterwards. "I was so little," Flora says. "I didn't realize they were actual memories. I thought the children were fantasies." She remembers how she thought she was starting to go crazy after she'd heard about the murders at Birgittagården. She's been thinking about what happened there all the time, especially the girl with her hands over her face. She's dreamed about her and has seen her everywhere.
"You were there,"
Torkel says. "I tried to tell people about what Daniel had done, but everyone just got angry with me. When I told him what had happened at the bell tower, my father took me into a big office and told me that all liars will burn up in a lake of fire."
"So I have my witness at last,"
the old man says quietly. Flora remembers that as a child she'd been terrified about burning up. Just the thought of her hair and clothes catching fire tormented her. She believed she would turn as black as coal if she ever talked about what Daniel had done.
"What happened to the little girl?"
Torkel asks. "I knew Daniel liked Ylva. He was always holding her hand. He gave her raspberries." She sees the golden-tinged memories in her mind. They shimmer as if they're about to catch fire. "We were playing that game where you cover your eyes and the other person does something to you. When Ylva covered her eyes, he kissed her on the mouth. She opened her eyes and laughed and said that he'd just given her a baby. I laughed too, but Daniel, he said that we weren't supposed to look. His voice sounded strange. I peeked through my fingers, as I always did. Ylva looked happy as she covered her face again. I saw Daniel pick up a rock and hit her and hit her. Torkel sighs and then lies down on the large kitchen bench. I see Daniel sometimes. He often comes back to visit the Rones. The old policeman is soon asleep. Flora quietly stands up and takes the moose rifle down off the wall. She checks that it's loaded, then leaves Torkel Ekholm's house. Chapter 175. Flora is walking up the narrow tree-lined driveway to the Rones manor house. She's carrying the heavy moose rifle in both arms. Blackbirds observe her from their perches in the yellowing trees. She feels as if Ylva is walking beside her. She is remembering playing here with her and Daniel. Flora thought it had all been a dream. The fine house they'd come to, her own bedroom with its floral wallpaper. Images she'd buried and forgotten keep swelling up from the depths of her memory. The old cobbled courtyard hasn't changed a bit. A few shiny cars are standing at the entrance to the garage. She walks up the wide, shallow steps to the house, opens the door, and goes inside. She remembers this hall with its dark panelling and huge oil paintings. She feels odd being inside a familiar place while carrying a loaded weapon. Massive chandeliers light her way as she walks silently across dark Persian rugs. She hears voices coming from the dining room, but no one has seen her yet. She walks through the 4 salons one by one until she can see into the dining room. There are fresh-cut flowers in the vases standing in the window niches. Her former family is seated at the table, eating and conversing. None of them is looking in her direction. She shifts the moose rifle so that it is resting in the crook of her arm, holds it under the barrel, and puts her finger on the trigger. She sees a movement from the corner of her eye and whirls around with her weapon raised. It's just her own reflection in a mirror that goes from floor to ceiling. She's aiming at herself. Her face is grey and her expression wild. Still aiming the moose rifle, she walks into the dining room. The table is decorated with tokens of the harvest, small sheaves of wheat, bunches of grapes, and clusters of plums and apples. Flora remembers it is the day of Thanksgiving. The woman who was once her mother looks thin, fragile. She's eating slowly with trembling hands. A napkin is spread over her lap. A man is sitting between her parents. He's just a bit older than she is. She does not recognize him, but she knows who he is. Flora stops and the floor creaks beneath her feet. Her father sees her first. When the old man looks at her, he lowers his knife and fork and straightens his back. He says nothing. He just stares at her. Her mother follows her father's gaze and blinks several times as she sees the middle-aged woman with the rifle. "Flora?" the old woman says, dropping her knife. "Flora, is that you?" Flora stands in front of their well-set table. She can't speak. She swallows and gives her mother a quick glance. Then she turns to her father.
"Why are you carrying a gun into this house?" he asks.
"You made me out to be a liar," she says, finding her voice. Her father smiles shortly, but without joy. The wrinkles on his face show him to be a bitter and lonely man. He says tiredly,
"The liars are cast into the lake of fire."
She nods and has a moment of doubt before she asks her question. "You knew that Daniel killed Ylva, didn't you?" Her father dries his mouth on a white linen napkin.
"We had to send you away because of all your terrible lies," he says. "And here you are, coming back and telling those lies again."
"I was not lying."
"You told me you were, Flora. You confessed that you'd made it all up," he says.
"I was just 5 years old. You were telling me that my hair would catch on fire and that I would burn right up if I didn't say that I was lying. You were yelling at me that my face would melt and my blood would boil. And so I said I'd lied. And then you sent me away. Chapter 176. Flora peers at her brother, who is sitting in front of the window, his face in shadow. She can't tell if he's looking at her or not.
"Time for you to leave," her father says,
And he picks up his knife and fork. Not without Daniel, she says. She points at him with the rifle. It wasn't his fault, her mother says weakly. I was the one who...
"Daniel is a good son,"
her father interrupts. I'm not saying he isn't, her mother says, but he... You don't remember. We were watching television, theatre, the night before it happened. We were watching Strindberg's Miss Julie, and she's pining after the servant so badly, and I said it would be better for her...
"What kind of stupidity is this?"
I keep thinking about it. Every day, the old woman continues. It was my fault. I said that it would be better for the girl to die than to be with child.
"Stop this nonsense."
And just when I said this, I saw that little Daniel had come up behind me. He was staring at me. She is trying to explain with tears in her eyes. I was only talking about Strindberg's play. She brings her napkin up. Her hands are shaking. After what happened to Ylva, a whole week after the accident, it was evening. I was praying with Daniel when he told me that Ylva was with child. He was just 6 years old. He didn't understand a thing. Flora is looking at her brother. He pushes his glasses up his nose and stares at his mother. It is impossible to tell what he is thinking. You are coming with me and telling the truth to the police, Flora says to Daniel. She aims right at his chest. What would be the good of that? Asks her mother. It was an accident. We were playing, Flora says without looking at her. But it was not an accident.
"He was just a child,"
roars her father. Yes, but now he's killed other people. 2 people at Birgitta Gordon. One was a girl who was just 14, and she had her hands over her face just like...
"Stop your lying,"
her father shouts. He hits the table with his fist. You are the ones who are lying, Flora whispers. Daniel gets up. His expression starts to shift. Perhaps it is cruelty, perhaps it is disgust or fear. Flora can't tell. Perhaps his feelings are mixed. A knife has 2 sides, but only one edge. His mother is pleading with him and holding on to his arm. He takes her hands and says something Flora can't hear, but it sounds as if he's swearing. "We're going now," Flora says to Daniel. Her father and mother stare at her. They have nothing to say. She leaves the dining room with her brother. Chapter 177. Flora keeps the rifle pointed at Daniel's back as they leave the manor house and walk down the wide stone staircase, over the courtyard and onto the gravel road. They walk past an annex to the manor house and down a slope past some sheds. The weight of the rifle is making her arms ache, but she doesn't notice. "Keep moving," Flora mutters when Daniel slows down. They are walking on the gravel road, heading towards the field. She is starting to remember even more fragments of her 2 years on this estate, but also a single vivid memory from before then, of standing at the door to the orphanage with Daniel. There must have been a time before that when she was with her real mother. "Are you going to shoot me?" Daniel asks. "I could," she says, "but I'm taking you to the police." Sunshine breaks through the heavy rain clouds and blinds her for a moment. She wants to wipe her damp hands, but she doesn't dare risk taking them off the rifle. They keep walking along the gravel road, which makes a wide semicircle past the enormous empty barn. They pass by stinging nettles and milkweeds and sacks of lirka balls stacked on pallets beside the wall. A crow caws in the distance. It is a long way around to reach the field. The sun is hidden behind the barn until they reach its other side. Flora, Daniel mumbles to himself in amazement. Flora's arms are beginning to shake from the weight of the rifle. On the other side of the large field is the road to Dielsbo. It looks like a pencil streak between the yellow pastures. Flora pushes Daniel between the shoulder blades with the barrel of the rifle. They walk across the dried mud in front of the barn. Flora quickly wipes her hand on her trousers and returns her finger to the trigger. Daniel stops and waits to feel the pressure of the gun before he starts moving again. They walk past a concrete foundation with rings of rusted iron. Weeds are growing along its broken edge. Daniel has started to limp and is walking more slowly. "Keep going," Flora says. Daniel lets his hand run along the weeds. A butterfly takes off and glides into the air. "I think we can stop here," he says, slowing down again. "This is the old slaughtering spot where we used to have cattle. Do you remember the slaughterhouse and how they killed the animals?" "I'm going to shoot if you don't get moving," Flora says, adjusting her finger on the trigger. Daniel catches a marguerite daisy and pulls it from its stalk. He turns as if he wants to give it to Flora. She steps back and thinks she has to shoot now. She has no time. Daniel has grabbed the barrel and pulled the rifle towards himself. Flora is so surprised that she can't dodge him. He slams the rifle butt into her chest. She falls on her back. She gasps for breath, coughs, and scrambles back up. Now they are standing and staring at each other. Daniel is looking at her. His eyes are dreamy. "You shouldn't have peeked," he says. She doesn't know what to say to him. She realizes that she might die on this spot. Daniel raises the rifle and meets her eyes. He places the muzzle directly on her right leg and pulls the trigger. The bullet goes straight through Flora's muscle. She doesn't feel any pain, just a kind of cramp. The recoil makes Daniel step back. He watches Flora drop to the ground, her leg no longer holding her weight. She tries to break her fall, but her hip and chin hit the ground hard. She lies there a moment. She can smell hay and gunpowder. Small insects are crawling over the weeds beside her. "Time to cover your face," he says, as he takes aim. Flora is lying on her side, and blood is bubbling from her leg. She turns her head to look at the barn. Things go black before her eyes for a moment. She wants to throw up. The fields and the red barn are whirling around as if she's riding a carousel. She's having trouble breathing. She coughs so she can take a deep breath. Daniel is standing above her, the sun behind him. He pushes her shoulder with the rifle so she rolls onto her back. She's starting to feel pain in her leg and lets out a moan. He is saying something she can't understand. She tries to lift her head, and her gaze slides over the ground, the weeds, and the concrete foundation with its rings of iron. Daniel aims the rifle at her forehead and then moves the muzzle along her nose to her mouth. She can feel the warm metal on her lips and chin. She is breathing too quickly. Blood pulses from her leg. She looks up into the sky and then down to the barn. She blinks and tries to make out what she's seeing. A man is running inside the large barn, behind the sparse boards, right through the rays of light. She wants to call out, but she has no voice. The rifle's mouth is wandering towards her eye. She shuts it and feels the pressure against her eyeball and does not hear the shot. Chapter 178. It has taken Joona 40 minutes to drive from Sundsvall to Hudiksvall. Now he has just turned west onto Highway 84 to Dielsbo. All this time he couldn't let go of the thought of the photographs and mementos in Daniel Grimm's shoebox, so completely innocent at first glance. Perhaps the initial phase was always the same for him. A crush with kisses, gazing, and words filled with longing. Once the girls moved on, Daniel showed his twisted mind. He went to visit them in secret, and then he killed them to ensure their silence. Their deaths surprised no one. Those who took pills were killed with overdoses. Those who cut themselves had their wrists slashed. The owners of the youth homes are profit-driven and probably didn't want the deaths made public. They certainly wouldn't have wanted the Ministry of Health to start any kind of investigation. No one has ever connected those deaths to Daniel Grimm. But something went wrong with Miranda. It didn't fit his pattern. Perhaps he panicked when Miranda told him she was pregnant. Perhaps she threatened to reveal his secret. She shouldn't have done that, because Daniel doesn't like witnesses. Joona is still feeling deeply troubled when he calls Torkel Ekholm to tell him that he'll be there in 10 minutes. He wonders if Flora is ready to go home.
"Oh, my, I fell asleep," the old policeman says. "Give me a moment."
Joona hears Torkel put the phone down and shuffle across the floor. He's already over the bridge at Badhusholmen when the old man picks the phone back up.
"Flora's gone," he says. "She's taken my rifle."
Do you know where she might have gone? There's a moment of silence on the other end. Joona pictures the little house, its kitchen table, and embroideries.
"I think she went to the Ronnes manor house," Torkel says.
Joona takes a sharp right onto Highway 743 instead of continuing to Torkel's house. He hits the accelerator. He radios the National Communications Center and requests backup and an ambulance to the Ronnes manor house. He's reaching 110 kilometers an hour when he has to brake to swing between the gates and onto the lane leading to the manor house. From a distance, the house looks like a great white ice sculpture. It seems darker the closer he gets. Joona stops in front and leaps from the car. He's headed up the steps into the house when he catches sight of 2 figures walking around a wall and disappearing behind a huge red barn. Joona understands what he's glimpsed. Flora holding a rifle to Daniel's back. Joona starts to run along the gravel road past the annex and down the slope on the western side of the shed. Flora is walking too close to Daniel, he thinks. Her brother could take the rifle away from her with no trouble at all. He knows she's not ready to shoot him, that she doesn't want to shoot him. She just wants the truth to come out. Joona leaps over the remains of an old fence and slides down the slope. His hand rips through the weeds, but he keeps his balance. He thinks they're somewhere behind the barn. Its black doors are wide open, and shafts of sunlight are falling between its wide boards. He runs past a rusty petrol tank, and he's right at the huge barn when he hears the shot. The sound resonates among the buildings, then dies away over the fields. It's too far to get around the barn and the wall. There's not enough time. Perhaps it's already too late. Chapter 179. Joona pulls out his pistol as he runs into the empty barn. Sunbeams thrust in all directions through the gaps between the boards, making a cage of light. Joona races over the dry gravel floor of the barn. He stops when he catches sight of both figures on the other side. Flora is lying on the ground, and Daniel is standing over her with a rifle aimed point-blank at her face. Joona stands and aims with his arm straight out. The distance is much too far. Through a gap, Joona watches Daniel put his head to the side and press the rifle against Flora's eye. It all happens fast. The pistol's front sight shakes before Joona's gaze. He aims at Daniel's stomach, follows Daniel's movements, and pulls the trigger. There's a loud crack, and the recoil runs up Joona's arm. The flash burns over his hand. The bullet goes straight between the gap in the boards. Dust motes whirl in the light. Joona doesn't stop to see if he's hit the mark. He keeps running through the barn. The sunbeams flash over him. He kicks open a narrow back door and runs out into the waist-high weeds. Daniel has dropped the rifle into the grass. Joona hopes he did not have time to pull the trigger again. Daniel is walking out into the field, clutching his stomach, blood running between his fingers. He can hear Joona behind him, and he turns, swaying, and gestures to Flora, who is lying on her back in the grass and breathing hard. Joona keeps heading for Daniel with his pistol aimed at his chest. Daniel sinks to the ground and groans as he looks up. Sunlight reflects from his glasses. Without saying a word, Joona kicks the rifle away from him. He grabs one of his arms, drags him over to one of the iron rings on the concrete foundation, and handcuffs him to it. Flora has not fainted, but she looks at Joona with a stiff, unnatural gaze. She's bleeding heavily from her leg. Her face is grey, and she's breathing fast, so fast that Joona can tell she is about to go into shock. "Thirsty," she whispers. One leg of her trousers is soaked with blood, and new blood keeps bubbling out. There's no time to make a tourniquet. He grabs her leg with both hands and presses his thumb into the wound right against the artery. The flow of warm blood diminishes immediately. He presses even harder as he looks at Flora's face. Her eyes have shut, and he can feel her pulse racing. "The ambulance will be here soon, Flora," he tells her. "It's going to be all right." Behind his back, Joona hears Daniel try to say something. He turns towards Daniel and sees an elderly man wearing a black coat over a black suit walking towards Daniel. The man's strict face is colourless, and his eyes are sorrowful. He looks over at Joona.
"Let me embrace my son once more,"
the old man says. His voice is gruff. Joona can't let go of Flora's leg. He must not move, or Flora might die. The man walks slowly past him as if in a spell. Joona can smell petrol. The old man has soaked his coat in petrol. He's drenched himself in petrol, and he's holding a matchbox. "Don't do it!" Joona yells. Daniel stares at his father and tries to crawl away. He yanks at the handcuffs, holding him back. The old man stops and gazes down at Daniel. He says nothing, but his fingers are trembling as he opens the matchbox and pulls out a match. He closes the box and runs the match along the side. "She's lying! She's lying!" Daniel howls. There's a puff of air as his father's coat catches on fire. A band of light blue fire embraces him. The heat reaches Joona's face. The burning old man sways, then he kneels beside his son and embraces him with fire. The grass around them begins to burn. Daniel fights, but the old man holds on tightly. Daniel stops struggling as the flames burn around them both. It sounds like a flag whipping in the wind as the fire swirls upwards. A tower of black smoke rises, and pieces of soot, glowing, rise to heaven. Chapter 180. When the fire behind the large barn has been put out, only 2 blackened bodies are left, entwined in a pile of ashes. The ambulance drives away with Flora. Just as it is leaving, the old woman walks out. The lady of the manor stands completely still, as if she froze the moment the wall of pain hit her. Joona starts to drive back to Stockholm. He is listening to the radio book club, but he is thinking about the weapons Daniel used at Birgittagården. The hammer and the rock had confused him. Now it is clear. Elisabeth was not killed because the killer needed her keys. Daniel had his own key to the isolation room. Elisabeth must have seen him, and he must have known she had. He followed her and killed her solely because she had witnessed him murder Miranda. Rain, hard as glass, spatters the windscreen. A ray of the setting sun pierces the clouds, and steam rises from the asphalt. Daniel probably went into Miranda after he thought Elisabeth had taken her sleeping pills and gone to bed. Miranda did as he asked because she did not have a choice. She took off her clothes and sat with the blanket around her to keep her warm. Something went wrong that night. Perhaps Miranda told him she was pregnant. Perhaps he found the pregnancy test in her room. Perhaps he felt suffocated. Perhaps he panicked. Joona may never know. But he does know that something made Daniel decide that he had to get rid of a problem. That Miranda was a problem. Joona can picture him putting on the boots that always stood in the hallway, going outside and searching the garden for a sharp rock. Then he returns, tells her to shut her eyes and place her hands over her face, and hits her again and again. She was not supposed to see him. She was supposed to have her hands over her face, just as Ylva had all those years ago. Nathan Pollock had interpreted the covered face as a sign that the killer wanted to make the girl into an object before he killed her. The reality, Joona thinks, was that Daniel was in love with Miranda, and he wanted her to put her hands over her eyes so that she wouldn't be frightened. He'd had plenty of time to prepare the deaths of the other girls, but not Miranda's. He beat her to death without thinking of what would happen next. At some point in the middle of this, as he hit her with the rock, lifted her onto the bed and covered her face again, Elisabeth burst in on him. Perhaps the sound of his car woke her. Perhaps he'd already got rid of the rock. Perhaps he'd thrown it far into the forest. Daniel hunted Elisabeth down, grabbing a hammer from somewhere, following her into the brewery and ordering her to cover her face before he hit her. When Elisabeth was dead, he decided to place the blame on the new girl, Vicky Bennett. He knew that she took strong sleeping pills, which meant she'd have slept through the events of that evening. Daniel had to hurry. Any minute someone could wake up. He took Elisabeth's key to the isolation room from her ring of keys, returned to the main building, put the key in the isolation room lock, scooped up Miranda's blood, went to Vicky's room, placed the hammer under her pillow and smeared the blood on her sleeping body. Then he left the grounds. He'd probably used bin bags or some newspapers to protect his car while he drove back to his house. He probably burned them along with his clothes in the cast-iron stove. Afterwards, he had to stay nearby to see if anyone was working out what had happened. He played the role of helpful director as well as victim. Joona is nearing Stockholm. The radio book club is almost over. They'd been discussing Berling's Saga by Selma Lagerlöf. Joona turns off the radio and puzzles through the rest of the case. When Vicky was arrested and Daniel heard that Miranda had told her about the face-covering game, he realized he was vulnerable. His secret would be revealed if Vicky had the chance to tell her story to a competent psychologist, and one would have been assigned to her in prison. That's why Daniel did everything he could to make sure that Vicky was released, so he could arrange her suicide. For most of his career, Daniel had worked with troubled girls who had neither parents who cared nor any sense of security. Whether he was acting on a conscious or unconscious level, he sought out those jobs and kept falling in love with little girls who reminded him of his first crush. Daniel used the girls, and once they moved away, he made sure that they would never tell anyone about what he'd done. Joona slows down for a red light and shudders. He thinks of the hours Daniel spent with these girls as their psychotherapist, twisting their minds, of all the reports he wrote detailing their insecurities, their hatred of themselves. He has met a number of killers in his work as a police officer, but Daniel's careful preparations for these girls' deaths, preparations he started long before he killed them, and probably shortly after he fell for them, makes him almost the worst killer Joona has ever dealt with. Only one other murderer was worse. photographs were in Daniel Grimm's shoebox. "You're tired," Disa says, pulling him by the hand. "Flora was shot in the leg by her brother, and—" She doesn't notice that he's stopped in the middle of a sentence. He tried to clean himself up at a petrol station on the way back, but his clothes are still covered in Flora's blood. "Go and have a bath. I'll pick up some food at the corner shop," Disa says. "Thanks." Joona smiles. In the living room, the news is showing a photo of Erlin. They stop to look at it. A young journalist is reporting that Erlin Frank has undergone an operation during the night and that her doctors are very optimistic. The picture switches to footage of Erlin's assistant, Robert Bianchi. He looks exhausted, but he smiles tentatively and tears leak from his eyes as he tells the reporters that Erlin is going to live. "What happened?" Disa asks. "She fought this killer all on her own. She saved the girl's life. The one—" "My God," Disa whispers. "Yes, well, Erlin Frank, she's actually quite exceptional," Joona says as he rubs Disa's narrow shoulders. Chapter 182. Joona is sitting at Disa's kitchen table, wrapped in a bathrobe. They're eating chicken vindaloo and lamb tikka masala. "Good. Mama's homemade Finnish recipes, and I won't reveal what they are." Disa is laughing. She tears a naan in half and hands one piece to Joona. He's looking at her with smiling eyes. He drains his wineglass and then picks up his story about the case. He's started at the beginning and told Disa about Flora and Daniel, the siblings who were placed in an orphanage at a young age. "Were they really siblings?" she asks as she refills their wineglasses. "Yes, and it was a big deal when the rich couple, the Rones, adopted them." "I can see that." They were small children who played with the foreman's daughter on the grounds of the estate, in the fields, and around the churchyard and its bell tower. Daniel had a crush on Ylva, who was still a little girl herself. Joona tells her what Flora, wide-eyed, had said about Daniel kissing Ylva when they were playing the close-your-eyes game. "The little girl laughed and said she was now with child," Joona says. "Daniel was 6 years old, and he panicked for some reason." "So what did he do?" whispers Disa. "He ordered both girls to close their eyes, and then he picked up a heavy rock and hit Ylva so hard in the head that she died." Disa stops eating and listens intently as Joona describes how Flora fled and told her father what happened. "But her father loved Daniel and defended him," Joona says. "He demanded that Flora take back her accusation. He threatened her by telling her that all liars end up in a lake of fire." "So she took it all back?" "She said she'd lied, and because she'd lied so terribly, they banished her from their home forever." "So Flora took back what she'd said. She lied about lying," Disa says thoughtfully. "Yes," Joona says, and he reaches across the table for her hand. He is thinking about Flora and how, even as a little girl, she managed to bury her memories of what happened at Dielsbo so deeply she also soon forgot all about her earlier life, her adoptive parents, her own brother. He realizes Flora had little choice but to create a whole life based on lies. She lied for others to make them happy. Her memories began to return only after she heard about the girl with her hands over her face who had been murdered at Birgitta Gordon. It cracked open the vault of her memories, and the past started to catch up with her. "How could she forget such things?" Disa asks, gesturing to Joona to help himself to more. "I called Britt-Marie on the way here," Joona says. "The Needle's wife?" "Exactly. She told me how they have a number of theories concerning repressed memories after traumatic events. It's a form of post-traumatic stress disorder. Apparently the huge amounts of adrenaline and stress hormones released at the time of the trauma affect long-term memory. Seriously traumatic events are stored deep within the brain and are hidden. They are not dealt with on an emotional level. However, the right stimulus can trigger the memory to surface in physical responses and pictures. Flora was first just shaken up by what she'd heard on the radio and didn't know why. She thought she might earn some money by leaving a tip with the police. But when the real memories began to appear, she thought they were ghosts. Perhaps they were ghosts, Disa says. Well, perhaps. In any case, she started to tell the truth, and she became the witness who solved the case. Joona stands up and blows out the candles on the table. Disa joins him and snuggles beneath his robe. They stand holding each other for a long time. He breathes in her scent and feels the pulse of her heart. I'm so afraid something could happen to you. This is why our relationship has been so rocky. I get afraid and I withdraw, he says. What could ever happen to me? She asks, smiling. You can disappear off the face of the earth. Joona, I am not going to disappear. I once had a friend named Samuel Mendel, he says, and then he falls silent. Chapter 183. Joona leaves the police station and, as he's done many times before, walks up the steep path and over to the ancient Jewish burial ground. With practiced hands, he loosens the bar inside the gate, opens it, and walks inside. There's a relatively new family grave among the older stones. Samuel Mendel, his wife Rebecca, and sons Joshua and Reuben. Joona places a small pebble on the top of the gravestone and stands there with his eyes closed for a moment. He inhales the smell of damp earth and listens to the breeze soughing in the treetops. Samuel Mendel was a direct descendant of Koppel Mendel, who opposed Aaron Isaac, the founder of Sweden's Jewish community, and bought this land for use as a cemetery in 1787. Although the cemetery has not been actively used since 1857, the descendants of Koppel Mendel are still buried there. Detective Inspector Samuel Mendel and Joona were partners at the National Police, and they became very good friends. Samuel Mendel was 46 years old when he died. Joona knows that he is alone in his grave, although the gravestone says something else. Joona and Samuel's first case together was also their last. 1 hour later, Joona is back in the appeals office of the public prosecutor for police cases. Mikael Borger, the head of the internal investigation, is there, along with Ellen Fiorin, the department secretary, and the prosecutor, Sven Wiklund.
I will now be deciding whether to start prosecuting your case,
Wiklund says. He runs his hands over a pile of paperwork and adds,
In these documents there is nothing favourable.
His chair creaks as he leans back and meets Joona's eyes. The only sound in the room is the scratch of Ellen Fiorin's pen and her shallow breathing. The yellow light from outside plays over the polished furniture and the glass doors protecting the many leather-bound volumes of law, police regulations, and the writings and binding judgments of the Swedish Supreme Court.
As I see this, Wiklund continues dryly, the only way you can avoid prosecution is by giving me a really good explanation.
I bet Joona has an ace up his sleeve, whispers Mikael Borger. The contrail of an airplane dissipates in the light sky. The chairs creak. Ellen Fiorin swallows and puts down her pen. Just tell us what happened, she says. Perhaps you had a very good reason for warning them of supposed intended action. Yes, I did, Joona says.
We know that you're a good police officer. Mikael Borger smiles, embarrassed. I, on the other hand, must go by the letter of the law, Wiklund says. My job is to break people to pieces when they break the rules. Don't make me break you here and now.
It's as close to a plea as Ellen Fiorine has ever heard her boss make. "Your entire future is up in the air, Joona," Mikael whispers. "You understand that the decision was entirely my own," Joona says. "I do have an answer for you, which perhaps—" Joona's mobile rings. He gives it an automatic glance, and his eyes darken. "Please excuse me," he says. "I must take this call." The three others look at him as Joona listens to the voice on the other end. Yes, I know," he says. "I'll get there as soon as I can." Joona ends the call and looks at Wiklund as if he's forgotten why he's here. "I have to go," he says, and leaves the room without saying another word. Chapter 184. 1 hour and 20 minutes later, the scheduled flight from Stockholm lands at Sveg Airport in Härjedalen. Joona takes a taxi to Blåvingen, the assisted living home where Maja Stefansson lives. He's been here before when he traced Rusa Bergman, the woman who had followed him from Adolf Fredrik Church, and asked him why he was pretending his daughter was dead. Rusa Bergman had changed her name to Maja Stefansson. She'd used her middle name and her maiden name instead of the name she'd had most of her adult life. Joona gets out of the taxi and heads straight to Maja's ward. The nurse he'd met the last time he was here waves from behind the reception desk. The light from the window makes her hair shine like copper. "That was fast," she says cheerfully. "I was thinking of you, and we have your card here behind the desk, so I called—" "Can I speak to her?" Joona says. The woman is surprised by his serious tone. She runs her hands over her light blue skirt. "We have a new doctor. She's young. I think she comes from Algeria. Anyway, she changed Maya's medicine, and, well, I've heard people tell me about cases like this, but I haven't seen it before. Maya woke up this morning and told us quite clearly that she needed to talk to you." "Where is she?" The nurse leads Joona to a narrow room with closed curtains, and then she leaves him alone with the elderly woman. Over a tiny desk there's a photograph of a young woman sitting next to her son. The mother is holding the boy's shoulders protectively. A few pieces of her furniture have been moved here: a dark desk, a dressing table, and 2 golden cabinets. Rusa Bergman is sitting on a daybed, dressed neatly in a blouse and skirt, with a knitted afghan around her shoulders. Her face is swollen and covered in wrinkles, but Joona can see that she's fully aware and calm. "My name is Joona Linna," he says. "You have something to tell me." The woman nods and gets up with difficulty. She opens a drawer in her bedside table and takes out a Gideon Bible. She holds the book by its covers over the bed. A small piece of folded paper falls out. "Joona Linna," she says as she picks up the piece of paper. "So you are Joona Linna." He says nothing, but feels the burning intensity of a migraine coming on. It's like a glowing needle pressed through his temples. "How can you pretend your daughter is dead?" Rusa Bergman says. She glances at the photograph on the wall. "If my boy was still alive, if you knew what it was like to see your child die, nothing would ever make me abandon him." "I did not abandon my family," Joona says. "I saved their lives." "When Suma came to me, she said nothing about you, but she was broken," Rusa continues. "Your daughter had it much worse. She stopped talking and didn't start again for 2 years. Joona feels a shiver go down his spine. "How did you contact them?" he asks. "You were not supposed to be in contact with them." "I could not let them disappear completely," she said. "I felt extremely sorry for them." Joona knows that Suma would not have mentioned his name unless something had gone terribly wrong. There was not supposed to be a single thread connecting them, not one. That was the only chance they had of surviving. He has to lean on the desk. He swallows hard and looks at the old woman. "How are they doing?" he asks.
It's very serious, Joona Linna, Rusa says. I used to go and see Lumi once a year, but these days, somehow I've got very forgetful and confused.
What's happened?
Your wife has cancer, Rusa says. She was going to have surgery, but might not survive. She wanted you to know that Lumi was going to be handed to the authorities if she...
When did you hear this? Yuna's jaw is clenched. His lips have turned white. When did she call you?
I'm afraid it might be too late, Rusa whispers. I've been so forgetful lately.
She hands him the wrinkled sheet of paper. It has an address on it. She lowers her head and stares at her arthritic hands. Chapter 185. There are only 2 destinations from Sveg Airport. Joona chooses to fly back to Arlanda Airport and then change planes to Helsinki. He feels as if he's in the middle of a dream. He's looking out of the window at the veils of clouds over the Baltic Sea. A flight attendant offers to serve him something, but he can't make himself answer. His memories are drowning him in their deep ocean. 12 years ago, Joona cut off the finger of the devil himself. 19 different people had disappeared from their cars, their bicycles, their mopeds. At first it seemed like a coincidence. When none of the disappeared showed up anywhere, the case was given highest priority. Joona was the one who insisted that they had a serial killer on their hands. Working with Samuel Mendel, Joona was able to trace the whereabouts of their prime suspect, a man named Jurek Walter, and catch him in the middle of committing a crime. They found him in Liljan's forest, forcing a 50-year-old woman into a coffin. The coffin was a few feet underground, and he'd been keeping her there for 2 years. They were able to rescue her. When the woman was examined at the hospital, the enormity of what she'd undergone was revealed. Her muscles had atrophied, and bed sores had deformed her. Her hands and feet were frostbitten. She was not only psychologically traumatized, but had also suffered brain damage. The way Joona sees it, the devil resides in the worst cruelty of humankind. It is impossible to kill the devil, but 12 years ago he and Samuel Mendel cut off one of his fingers when they caught the serial killer Jurek Walter. Later, Joona was at the Swedish Supreme Court in Wrangelska Palace on the island of Riddarholmen in Stockholm. The case had gone through the system. Now Jurek Walter was being sentenced to a life in a secure insane asylum with special requirements for parole. He was moved to a high-security institution 21 kilometers north of Stockholm. Joona will never forget Jurek Walter's wrinkled face as he turned to face Joona. "Both of Samuel Mendel's sons are going to disappear," Jurek said in a tired voice as his defense lawyer collected his paperwork. "Samuel's wife, Rebecca, will also disappear. But no, listen to me, Joona Linna. The police will never find them, and once they call off the search, Samuel will keep looking. When he realizes that they will never be found, and he will never see them again, he will kill himself." Joona got up to leave. "And as for your little daughter," Jurek Walter continued. "Watch out," Joona said, though there was no rage in his voice. "Lumi will disappear. Then Suma. And when you realize you will never see them again, it will be your turn to commit suicide. You will hang yourself." One Friday afternoon, a few months later, Samuel's wife drove from their apartment in Liljeholmen to their summer house on Dalarö Island. Their sons Joshua and Reuben were with her in the car. When Samuel arrived at their summer house a few hours later, no one was there. The car was found abandoned on a nearby logging road. Samuel never saw his family again. One chilly morning at the beginning of March, he went down to the beach where his boys used to play. The police had ended the search for them 8 months earlier. He'd now given up himself. He took his service pistol from its holster and shot himself in the head. Joona watches the shadow of the plane move over the waters of the Baltic Sea and thinks back to the day his life shattered. There was no sound in his car. The world seemed to be bathed in an odd light. The sun shone red behind veils of clouds. It had rained, and the rays of the setting sun made the puddles shimmer as if they were burning underground. Chapter 186. Joona and Summa had planned the road trip together. They took it in stages, first up to Umeå, past Storuman, over the mountains to Mo i Rana in Norway, and then back down to the west coast. They were now driving to a hotel in the middle of the Dalälven area, and they'd promised Lumi they'd visit a zoo the next day. Summa changed the channel on the radio to some dreamy piano music. The notes wove in and out like a tapestry. Joona reached back to check that Lumi was fastened properly in her car seat. He wanted to make sure her arms weren't caught at an odd angle. "Papa?" Lumi said sleepily. Joona felt her small fingers on his hand. She held on tightly, but released her grip when he pulled his hand back. They drove past the exit to Älvkarleby. "Lumi's going to love the zoo," Summa said quietly. "The chimpanzees and the rhinos." "I already have my own monkey," exclaimed Lumi. "What?" "I'm her monkey," Joona said. "That suits you. Lumi takes good care of me. She's a nice vet." Summa's sandy brown hair was hanging in her face, partially covering her deep, dark eyes, but Joona could see the dimples appear in her cheeks. "Why would you need a vet? Is there something wrong with you?" "I need glasses." "Is that what she said?" Summa laughed. She was flipping through a magazine and didn't notice that he'd missed the turnoff and was now heading in the wrong direction entirely. They were already north of the Dalälven. Lumi had fallen asleep with her doll resting against her cheek. "Are you sure that we don't have to book a table?" Summa asked. "I want to sit outside on the veranda this evening so that we have that great view of the river below us." Joona took the exit towards Mura, and that's when Summa realized that something was wrong. "Joona, we missed the exit to Älvkarleby, didn't we? Aren't we staying in Älvkarleby? That's what we were planning, weren't we?" "Yes, that's what we planned." "What are you doing?" He didn't reply, but kept staring at the road. The afternoon sun made the puddles shimmer. A long-distance truck ahead of them swung into the middle lane without signalling. "We said that we'd—" Summa stopped and took a deep breath. Then her voice changed, and fear was in it. "Joona, have you lied to me? Tell me you didn't lie to me." "I had to," he whispered. Summa stared at him. He knew how upset she was. She struggled to keep her voice low so that Lumi would not wake up. "You can't be serious," she said. "You can't do this. You told me we weren't in danger any longer. You said it was all over, and I believed you. I believed you'd changed your mind. I believed that—" Her voice broke, and she turned away and looked out of the window. "I lied," Joona confessed. "You are not supposed to lie to me. You must never lie to me." "You're right. I'm sorry." "We can leave the country, the three of us, together. It'll all work out, you'll see." "You have to understand, Summa. You must understand. If I thought it was at all possible, if I had any other choice—" "Stop this nonsense right now," she says. "This threat can't be real. It can't be. You're seeing a connection that doesn't exist. Samuel Mendel and his family have nothing to do with ours. Do you hear me? We're not under any real threat. I've tried to tell you how serious this is, but you won't listen." I don't want to listen. Why would I want to? Suma, I have to. I've arranged everything. There's a woman named Rusa Bariman waiting for you in Malmberget. She'll give you new identity cards. You will be fine. His hands have started to shake. You really are serious, Suma whispers. I'm more serious than I've ever been, he says. We are going to Mura, and you and Lumi will take the train to Gällivare. He could tell that Suma was working hard to keep her emotions in check. If you leave us at the station, you've lost us for good. Do you realize this? There's no way back. She stared at him with defiant and sorrowful eyes. Tell Lumi that I had to go and work abroad, he continued, keeping his voice low. Suma had started to weep. Joona, she said, no. Don't do this. He kept staring straight ahead. He swallowed hard and kept his eyes on the road. And in a few years, he went on, tell her that I'm dead. You must never contact me again. Never try to see me. Do you understand? Suma was now crying out loud. I don't want to. I don't want to. Neither do I. You shouldn't do this to us. Mama? Lumi had woken up and sounded frightened. Suma quickly dried the tears from her cheeks. Don't worry, Joona says to his daughter. Mama is sad because we're not going to the hotel by the river. Tell her, Suma said. Tell me what? Asked Lumi. You and Mama will be taking the train, Joona said. What about you? I have to work, he replies. You told me we were going to play monkey and vet. He doesn't want to play, Suma said harshly. They were near the outskirts of Mura. They passed scattered houses and a few industrial buildings. Then they passed shopping malls and garages. The dense forest fell back, and the fences to keep the wildlife off the highway disappeared. Chapter 187. Joona slowed down as they drove up to the train station. He parked and opened the boot and lifted out the huge suitcase on wheels. Did you remove your things last night? Suma asked. I did. Did you put other stuff inside? He nodded and looked away towards the station. 4 parallel lines of tracks, embankments of rust-coloured gravel, weeds, and dark cross-ties. Your daughter needs you in her life. I have no choice. He looked inside his car's rear window to where Lumi was pushing her big soft doll into her backpack. You have many choices, Suma continued. Instead of fighting, you're giving up. You have no idea if this threat is real. I just don't understand all this. I can't find Lulu, Lumi complained. The train leaves in 20 minutes, Joona said. I don't want to live without you, Suma said, and took his hand. I want things to go on as they were. I know. If you do this to us, you will be all alone. He didn't answer. Lumi climbed out of the car and dropped her backpack on the ground. A red hair clip was hanging loosely in her hair. Are you ready to live the rest of your life alone? I am, he said. Joona could not look at her. He gazed across the tracks. Between the trees on the other side of the tracks, the northern bay of Lake Siljan was glittering. Say goodbye to Papa now, Suma said. She pushed her daughter towards her father. Lumi stood still and didn't look up. Hurry up, Suma says. Lumi looks up and says, Bye-bye, monkey. Properly. Say goodbye properly. Suma showed her irritation. I don't want to, Lumi said. She clung to her mother's leg. Do it anyway, Suma said. Joona squatted down before his tiny daughter. Can I have a hug? She shakes her head. "Well, here comes the monkey with his long, long arms," he joked. Joona lifted her up. He felt her little body resist. She knew something was seriously wrong. She wriggled to get down, but Joona held her close just for a while, just to inhale the scent of her neck. "You silly!" she shouted. "Lumi," Joona whispered against her cheek. "Never forget that I love you more than anything else." "Time to go," Suma said. Joona set his daughter down. He wanted to pet her on the cheek, but couldn't bring himself to do so. He felt as if he was shattering into pieces. Suma was staring at him in fear. Her neck was stiff. She grabbed Lumi's hand and pulled her away. They waited for the train in silence. There was nothing more to say. Downy dandelion seeds blew over the tracks. There was a burned smell from the brakes as the train rolled away from the platform. He stood and stared at his daughter's pale face through the train window. Her little hand was waving slowly. Suma was a black shadow sitting rigidly next to her. She did not look at him. Before the train reached the bend towards the harbour, Joona turned and walked back to his car. Chapter 188. Joona drove the 145 kilometres to Ludvika without thinking. His head was roaring but empty, frighteningly so. He drove without thinking and finally arrived. His headlights lit up massive metal structures. He turned into the industrial area and drove down to the empty harbour near the power station. A large grey car was already parked between two huge piles of sawdust. Joona pulled up next to it. He was remarkably calm, so calm that he knew he was in some form of shock. He got out of his car and looked around. The Needle was waiting for him, standing next to a door. He was wearing white overalls and his face looked worn and serious.
"So, they've left?"
he asked in the sharp tone he used whenever something bothered him. "They're gone," Joona said. The Needle nodded a few times. The white frames of his glasses shone coldly in the weak light.
"You didn't give me a choice in this matter,"
the Needle said glumly. "True enough," Joona said. "You had no choice."
"We're both going to get fired if this comes out."
"Then we'll be fired."
"Two at the same time. I moved as fast as I could when they arrived."
"Good."
"Two of them,"
the Needle repeated, almost to himself. Joona thought back to just a few days ago when he woke up next to his wife and daughter. His mobile phone was ringing in his jacket in the hall. Someone had sent a text message. The minute he saw it was from the Needle, he knew what it was about. They had agreed. Once the Needle found two bodies that were approximately right, Joona would leave town with Suma and Lumi on the pretext of going on the holiday they'd been talking about for such a long time. Joona had waited to hear from the Needle for more than 3 weeks. Time was running out. He was keeping watch over his family as best he could, but he recognized that this was not going to work in the long run. Jurek Walter was a man who could wait. Joona knew right away that the Needle's message meant he was about to lose his family. He could ensure that Suma and Lumi would be protected, but only if he never saw them again. The Needle opened the hatchback of his grey car. On 2 stretchers covered in a cloth were 2 body bags, one large and one small.
"A woman and a girl. They died in a car crash 3 days ago,"
the Needle explained. He began to pull out the larger body.
"I've worked on them a little. There's not a trace left that could identify them. Not a single identifying mark."
He groaned as he removed the body from his car. The undercarriage of the stretcher fell into place. The small wheels clattered as they hit the gravel. Without saying a word, the needle zipped open the body bag. Joona clenched his jaw and forced himself to look. A young woman lay there. Her eyes were closed and her face was calm. Her chest was crushed. Her arms appeared to have been broken in many places, and her pelvis had been wrenched awry.
"The car drove off a bridge," the needle said. "The reason she has so many injuries is that she'd unbuckled herself. Perhaps she was picking up the dummy for the little one. I've seen it before."
He reached for the second stretcher and pulled it out of the car. Joona contemplated the woman. He could see no fear or pain in her face. Nothing in her expression revealed the injuries done to her body. The needle unzipped the small bag. When Joona saw the little girl inside, tears filled his eyes. The needle mumbled something to himself and then zipped the body bags up again.
"Well then," he said, "no one will ever find Katerina and Mimi. No one will ever identify their bodies."
His emotions overwhelmed him for a moment, and then he continued, almost angry.
"The little girl's father has been going from hospital to hospital, looking for them. He's even called my department. I had to talk to him."
The needle's mouth twisted.
"They're going to be buried as Suma and Lumi. I've already arranged false dental records for them."
He gave Joona one last questioning look. Joona said nothing. Then they put the bodies in Joona's car. Chapter 189. It felt strange to be driving with a dead woman and child as passengers. The roads were dark. Roadkill hedgehogs were lying beside ditches. A badger stood on the narrow shoulder, hypnotized by Joona's headlights. When he arrived at the hill he'd chosen weeks earlier, he dislodged the airbag fuse. Then he placed the woman in the driver's seat and loosely strapped the little girl into Lumi's child seat. The only sounds were his breathing, the rustle of cloth against cloth, and the thud of lifeless arms and legs. He leaned into the car and released the handbrake. He gave the car a shove from behind, and it started to roll down the hill. He walked beside it and reached in to give the wheel a tug in the right direction. The car picked up speed, and he ran to keep up. The car hurtled away from him, then it left the road and crashed into a massive Scots pine. The woman's body smashed into the steering wheel. The little girl's body jerked violently in the car seat. Joona took a petrol can out of the trunk and began to splash it inside the car. He poured petrol over the little girl's legs and the woman's heavily damaged body. It was getting hard for him to breathe. He had to stop. He leaned over, holding his knees, and tried to calm himself down. His heart was breaking. Joona couldn't bear it. He pulled the little girl's body from the car and walked with it back and forth, cradling it and singing lullabies and whispering in her ear and crying. Then he placed her on her mother's lap in the front seat. He closed the car door in silence. He poured the rest of the petrol over the car. Then he threw a lit match through the open window into the back seat. Flames leapt up and raced through the car. He stared at the woman's unnaturally calm face while her hair caught fire. The fire was voracious. To Joona it looked as if a blue-tinged angel of death was claiming its own. The flames began to roar, and they seemed to contain the sound of weeping. Joona suddenly snapped awake. He wanted to get the bodies out. He burned his hands on the car door, but he was able to get it open. The fire in the car burned higher once the door let in more oxygen. He tried to grab the woman's jacket, which was already on fire. Her slim legs were already smoking and licked by flames. "Papa, Papa, help me, Papa." Joona knew that it couldn't be real. He knew they were already dead. He still couldn't bear it. He reached into the fire again and grabbed the girl's hand. Then the fuel tank exploded. Joona heard the bang just as his eardrums burst. He fell backwards and felt the blow as his head hit the ground. His hands were empty. Blood trickled from his ears. His heart was screaming and burning. Before he lost consciousness, he watched the blazing pine needles come swirling down. Chapter 190. Joona is staring out of the window and doesn't hear the announcement that the plane has started its descent into Helsinki International Airport. 12 years ago, he'd cut off the finger of the devil himself, and his punishment had been loneliness. It was a high price, yet he felt that it was still too mild. The devil was waiting to take more from him. The devil was waiting for him to imagine that everything was forgotten or forgiven. Joona bends over in his seat and waits, trying to slow his breathing. The man sitting next to him looks at him nervously. It's not the migraine. It's that other thing, the immense darkness behind everything. He had stopped the serial killer Jurek Walter. That can't be written off or forgotten. He had no choice, but the price was too high, much too high. It hadn't been worth it. His skin is covered with goosebumps. He pulls at his hair with one hand. He presses his feet against the floor with all his strength. He is going to see Suma and Lumi. He is going to do the most unforgivable thing. Only as long as Jurek Walter believes they are dead are they safe. Perhaps he's already leading the serial killer to his family. Joona has left his mobile in Stockholm. He's using a forged passport and he's paying for everything in cash. When he gets out of the taxi, he walks 2 blocks to the door of the apartment. He waits for a moment and then goes to a cafe down the street. He pays €10 to borrow a phone and calls Saga Bauer. "I need help," he says in a voice thick with emotion. "Don't you know everyone is looking for you? Things have gone completely haywire here. I need help with one thing." "Yes," she says without hesitation. "When you've given me the information I need, erase the search history," Joona says. "All right." Joona swallows hard and looks at the slip of paper Rusa Bariman gave him. Then he asks Saga to search the Finnish health records for a woman named Laura Sandin who lives at Lisankatu, number 16, in Helsinki. "Let me call you back in a minute," she says. "No, I'll hang on while you search," he says. Those minutes are the longest of his entire life. He stares at the glittering dust on the counter. He looks at the espresso machine and the marks on the floor where chairs have been pushed in. "Joona?" Saga says at last. "I'm here," Joona whispers. "Laura Sandin was diagnosed with liver cancer 2 years ago." "Go on," Joona says. "Well, she had surgery last year and a partial hepatectomy, and she... Well..." Saga Bauer is whispering something to herself. "What is it?" Joona asks. Saga clears her throat and says, "She just had surgery again last week." "Is she still alive?" "Apparently so. She's still in hospital." Chapter 191. As Joona walks down the hospital corridor, it seems as if everything is sinking. His steps are heavy, and the distant murmur of voices and televisions seems to get slower and slower. He opens the door to Suma's room and walks in. A thin woman is in the bed, her back to the door. A light cotton curtain is drawn across the window. Her thin arms lie on top of the covers. Her hair is sweaty and dull. He doesn't know if she's sleeping or not. He must see her face. He walks up to her. The room is completely silent. The woman who had been Joona Linna in another life is extremely tired. Her daughter sat up with her most of the night. Now Lumi is sleeping next door in the room reserved for relatives. Joona can see the weak light of dawn filtering through the curtain. She's thinking that human beings are helplessly alone. She has a few good memories, which she tries to bring to mind when she feels most alone and frightened. When they put her under for the operation, she'd remembered the light summer nights of her childhood, the first hours after her daughter was born and her baby fingers wrapped around her own, the wedding that summer day when she wore the bridal crown her mother had woven from birch root. Joona swallows, fully aware of the life in her body. She is breathing and her heart is beating. She is so afraid of leaving Lumi all on her own. The stitches from her operation burn as she turns over. She closes her eyes, but then opens them again. Joona Linna is standing over her. She blinks a few times. Her message has reached him. He sits beside her on the bed, and she reaches up to touch his face. She runs her hand through his thick blonde hair. "If I die, you must take care of Lumi," she says. "I promise." "You must see her before you leave again," Joona says. "You must see her." He strokes her face and whispers she's the most beautiful woman ever. She smiles at him. Then he leaves the room, and Joona no longer feels so afraid. The room for relatives is simply furnished. There's a TV suspended from the ceiling and a pine table scarred with cigarette burns alongside a saggy corduroy sofa. A 15-year-old girl is lying on the sofa, fast asleep. Her eyes are swollen from too much crying. One of her cheeks is creased from the pattern of the cushion. She wakes with a start. Someone has put a blanket over her. Her shoes have been taken off. They are lined up on the floor by the sofa. Someone has been here. In her dream, she'd felt someone sit next to her and hold her hand. Chapter 192. Between Stockholm and Uppsala on the old highway is the old Löwenströmska Hospital. Gustav Adolf Löwenström had it built at the beginning of the 19th century in penance for his family's guilt. His brother had assassinated King Gustav III at a masquerade for the Royal Opera. Anders Rönn is 33 years old and has just received his license to practice medicine. He's slender and has a handsome, sensitive face. He has just been hired to work at Löwenströmska, and today is his first day on the job. The low sunlight of autumn is playing between the leaves of the trees as he enters the building. Behind the hospital's modern main building, there's a structure that from above looks like two joined crosses. It's the psychiatric unit, which includes a secure division for criminals sentenced to psychiatric care. A bronze sculpture of a boy playing the flute stands near the building on the forested hillside. There's a bird sitting on the boy's shoulder and another on his wide-brimmed hat. On one side of the pathway that leads to the building, a park stretches out towards Fysingen Lake. On the other side, there's a 5-meter-high barbed wire fence. Inside it, there's a shallow-filled dirt yard with cigarette butts around its single park bench. No visitors under the age of 14 are allowed. Taking photographs or recordings is forbidden. Anders Rönn walks up the concrete path underneath a canopy of flaking tin and enters the building. He walks quietly across the bone-coloured vinyl flooring, scuffed and stained with wheel marks. When he gets to the lift, he sees that he's already on the 3rd floor of the building. The rest of it is underground, including the closed psychiatric ward, number 30. The lift doesn't go all the way down. 2 floors down, behind a steel gate, there's a spiral staircase to the bunker-like isolation unit. The unit has room for a maximum of 3 patients. For the past 12 years, there's only been one, Jurek Walter. Anders has been told that Jurek Walter is sentenced to psychiatric care with special parole requirements, and that when he arrived, he was so aggressive that he was physically restrained and tranquilized. 9 years ago, he'd been diagnosed schizophrenia, unspecified, with chaotic thinking, acute psychotic condition with bizarre, extremely violent features. So far, that was the entire diagnosis. "I'm going to let you in now," says a woman with round cheeks and calm eyes. "Thanks. Do you know the patient, Jurek Walter?" she asks, but she doesn't wait for an answer. Chapter 193. Anders hangs his keys in the cupboard before the woman opens the first door in the gate. He walks inside and waits as the door is shut behind him. Then he goes to the second door. The woman is listening for a signal, and when she hears it, she opens the second door. Anders turns and waves before he heads down the corridor to the staff lunchroom. A powerful man of about 50 is waiting for him there. His shoulders are slumped, and he's smoking beneath the ventilator grill in the pantry. He nips off the end and throws it into the drain. He stuffs the half-cigarette back into the pack, which he puts in the pocket of his lab coat. "Hi, Roland Brolin." "Never receive guests. He may never go to the recreation yard, not even—" "Never?" Anders repeats, doubtfully. "It's against regulations to keep a patient—"
"So it is,"
Roland says. The atmosphere chills between them. Finally, Anders asks, "What has he done?"
"Only nice things,"
Roland says. "Such as?" They pass through a second security door. A woman with pierced cheeks waves at them. "Come back alive," she says.
"Don't worry,"
Roland says.
"Jurek Walter is a quiet, older man. He doesn't fight or even raise his voice. He keeps to himself, and we never enter his room. However, today we'll have to go in, because the night shift observed him hiding a knife underneath his mattress."
How the hell would he have got a knife? Roland's forehead is now sweaty. He wipes his hand over his face and dries it on his coat.
"Jurek Walter can be extremely manipulative, and, well, we'll be doing an internal investigation. But who knows?"
Chapter 194. The chief physician pulls his card through a third security lock and taps in a code. There's a beep, and the door opens. "So why would he want a knife?" asks Anders as he hurries through the door. "If he wanted to kill himself, he'd already have done so by now, right?"
"Maybe he likes knives,"
Roland replies. "Do you think he plans to escape?"
He hasn't tried it once during all these years.
They have reached another locked gate.
Wait a minute,
Roland says. He holds out a small box with yellow earplugs. You just said he doesn't scream. Roland looks extremely tired, as if he hasn't slept in weeks. He looks at his new colleague for a while and sighs heavily before he starts to explain.
Ulrich Walter will talk to you very calmly, very pleasantly, he says.
His tone is serious.
Later this evening, when you're driving home, you'll find yourself driving into the lane of oncoming traffic and crash into a truck. Or you'll go past a hardware store and buy an axe before you pick up your children from nursery.
Are you trying to scare me? Asks Anders with a smile.
Not really, but I want you to be careful,
Roland says.
I've had to enter his room once before, sometime last year, because he had a pair of scissors in there.
He's an old man, right?
Don't worry, we're going to make it through this all right.
Roland's voice dies away, and his expression is vague and hard to read. Then he says,
Before you walk through these doors, make sure you look as bored as possible. Your days are boring, boring, boring. You act like you're doing nothing that you haven't done 1,000 times before.
I'll try. Roland's face is tense. His gaze is hard and nervous.
We're going to act as if we're giving him his usual dose of Risperdal.
But
instead we're giving him an overdose of Eutrexa,
the chief physician says. Intentionally give an overdose?
I did it the last time, so yes, all right. At first he was extremely aggressive. It lasted a short time. Then the muscle relaxant worked. First the face and tongue. He wasn't able to speak properly. Then he fell on the floor and lay on his side. He was breathing. There were a number of cramps, like epilepsy. It took a while. After that he was tired and dazed, almost out of it, unable to move. When that happens this time, we'll run in and grab the knife.
Why not just use a barbiturate?
That would be better, Roland nods, but it's best to keep to the kind of drugs he's already getting.
They walk through the final grid gate into the ward devoted to Ulrich Walter. Ahead is a metal door painted white, with a small bulletproof glass window, a boom, and a slot. Roland Brulin gestures to Anders to wait. He is moving cautiously. Perhaps he is afraid of being surprised. He keeps his distance from the glass and moves sideways. Then his face relaxes, and he waves to Anders to join him. They stand in front of the window and look into a large room without windows. Chapter 195. A man in blue jeans and a denim shirt is sitting on a plastic chair. He's leaning forward, his elbows on his knees. Then his blue eyes look up at the door, and Roland Brulin takes a step back. Ulrich Walter is clean-shaven, and his grey hair has been combed with a straight parting. His face is unnaturally white and deeply furrowed with wrinkles. It's a net of pain. Roland walks back to the grid gate and unlocks a cupboard. He takes out 3 small glass vials with wide necks and aluminium caps. He adds 2 milliliters of water to each bottle, turns them upside down, and then swirls them carefully so that the powder dissolves in the liquid. Then he draws the liquid into a needle. They walk up to the bulletproof glass on the door. Ulrich Walter is now sitting on his bed. Roland puts his earplugs into his ears and then opens the slot in the door.
Ulrich Walter,
he says in a relaxed voice.
It's time.
Anders watches the man get up and walk to the door while unbuttoning his shirt.
Stop and take off your shirt,
Roland says, although the man is already doing so. Ulrich Walter walks slowly towards them. Roland shuts the slot and fastens it with movements that are just a bit too fast, too nervous. Jurek stops and slips out of his shirt. He has 3 round scars on his chest. His skin hangs limply from his arms. Ruland opens the slot again, and Jurek walks the last few steps. "Hold out your arm," Ruland says. A slight hiccup betrays his fear. Jurek puts his arm through the slot, but does not look at Ruland at all. He's staring intently at Anders. Ruland jabs the needle into an upper arm muscle and injects the liquid quickly. Jurek's hand jerks in surprise, but he does not withdraw his arm until he has received permission. Ruland shuts the slot and locks it as swiftly as he can. Jurek Walter stumbles towards his bed. He sits down. His movements are jerky. Ruland drops the needle, and they watch it roll across the concrete floor. When they look back through the glass, it's misty. Jurek Walter has breathed on it. He's written a single word backwards in the haze. Joona. "What's that say?" asks Anders, his voice weak.
"He's written Joona."
"Joona? What the hell does that mean?" Before the haze dissipates, they look in. Jurek Walter is sitting on his bed as if he'd never moved. The end. You've been listening to The Fire Witness by Lars Kepler, narrated by Saul Reichlin, for Harper Audio.